call again.
My garage is flawless, under 100,000 ain't allowed. Maybach triple white like I'm riding in the cloud. No denim on my seats, baby, you gon' need a towel. Ride sexy through the city, see me, you will be aroused. My bankroll so well endowed. Put bitches from MIA to ATL in style. And in crowds, catch me in towel. On the strip in Vegas, chillin', feelin' bitches' faces with babies. Bitch, back your tongue, this just ain't a Mercedes. Tell the ATF I'm riding with another 380. That's my car cost. Y'all thought I would fall off. That was just a small loss. We could have a ball off. Fly to NY, meet me at the Waldorf. Historian, architecture Victorian, riding in the past like you're driving a DeLorean. Hard times, never heard of those. In the back, my feet kicked up, give my dick sucked with the curse closed. And for the record, kid, my final question is, how your bitch gon' feel in that when you two pull up next to this? Maybach music, nigga.
Everybody knows how the story goes. Money and clothes, they gon' come and go. But guess who stays the same? You gon' see my name.
Yo, hip that I'm blowing on is fucking up the ozone. Plus I keep a dope line similar to Cold Stones. Ice cream, pipe dreams is what they have when I pull up in that light thing. I put a hurtin' on, I got the curtains drawn. Whoever ain't getting shitted on, I'm squirting on. I'm in the 6 deuce, 57s for the help. Chopper in the trunk, 45 for the belt. Bunch of wax dummies, all you got is gonna melt. Live for your kids, die for yourself. Bottles in the sky if you ride for the wealth. Peas on the block, pies on the shelf. I ain't in the back of the back, I ain't in nothing else. I'm something else.
Everybody knows how the story goes. Money and clothes, they gon' come and go. But guess who stays the same? You gon' see my name. Scroll real slow. Justice League.
Cigar, please. I came alive like a moth in the summertime. Japanese wheel blades, all samurai. Shine brighter than them bitches on the other side. Trying to make a blind motherfucker recognize. Ammunition got the competition non-existent. Had the bubble crack but didn't have a pot to piss in. I double that, I dare you try to knock a nigga. Street scholar graduated, no father figure. Steel toe chrome, check my chromosomes. Meet me halfway with things in the mobile home. Money machines, yeah, they ring like a mobile phone. I'm a 7-up but need a Coca-Cola loan. I'm in the hood like I'm James Evans. Cashmere handmade sweater. Me and money got a vendetta. Looking back to tell the truth, I could've did better. Woo! Parents never had a good job. Now it's Black American Express cards. Rose.
got sunshine in a bag. I'm useless, but not for long. The future is coming on. I ain't happy, I'm feeling glad. I got sunshine in a bag. I'm useless, but not for long. The future is coming on. It's coming on. It's coming on. It's coming on. It's coming on.
Finally, someone let me out of my cage. Now, time for me is nothing cause I'm counting no A's. Nah, I couldn't be there. Nah, you shouldn't be scared. I'm good at repairs and I'm under each snare. Intangible, bet you didn't think, so I command you to. Panoramic view, look, I'll make it all manageable. Pick and choose, sit and lose, all you different crews. Chicks and dudes who you think is really kicking tunes. Picture you getting down in a picture tube, like you lit the fuse. You think it's fictional, mystical, maybe spiritual hero who appears in you to clear your view when you're too crazy. Lifeless to those, the definition for what life is. Priceless to you because I put you on the hype shit. You like it? Gun smoke, you're righteous with one toke. You're psychic among no possess you with one go.
Happy, I'm feeling glad. I got sunshine in a bag. I'm useless, but not for long. The future is coming on. Ain't happy, I'm feeling glad. I got sunshine in a bag. I'm useless, but not for long. The future is coming on. It's coming on. It's coming on. It's coming on. It's coming on.
The essence, the basics, without it you make it. Allow me to make this childlike in nature. Rhythm, you have it or you don't, that's a fallacy, I'm in them. Every sprouting tree, every child of peace, every cloud and sea. You see with your eyes and see destruction and demise. Corruption in the skies from this fucking enterprise. Now I'm sucked into your lives through rust, so not as muscles, but percussion to provide for me as a guide. Y'all can see me now cause you don't see with your eye. You perceive with your mind, that's the inner. So I'ma stick around with Russ and be a mentor. Bust a few rhymes so motherfuckers remember what the thought is. I brought all this so you can survive when law is lawless. Feeling sensations that you thought was dead. No squealing, remember that it's all in your head.
I ain't happy, I'm feeling glad. I got sunshine in a bag. I'm useless, not for long. The future is coming on. Ain't happy, I'm feeling glad. I got sunshine in a bag. I'm useless, not for long. My future is coming on. It's coming on. It's coming on. It's coming on. It's coming on. My future is coming on. It's coming on. It's coming on. It's coming on. It's coming on. My future is coming on. It's coming on. It's coming on. It's coming on. It's coming on. My future is coming on. It's coming on. It's coming on. My future is coming on. It's coming on. It's coming on. My future is coming on. It's coming on. It's coming on. My future.
Buy this car to drive to work to pay for this car. Buy this car to drive to work to work.
Welcome to YellBRo Road. I am Jordan, and tonight, Revenge and Redemption. Right, YellBRo Dark. We're going there. I like the dark stuff. No pause. Before I get started, don't forget to share, support, hopefully donate. Devon's journey to recovery. to helping victims of Africom. Cohen Daly, the Australian boy, also help out and support some content creators. Stevie, aka Redneck Economics, Sleepy J, Buy Him a Coffee, and of course, optionally, Ali Alexandra. All links in the description box. Alright, who's here? See Ed in the chat. What's up, Ed? Emblem, what's up, Emblem, you basketball American? Bizarro BBD Matt Hunter. Thank you for blessing us with your silly cocoa skin. We whites are blessed you b-ball Americans are around. You're welcome. They're like Big Black Dick or something. You should have went with BBC. More people know that one. Of course, Graham Elward. How you doing? Right, buy Ethereum. Prof, what's up? Oz, what's up, Oz Whistles? I have no idea what Pan-African is. Do I? I don't know. So as usual, the thing I'm experimenting with YellBRo Light, YellBRo Dark, is essentially do these like theme type of things. That's right, revenge and redemption. That's right, Ed. And I like to try to, start off with a little spiel about what I believe these things are, and then how they're applied to the world. Typically politics, I guess, but doesn't always have to be. Screw it. Ah! Shit, actually I gotta plug this. Also, obviously, as usual, I'll go over videos that you guys request. Wow, show. What's up, Atras? How you doing? This is an interesting topic for me. Well, we're gonna go into it for sure. I don't know how common or how weird my ideas are about it, but I'm gonna explain it anyways the best I can. And just letting people hang. We'll have to mute this. Like I said, obviously, fucking requested videos and all that shit. For sure, we doing that. Sure, I got everything. That's it. Yeah. Nation of Islam has a lot of such shit going on as well. All religions do. Well, and I think it comes down to the people. What people are doing what. As it typically, as I typically say. I'm here for reasons known and unknown, You fucking Donald Rumsfeld. Hello, Matt Hunter. Often have I heard that grief softens the mind and makes it fearful and degenerate. Think therefore on revenge and cease to weep. That would be a very poor way to move about, to continue on in life with. That's what I would say, Matt Hunter. I'm looking for revenge. 666. Is that the Drake song? What the fuck? Alright. So, like these typical themed live streams, I start off with a nice little recorded video. What the fuck is this? Probably that Rogan shit I did yesterday. And you guys watch that? It's fucking fascinating. It is fascinating to see that. Like, imagine watching that in real time. Like, holy shit. Like, Rogan's like right there fucking scorching this motherfucker, and then lets him off the hook not too long after. Apparently, it was like the next day they fucking did that. Nation of Islam and Farrakhan have been a great org for black people. Who here's hating on them? And I don't know if you're joking or not, but I honestly don't know enough about Farrakhan. I've heard some weird shit. I've heard some dumb shit, that's for sure. But as far as his reason for saying it, he probably means to try and make things better. What's up, Owen? YellBRo starts off with Rogan videos and ends up talking about the super ego. That's right. No, my Rogan video is about inauthenticity. Like a virus. I don't want to look mean. That's Rogan's side. And there's the super creepy. They've been a great organization for black people. Like me? Do I count? I honestly don't know enough about the guy. I think he means well based on what I heard, but I've also heard some silly shit come out of his mouth where it's like, you recognize how other people are going to take that, right? When we look at the character V, he goes by the name Ed Dumas, which is the name for the Count of Monte Cristo, A Tale of Revenge. Why, yes, it is. Also, a good movie, in my opinion. Yes, but it might represent more of an archetypal thing. You know, a story that's been passed down throughout time. That it wasn't really revenge that these guys were seeking. Right? Probably something much deeper. Right? B is one way, and then Evie shows up. The guy in Count of Monte Cristo, like, he's on one path, and then he sees whatever his ex-lover. Like, oh, now it's changed. It's a little bit cautionary about, revenge. What's up, Anthony? You thought I wasn't going live? Why not? All the drama shit. I don't want to knock it off as drama shit, but all the shit happening in Discord. That shit won't stop me. Won't stop me from thinking. I don't know how much this topic would apply to that, but I could probably. I don't really. A little bit, considering like the, people throwing shit back and forth at each other, where it's like just momentary moments of gotcha, got your back, gotcha, got your back. I guess you can throw that in revenge category. The Nation of Islam. Oh, what's up, fishes? Nation of Islam has secular and pantheist undertones, but at the end of the day, it's just another cult. Jesus. Well, I see a charismatic guy, right? Charismatic leader, already having the backing of like, they already have like a history to them. So then, people can attach to it and just follow every word that some leader guy says. That happens way too often. Nation of Islam was founded by a white man named Wallace Fard. Interesting. Didn't know that. Still don't know that because I don't know how legit that is. Revenge is the sport of gossips and bystanders. We'll find out what I think. Oh, because I'm late? Yeah, because I'm late because I was doing all the fucking Discord. I don't even think I ate, to be honest with you. You guys see me eating here all the time, but I eat food before I come here. I'm a savage, that's why. Nation of Islam is much more than Farrakhan. Yeah, but if you have like a leader like that, people gravitate towards him. Come on, bro. Hey, he's famous. He's famous, he's well known, and he can attract an audience. Right? If he started fresh, said, all right, all those people that were following you before, they're all gone. You got to start from fresh. I'm sure he'll gather plenty of people. Stop giving this self-appointed leader all the power. Yeah, that probably shouldn't happen, right? Bullshit. The nation is no cult. I didn't say it was. I really don't. I don't know enough. I don't know enough. You have a Wikipedia thing. I mean, for me, it's kind of out of context. I see maybe why you might do it, because you want me to. Hey, look, a white guy made it. Like, okay. I can't even tell what. A door-to-door traveling salesman. Scientific racism. But they're calling him a black nationalist thinker at the same time. I don't know though. I'm not reading all that right now. Guard showed up literally out of nowhere in Detroit and went around in black communities telling them that they were true inventors of civilization. Then he disappeared. So what does that mean? Are you saying it's like a FBI thingy? So it's like J-Tay. I mean, hard to ignore. Why wouldn't they also be in the NOI? I don't know what that is. Oh, you're talking to emblems. It's no cult of personality. There's more to it than the smear job they put on the nation. Like I said, I personally have not researched the Nation of Islam. I don't know. All I do know, I've heard Louis Farrakhan speak before. I'm like, oh, he seems charismatic and he move a crowd, and he's already has the backing of this historic organization, right? Malcolm X was in it and shit. Elijah Muhammad, all these fucking names in history. So like, it makes sense if people. It would make sense if people from the outside are like, it looks like a cult because people would follow this charismatic leader. And not saying that's the case. I don't know, but I can see why people might say that. Religions provide a framework of issues that associative tribes can form around. Historically, they have also been active in cookie-cut familial tribes, congregations. This is where they screwed up. Okay. All right. I mean, at the same time, I can look at that. I could step back and look at that and say, like, oh, monkey see, monkey do, right? To where maybe some guy created some way of teaching Christianity and then other people would start copying it. Or whatever. Right? So, I'm not going to say that's what religions do or anything like that. Every moment has a chance for us to make a choice, a chance for revenge or redemption. Well, redemption should happen before the revenge, before any moment to where there is like some sort of chance at revenge. That's the whole point of the redemption process. We'll get to it. Why, yes, it is YellBRo Doc tonight. That's right. We're gonna go deep. We're gonna go dark. If you dare. The Nation of Islam liberally believe that black scientists invented the white race, literally in test tubes. Again, I don't know that. And no offense, Matt, it's hard to take your word. Like, just take that as some sort of, like, that's a fact. Hard to. And the punishment for inventing white people was that their invention, the white race, would end up being their oppressor. What? So, like some sort of godly karmic thing? Is that what it's saying? Or the idea you're saying? You're a cleric of QAnon? No, you're not. Stop it. Elijah Muhammad had all the trademarks of a huckster. He used the nation just to gain access to women. Not impressed. Oh, yeah, I've heard some creepy shit about that guy. Like, very young wives that he's not actually supposed to have. Or, you know, out of wedlock children. Shit like that. The nation was of the only few one of the only few organizations that were serious about fighting against the Libyan war. They are not some cult of personality. That wouldn't be enough, though, Emblem, right? A familiar tribe is an adaptive entity in its own right. It is very responsive to locality attempts to homogenize them to some global norm. Wait, what? Attempts to homogenize them to some global norm will fail. Freak. Bless me. Yeah, I mean, fighting against the Libyan war, that's not enough. Jack Puss is against the Iraq war. Or, no, he wasn't. He's now against the Iraq war and Afghanistan war, on paper. Familiar tribe, okay. Oh, okay, that was Oz saying. I was reading it like it was Emblem saying it. My bad, Oz. If there was a white race, I'd expect the whitest one to win. Unlike the squad, the nation hasn't been co-opted. So instead they smear them. It's typical but understandable why so many get confused about them. That stuff doesn't work on me, bro. I take it case by case, idea by idea, individual by individual, even group by group. So. What? I wouldn't take anything Matt says at face value, but Lewis has said some wild shit. I've heard people say he said wild shit, but I haven't heard him directly say wild shit. especially about like Jewish people, right? And I don't mean fucking Ben Shapiro and what's that chick's name? Not Lauren Southern. Well, her too. The chick who got kicked off of Twitter and ran for office. Not Lauren Southern. No. Not Amy Schumer. Laura Loomer. There we go. I don't mean them. I mean like I have no idea. The Libyan war wouldn't be enough to unlike these orgs like the Squad. They don't do big movement and then ditch their principles. They stayed on their positions. It's still not enough for me. Like them arguing against it and you arguing for it is not moving me in any direction here. It'll make me look at you, but it won't make me look at them in a certain way. I'd have to do like real like studying. Matt's kind of right, sorta. At the very least, the nation believes the black man was the original man, and the whites were one of the last created. Okay, so it's a God thing. It's a God said, "Here's black," and instead of it evolving into white people, he just made like, "Oh, here's white." Is that what we're saying here? That'd be weird, and also wouldn't mean much. Like, logically speaking, if God's embedded into everything, like God made all of it, that means God's embedded in all of it, which means you're an aspect of God, which means there is no lesser or lower or whatever. That wouldn't make sense. I don't need it now. I go on my spiel soon. Forget all the words. Where are the results? Squad will be judged like a tree judged by its fruit. Sadly, most fruit trees take over 5 years before they produce fruit. Term limits. Might get more out of the tree. From a perspective standpoint. I'm not trying to convince, that's up to you if you want to research. I'm just saying a few examples among many of why they are trusted. Like I said, I can already trust them. Right? That is, I'm sorry, but that is kind of like, because you would have to explain a lot more things in their favor for me to be like, because some sort of notion like, oh, they were against the Libyan war or whatever social thing. It's like, yeah, I can name a bunch of those people that do that. Aren't they being followed too? But it's also that like that's nothing to where it's like, hey, you're a good person. No. No, the Nation of Islam literally believed black scientists invented the white race. Okay, scientists, not the science thing and not God? That's kind of like the Anunnaki or some shit, right? Like they created humans, do their labor for them and shit. What's up, Shro? It's a bit freaky tonight. Is it possible we put too much emphasis on race? We are all the same species, so who cares? Well, a lot of people care. I care too, but I don't think about it like that. No. Well, my mind's always focused on aesthetics. Like, no pause. Well, yeah, no pause. I don't mind Beyonce or Natalie Portman. Don't mind. What's up, Jesse? And because they did so without their God's permission, their punishment is that the white race will. So it's science and religion tied together. It is a karmic god. Gotcha. I was watching Fred Hampton Leftist, like, where's all the white people at? Well, you shouldn't have, probably shouldn't have named it after that guy anyways, for a multitude of reasons, but that's one of them. Well, it's not like Fred Hampton was like, no to white people or whatever, according to what people are telling me. But at the same time, it's like, you can kind of see where the message might get taken, right? Or what type of audience you might attract. So on and so forth. I got no notification, and I was on YouTube. I didn't even know today was Wednesday. Get your head in the game, Jesse. All right, a couple more comments. Or maybe just last one, and then I get into the main theme. I don't feel it's my place to convince you. That's your journey. I just see some of these smears, and I'm just clearing it up. Well, okay. Well, just so you know, like, they didn't convince me either of anything. They're just like, okay, I hear that idea. You didn't need to. Well, I'm saying you could have like responded to them if you wanted to spell what they were saying. Or I guess if you wanted me to just read it out loud so that they hear it like clearly. Okay. I see more YellBRo from the spring to the autumn because the daylight saving switch brings our time zones 2 hours closer. Ah, true that. And I'm awake when you were doing night shows. Yes. Malcolm X explains it more like the latter. Oh, that's a good idea. That stays on theme. I was sent a Malcolm X speech, and like, does this sound like righteousness, or does this sound like some sort of revengeful type of notion? And revenge doesn't always have to play out as a you shot me, so I shoot you. It could be, if it stays out on the surface level, strictly ego, just read and react, like, it could take that form of revenge. But I'll do my best to try and define it first. But I think this one, it's something where maybe subconsciously there's some notion of revenge. Or it might even just be outright revenge. But when I play it, we'll play it. No pause. No pauses tonight. What's up, Lucky? White people love Wayne Brady because he makes Brian Gumbel look like Malcolm X. It was Moni! God dang Chappelle. Oh, I haven't watched that shit yet. The new Chappelle stand-up. I gotta watch that shit. Might watch it tonight. But then again, I might get home till like fucking 8 a.m. Mystery, what's up? Oh, mystery. Or mystery. You and your damn riddles. What's up, mystery? Lucky loves kale smoothies? Is that a pause? Alright. Here I go. All right, we are in YellBRo Dark, and as usual, I do my little themed ramble about a particular topic that in my mind, falls into the dark category. Tonight, it's going to be revenge and redemption. But before I get started, don't forget to share, support, hopefully donate Devon's Journey to Recovery, to helping victims of Africom, to Cohen Daly, the Australian boy. Also, help out and share and donate and all that shit. Some content creators, Stevie, aka Redneck Economics, Sleepy J, Buy My Coffee, and optionally, Ali Alexandra. All links in the description box. All right. This could be a tough one. I don't know. So the topic is revenge and redemption. And here is my weird attempt to... What's up, Steve Cutler? ICU, what's up? Pause. I'm stealing that ICU, just by the way. But here's my weird attempt to not only describe, define, and hopefully be able to apply it to something, because that's... Although I find those other parts very important, that seems to be like the one most people would look at the most. Let's try to go with definitions and or descriptions. Let's start with revenge. I would define revenge as I would define revenge as an egotistical notion of justice, and justice implies morality, but morality isn't morality without a moral core happening. When I do an act of revenge, I'm missing that part of well-meaning, or meaning well, right? That's missing, which is my moral barometer, which I've gone into in other videos. Maybe I'll make a full one at some point. But it's when that well-meaningness is missing from the action, which means it's not actually justice, which means it's just egotistical self-serving. In fact, you might not even read the other person's scenario, what's exactly going on with them, because you're going off this egotistical notion without the full process. And this is where redemption comes in. Redemption is something that's supposed to happen before you reach moments to where someone could possibly enact revenge. You do some type of work, right? And then you do the existential, psychological, metaphysical work to where you learn all of your faculties, and then you have the ability to recognize the other. Because it's kind of like you'd have the ability, it's like almost like a mirror of yourself, in a way. So when you see someone do something that's maybe horrible in the world, instead of saying, bad action, here's a bad thing in response to it. Or here's something you won't like in response. Which would be the revenge. As opposed, it's like stepping back, it's like, okay. Oh, not only do I see the action you did, but now I can see, looking behind your back, and I can see breadcrumbs of how this might have happened. No pauses to... Which now enacts something like all to where you, as a person who could have taken revenge of just, action, reaction, it's action, observing it, assessing the person, doing all that fucking work because you already did it before you got there. And now you're working towards a quote unquote solution instead of strictly, let's be real, ego satisfying justice. Not actually justice. But the ego gives itself the notion that it's justice. So those are kind of my little definitions or descriptions of these things. Now, how are they applied? Typically, here we go into politics because more people are into politics. But I can pull this into many different avenues. No pauses. But on a political level, I see this a lot in regards to how do we come up with solutions for this or that? I hear those questions a lot, or I even hear people announcing straight up, like, this is the solution for it. Or, kind of implying that this is the solution for this or that fucking thing in the world, problem in the world. But there always seems to be, in my opinion, and I probably annoy people with this, there seems to be a problem. There seems to be something missing from these solutions. And for me, it's the full diagnosis of the fucking problem. The redemption process. To where you looked at yourself, look throughout all your faculties, and if this is true, this is my notion, my woo-woo notion, you can disagree if you want, that we all have everything within us. And what I mean by that is, I mean that on an archetypal level, not I'm Brad, and I'm Jan, and I'm Kenny. Oops, they killed Kenny. Nah. But we have all of these archetypal faculties within us. Thus, we can recognize the faculties outside of us just by observing our own faculties. Even more, like archetypal would be more like a person, recognizing personalities maybe. But you can even go somewhere to like, whoa, I'm human and I have an ego, a superego, a persona, a shadow, a subconscious, a heart, a self, all that shit. An anima, animus. And if I'm saying that's human, and I'm like, if they're human too, then they have these faculties as well. Now I can observe myself to maybe understand what are possible layers, maybe different iterations of the same type of layers. That's my woo-woo notion. Once again, you can disagree with it. But since I went through that process of knowing these things, now I can make more of a diagnosis of a problem I see. And like I've said before, once you truly diagnose it, that is the solution is there. It is inherent in once you truly recognize what the problem is. That's my belief, at least. That's the way it's worked for me. So, instead of saying, person A murdered person B, or person A is a murderer, instead of just going with that, you dig into the details of person A. A full diagnosis. Meaning like, oh, this is what happened when they were a kid, or a young person, or even an adult. Here's the traumas they might be going through. Here's the lack of affection that maybe they had in life. Here's the environment they grew up in. To where like maybe murdering was just normal. On and all of those faculties. People think I dismiss the material of things. I do not. It's just not the only thing there. There's plenty more things to diagnose. But once I diagnose all of those factors, the solution is right there. It's inherent. But hey, Bob, or hey, person A, why'd you do this? Well, where I'm from, when someone does this to you, you do this to them. Like, oh, and if you find out that's true, it's like, oh, there's your problem right there. Now, how do we address that? Oh, that sounds like conditioning. But I also have my own principles, just mean I'm not going to go in and try to change their mind around for them, or manipulate them, or propagandize them, or try to condition them to be more towards my type of thinking. But I can say, hey, you were telling me that you were conditioned in this direction. You were conditioned this way. How do you know you're actually into that? How do you know that's what you would actually want unless you know yourself? I'm not saying come towards my way, but what do you truly think? Have you ever thought about it? Have you ever observed those thoughts to where you're breaking down, this person is breaking down their own psyche to build it back up? Now, if they build it back up and it's like, no, I'm all right with this. I'm all right with just killing. It's like, fuck. I'm going to have to stand against you every fucking time. I doubt that would happen, though, in my opinion. But, I got to stay true to the principles I believe in. Yes. So, There you go. The the real diagnosis, as basic as that example was, that diagnosis gave me the solution inherently within it. It's kind of obvious once you actually understand what the problem is. No, it's kind of blatant. Like a doctor being able to, like, I put an X-ray on you and I see, okay, your leg's broken right there. Like, oh, within inherently in diagnosing it, there's the solution to it. Oh, broken leg in this particular spot, right? It's broken this type of way, and it needs to be put back into place this type of way. There's my, okay, I need to find a way to move the bone back together like this and hold it in place. You're factoring in all these other things of like, oh, pain, right? You're doing a full diagnosis, full assessment, and it's all pulling the solution right together. Like, I think that's so fucking important to do. Then on the other hand, I know I went off on a full spiel there, but on the other hand, there's this notion of revenge. And if I already said this revenge thing is like it's like a 1-for-1 type of thing. Action and reaction. It's not even deeply thought about. It can be, but it doesn't go deeper than the ego. It gets scary there, because then I gotta ask questions like, "This is okay? Is this the right thing? Am I actually reading this correctly? How do I know I'm not crazy?" These questions pop up as you sink deeper into the recesses of your psyche if they have not been addressed yet. Probably even if you have addressed them, these questions can still be there, right? Because there's still constant content flying in. No pause. But yeah, revenge is likely to stay on the egotistical surface. And someone brought this up to me. I think it was Chip who brought it up to me. It was Chip who brought up the notion of the criminal justice system. And you tell me if that isn't revenge. They try to mask it with justice, but come on, guys. Someone did an action. It doesn't matter what you went through in childhood, unless it's like made you clinically crazy. That's the only time they care. If it's just something like, well, his dad beat his wife, and his dad's dad beat his wife, and his dad's dad beat his wife, and then you beat your wife, like, you're still going to fucking jail. You don't get to claim insanity for that. Like, oh, you're just another asshole. That he narrowed the person down. That's what the criminal justice system is telling you. They're whittling down what a human is to this basic level of what action you did, instead of the entire picture of what the person is. Thus, no solution is met. Thus, expect more wife beatings, more murders, more rapes, more kidnappings, more all of it. Because you didn't get to the core of the thing, because you didn't look at the person as a whole. Said, crime? Okay. Jail. We wrote down rules. You go 9 years. You go 12 years. You go 15. You go for life. That's revenge. That's a revenge system, not a justice system. Justice is like, we're going to find the way so this never happens again. Even if we fail, we will keep fucking trying. This will never fucking happen again. Instead, it's, what is it? Momentary, instant gratification. And it's not even that. Because someone was victimized. The only gratification I probably see is like from like lawyers who big case, or, you know, I don't know, judges. My first case as a judge, yeah. Jurors who walk away who feeling like they did the right thing. That can happen with lawyers too, and judges and all. Or a guy going, whew, vindicated. So, Yeah, that's a good reference, the criminal justice system. It's like a revenge system. I don't see where they're really digging into, like, what is the actual problem here? Why is, like, do we think the judge is sitting there? Like, does any of us think that? Maybe very, very few and far between. I even doubt that. I don't even know of how many judges are sitting there doing case by case every fucking day or every so often or whatever. And they're like, man, why do I keep seeing murderers in front of me all the fucking time? Why does this keep happening? Shut your mouth, Matt Hunter. I'm gonna say genetics. But it's like all it does is the buck just gets passed from this generation to the next to the next to the next, repeating, kind of like what the wife beater guy was doing, right? I was just following what my dad did. My dad did what my dad did. My dad did. Blah, 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 blah. I'm just doing what the previous judge taught me, and the previous judge taught him, and the previous judge taught him. Where's anyone going through that redemption process towards like, excuse me, Mr. Judge. I'm not a judge. I'm Jordan. How you doing? What's going on here? Like just dressing down both lawyers and shit. Like, is that your defense for him? Not even asking about like, you know, what he went through in life to how he even got here. Here's a little thought experiment. I don't know if this is going to work out in words or not. I hope it does. I don't think it'll work. Maybe. I mean, if you take like a person, put him in a time machine, or no, take a person from whatever years ago, thousands of years ago, and he committed murder, right? And then you bring him to today's world and put him in our criminal justice system. Would they read him as insane? Forget about him saying like, I came from the past, the time machine and pyramids and all that shit. Forget about that. Just his reasoning for why he doesn't, like, wow, this person's crazy. Did it because they're crazy. Meanwhile, a modern man might be like, you know, listen, life is kicking my ass. I just got fired. I got her yapping at me, so I fucking hit her. Go back whatever thousands of years ago. Like, whatever. I don't know. What would they say? She didn't pray on the right day. The Lord's God did not like her. Like, oh, this guy's fucking crazy. Like, come on, guys. Just based on the relativity alone, right? Because, right, because fucking kings and shit, whatever years ago, were marrying fucking 10-year-olds and shit. They'd be like, you guys are going to jail. Oh, but I was made by God, handcrafted by God. Meanwhile, no diagnosis of the actual problem. I mean, I hope I painted enough of a picture to get where I'm coming from about it. No pauses. And I hope it can be applied some degree to, I mean, it's going to sound like similar things over from each topic to each topic. Right? Hey, know thyself. But I have to kind of repeat it every time that you can see. It's harder to see the be yourself part. It's much easier to see like, this is why this sucks. That's my opinion. You know, that's what I think. And it's simpler to see oh, this is why this sucks. But the other part could be a little more difficult. Which is why YellBRo Dark is so easy to do. YellBRo Light's so difficult. No pause. I mean, easier and more difficult for me to like explain. But yeah, there it is. There's my ramble. Don't forget to subscribe if you feel like. Comment, agree, disagree. Tell me what you think. What the
Make it rain.
I'm not gonna lie, I
Make
flinched.
it rain, baby.
I'm not gonna fucking lie. I was like, fuck was that? Ed, thank you. Thank you, Ed, for the $7. Make it rain, baby. Yeah. Thank you, Ed. On that note, don't forget to share, support, and hopefully donate to Devon's Journey to Recovery. My name's not Devon, it's Jordan. These are all charities. Devon's Journey to Recovery, helping victims of Africom. I live in the U.S., not Africa, so it's not helping me. Cohen Daly, the Australian boy. He lives in Australia. I live in the U.S. I have to like justify everything I say. People are gonna be like, yeah, Devon. What are you doing, Devon? Like, that's not my name. Greek, bro. Sorry. $7 ramble. That's right. Thank you, Steve Cuddy. But yes, please donate to Devon's Journey to Recovery, to helping victims of Africom, Cohen Daly, the Australian boy. Also, help out some content creators, Stevie, aka Redneck Economics, Sleepy J, Buy My Coffee, and optionally, if you feel like, to the snail, Ali Alexandra. All links in the description box. With all that said, get some revenge on YouTube. Give this video a thumbs down. That's right, guys. That's how you get revenge on YouTube. Thumbs downing this video. Are we not growing a society to give me the entitled millennials say Me Too movement? Wait, let me read that again. Are we not growing a society of gimme titled millennials say Me Too movement? Do I have a rebuttal for that? There's an aspect of legitimacy to that, but it's not exactly that. Because I can recognize there are definitely, I'll go back to pause now. There are definitely hardened people, pause, that are not some soft, squishy play toy thing. They see something wrong with the world and they want out of that thing. Or they're not willing to, like, I'm not going to do it. Or they could be dreamers. And there's nothing fucking wrong with that shit. They're like, man, I dream of being this thing. And they fucking go for it. Not going to be upset by that. I think society should be looking after those types, to be honest with you. The world would be better if more people chased like what they believed in or what they dreamed of or whatever. As far as the, come on, just be real. That's the things you're talking about, like the culture war shit, seems more like an unofficial social score system. They call it social credit system. It's like an unofficial one. Where yeah, you can see people vying for points and shit. But that shit I think will dwindle. I could be wrong, but I think that shit will. What's up, cannabis? What was I gonna do? I was thinking Batman, but people won't like. Well, I don't know. It's not that people won't like it. I don't know if I could actually play it. That's one. And I might do it anyway. I don't know. It's the Bruce Wayne going for revenge, and then instead he seeks redemption. I don't know if I could play that though. Requires like a movie. There's plenty of movies with the. Whether it be the nation of or YellBRo, they are cuckoo Americans. Therefore, they are superior and correct. All hail the black race. Bizarro big black dick Matt Hunter. Millennials are in their 30s, median age. Oh yeah, right. What was I thinking then? I think Owen means like younger than us, right? What are they called? Zoomers or something? Is that my gener? That's not my generation. The Me Too's and that shit, Ultra Warrior stuff. And granted, like I said, there is some legitimacy to these ideas that get seemingly pushed aside. Right? There are fucking creepy fucking dudes who do weird shit. Women at work, from famous to infamous to not known at all. Happens. For sure that happens. Right? Alright. Okay. So I think he's talking more about, right? It'd be like Zoomers. Is that the next one? Whether it be capitalism, socialism, whatever, all that matters is Jesus. He made the Anunnaki. He is our true savior, Abed. For sure, that's either Prop or Opeth. For sure. I was thinking of something. Oh, it was the Malcolm X fucking speech. Wait, who linked the video? Lucky. Oh, Lucky. It's weird. One of my screens like highlights that there's a link there, the other one doesn't, and then I end up missing it. Oh, is this Leah playing piano? You silly goose. I'll play it. Oh, I missed. Perfect. Imagine if he's just like dun 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 dun. Benny in the gym. Let me see. Saw some of Chappelle today. Hilarious. My friend think Kevin Hart's still funnier. Is high as hell on that. Yeah, they're crazy. No fucking. It's not even close. Didn't that happen on Twitter? Like that argument happened. And it was just a wash for Chappelle. Right on. Just because someone is not a money grubber does not make them less worthy. Often those with cash steal such people's ideas and capitalize on them. That has happened. People conflate people born in the late 80s, early 90s being conflated with people born in 1998. We'll never get so we'll never not get so annoying. And I don't know. I don't know enough. The Battlefield beta is open and free this week. 6th through 8th. Download it so we can play together. It's free. Why'd play a game for 3 days? You only giving me for 3. It's not even on the I'm on fucking last gen, bro. I'm on Xbox One. I can't play that, right? You gotta have that's only next gen and PC. Battlefield? Was it 2042? I was watching the doc play today. Where I was rudely interrupted. Click it. Oh, it is Xbox One. I don't know. I was watching those guys play that game. The graphics look too good for for like our system. Yeah, but you can. There'd be like a certain base graphic that we'd be able to play on. I've heard that idea. Bill Gates stealing shit. Obviously Steve Jobs, but I don't think he really claimed to be like a maker. Yeah. Our offspring do not want or need what we imagined. Missed. Be kind to new minds. Yeah. With you on that. Well, I take each individual as they are. Yes, pause. All the greats in history were successful in one thing: mass murder. So much for history, huh? A little rough, but I get what you're saying. What's this, Anthony?
Time to
Richard Wolff ain't feeling reparations. Oh, okay. Can we throw reparations in the like a sense of like revenge or redemption type of thing, or like Judge SO? Yeah, is this more like a revenge solution or a redemption solution? Let me see. I got you, Lucky. Spinning lead. Boy, what's that? Oh, okay, I get it. Gotta get more frames per second. Pops. Where was I? And yeah, I can't wait to watch that Chappelle shit. Curious. I saw the ad on fucking YouTube where it's like Morgan Freeman in the car next to it. Like, will you shut up, Morgan Freeman? Yes. I just hope it's not stale. Fade out. Like, come on, don't let everything die. People thought I was joking. I was like, everything seems just. Oh, LED. I'm fucking. I think I'm like I said, lead. I can play it while I'm reading. Right? I don't know if I want. Maybe. I would have to do it tonight, right? I heard these streamers were saying that it's like mostly like bots in there in the lobbies. I'll download it though. Maybe. I told Josh for like 3 months, yeah, I'm gonna download Apex. Never did it. I don't mind playing the game. I don't mind. Just I like the fast-paced, fucking more gritty nature of Warzone. In fact, it's so much like that it's just overwhelmed with hackers and shit like that, and guys who play 30 hours fucking day. What's up, Amy? Why, hello. The Owen idea. Social system helping people be better. Welfare system taking care of the stupid. When do we say enough? Is that your full diagnosis of the situation, Owen? Or have you thought deeper about it? Just saying. Gotta do some thinking, right, for that? Bottom line, do you stop being an ass towards your children? Oh, do you? And stop being an ass towards your children. Well, yeah. whatever expression of care you got, or whatever sense of care you got, try to match the expression with it, and I think you're golden. There are some people who love so much they end up like smother mothers, or you know, breaking them into pieces and shit, fucking bear hugging too hard, right? So it's like you gotta find a balance. I'm not that hopeful on reparations either. You give people money in this corrupt system, and then let's say, but there's still no real ownership. Gotcha. Well, we'll go into it. I see this. LED poi light. Never heard of that. Or I've seen that before. I just didn't know their name. Supposed to be like writing your name and shit. Oh shit, Shadow Band. Thank you, man, for the 666. That never let me do that. Never.
Oh yeah! Make it rain! Make it rain, baby!
If there's anything, guys, anything you ever hear me ask from you, you gotta make that video fucking famous, man. Please. The Tim Pool fucking Merchants of Tune, please make it famous. That's the only thing I'll ever ask for. That shit's too funny to me. Thank you again, Shadow Band. Yeah, baby! Make it rain! Octaves I can't hit. What was I gonna say? Oh, my friend Matt. We were playing his high school, senior year. I think I told you. My friend Johnny had a hoodie on. The way the hoodie worked, that like pull it out all the way. It's like a cone shape. So we were playing, and there's these dugouts that they're not like our cheap ass dugouts where it's just a fence and a bench behind it. They were like the in-ground type of dugouts. He would sit. I'm pitching, by the way, and he's just sitting at the top of the steps with his hands in his pocket like this, just staring at me. And I'm just on the mound dying laughing as I'm playing this thing. No one knows what the fuck I'm laughing at. Like the umpire, like nobody knows. Just looking at him, it's literally a point like that scary movie shit. To where like they do it as a joke, like he just like it's like he borrowed that hoodie from that movie or some shit. It's just perfect cone shape. Oh, I was fucking dead laughing, bro. I'm sitting behind my glove like this and shit. Oh fuck. We had some fun on that team. My favorite sign as a pitcher is middle finger. I mean, it's the catcher's gonna set up in one side, and he's gonna miss the ball on purpose and hit the umpire. Oh, we're little shits, bro. Oh fuck. And if you knew Matt, like just brush it out his face as he's doing this shit, fucking hilarious, bro. In the fucking coach. We just lost by 10. You're fucking laughing. All three of us sat the bench the next game, bro. Go around here fucking laughing and shit. He's fucking lost. You fucking laughing. Like, oh shit. Oh fuck. Yeah. Put it on TikTok. Anybody on TikTok know who Tim Pool is? Reparations? What legal precedent says that? I think the point is to step outside. Hey, what do we think is the best way forward? Now, me personally, I would think the notion of reparations, if you do it racially, I'm going to say no to you. But if you say we're going to let's try to get something to where everyone has this level of standard, of living standard, then we go from there. Whether it's everyone agrees, I don't want anything special. I just want my normal life. Maybe I'm a little more famous because I can do this thing that everyone else wants to see me do. But, no one's 3, 8, 10, 20-story mansions or whatever the fuck. Me, I'm thinking of more there's certain things that are just at standard, and there's certain things of pursuing things you want to do in the world, right? Your dreams, your dream job, whatever, your dream passion, whatever the fuck. And there's that level of things, and then after that is luxury, right? I think there's room for all three. I would hope that the society's healthy enough to where the things that are just above living standard are, your passions. Even things like a Mercedes-Benz, right? As opposed to someone who wants a fucking paints, oils, and fucking, a canvas. Oh, this person's into cars. That's why they have this car. Or these cars. Or that's why they're into that shit. They spend the money they get from doing whatever jobs that aren't fucking overbearing and wrecking their lives and shit. That aren't a necessity, they can quit any day because all the essentials are taken care of. Then yeah. Yeah. Or someone's I want to design my own house. They actually went to school, learned how to do all that shit. I'm sure there's some way to figure this stuff out. I don't know. Throwing ideas out there. That meme is so beneath you. What about the higher plane? Our best selves. Come on. That's hilarious. You gotta learn how to shit talk, too. I told you about this, Amy. Learn how to talk like a jock sometime. What's up, Caitlin? Jesus. I'm missing too many comments. I looked into the LEDs that you can download images and text, but they were $300, so I can get those. But I'd love to. Okay. You're saying. Amy, you do not love Tim Pool. You just don't know you dislike him yet. Okay? We'll show you the light. What possible thing could you like about this guy? I don't think there's one thing. All right, let's get into this fucking Richard Wolf shit. Or I guess maybe someone critiquing him. I guess this would have something to do with revenge, I think. Okay. I'm trying to speed up a little bit. Content. All right, name of the video is Richard Wolf Ain't Feeling Reparations. I don't know if this is a critique of him or if it's just playing his video. Sam, a.k.a. the Khaleesi. Here we go.
Two important topics that are circulating these days where I thought I might have something to offer as you think about and decide what you feel about these subjects. The first one is reparations, and the second one is the forgiveness of student debt. Big questions, big ideas, lots of debate. Let's start with reparations. The pressure here comes mostly from the African American community, and the argument runs roughly as follows. Unspeakable damage, including death, was visited upon the African American people who were forced, often against their will, to
Tim the
leave their
pool
native
man.
Africa and come to the United States
What's up, three-chord
to
grifter?
serve entire
What-
lives
right on
as
time.
slaves, where they were badly treated, badly fed, separated
Pim tool.
family members from one another. You know the story of American slavery. And so the argument is they are owed reparations. They suffered, they lost, and they demand, many of those folks, a reparations. And I want to talk to you about that, particularly the economics of it. First, were the injuries suffered real? No question. Is there a need for some sort of restitution? In my mind, no question, yes. Are there examples in history? In other words, is this a new idea, or have there been reparations in the past
Do
that we
not
might learn something
touch
from
me.
in assessing reparations now? And I think the answer there again is yes. And I want to briefly go over them with
He
you.
wants to
so
bring
we
our
all
troops
are on the same
home.
page. One of the greatest examples of reparations occurred after World War I. It's about 100 years ago. Germany was accused of having initiated that war. Germany also lost that war. And in the aftermath of Germany's defeat, the Allied countries, mainly Britain, France, and the United States, assessed a reparations debt. In other words, the tremendous loss of life, tens of millions of people died in and because of World War I.
And then you can add, like, right, Reconstruction in the South. But there weren't reparations. Like, in fact, yeah, they called it Reconstruction. You know, like, fixing the things that we fucked up down there. But it's like, these guys had nothing because they're slaves. So how do you deal with them? A lot of them went right back to fucking slavery, or like a version or form of it.
Yeah, the main thing I would say is like, why the fuck are we talking about Germany? America has its own history of reparations. Why aren't we comparing it to that?
Yeah, to the Japanese.
To the
Mhm.
Japanese,
Native
the Native Americans. Like we should be talking about, if we're gonna do the comparison, that's the comparison. you know?
Microphone's
Why are we
muffled.
talking about Germany reparations for a war? We didn't go to war, and that's why we're talking about reparations. Like, I mean, like,
Yeah. hmm
Pretty much. And I think Japanese is the most comparable because when you start talking about Native Americans, with the fact that they have sovereignty and they have treaties and everything else,
Yeah.
I
their
don't.
shit is different than
Yeah.
a regular reparations.
Yeah,
So the
absolutely
best
probably
people
right.
to even compare us to
Mhm.
it would have to be the Japanese.
40 acres in the middle. That was a fucking treaty to me. That's how I look at it.
That's true.
I feel what
I'm
you're
not
saying.
playing-
I feel what you're
I'm
saying.
not
I
playing
get
those
you.
games.
Promises were made. Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah, for sure.
Here's another example of reparations. After World War II, the Holocaust that was visited on Jewish people, on gypsies.
I forgot you
on
troll me that way,
homosexual
Shadow,
people,
you asshole.
on all kinds of folks, led to a reparations imposition, again on Germany, which was blamed, and in this case quite rightly, for many of these horrors.
Oh, shit.
The money went,
Thank you, three-chord
To what?
grifter, for the $20,
well, it
man.
went to many Jewish survivors.
Or lady.
Ironically, in the case of the Jewish people,
Going man.
those who had died obviously couldn't get the restitution.
Thank you for the
And many of those
$20.
who survived got cash for a few years.
I gotta pause the video
Ways.
because that alert's gonna go off.
Yeah, baby! Hit me with your best shot!
Yeah!
Oh, yeah, baby! Hit me with your best shot! Yeah!
I had to split them up. Thank you, three-chord grifter, for bringing out the grifter. You know Tim Pool dances for money, bro. We know this. It's man. Love your show. All right, three-chord. Yeah. Much appreciated, man. There's more Richard Wolf. Here we go.
The Jewish people, those who had died obviously couldn't get the restitution. And many of those who survived got cash for a few years.
Anthony, thank you for the 99 cent with the poop emoji. I'm so much better than this? What are you talking about? See, friendly joke about Tim Pool. Hopefully there's an alert there. Oh, it's fucking the generic bullshit. Fuck. Don't remind me to change that. Thank you, Anthony. Much appreciated, you guys. Thank all of you. Ed, Shadowban, Record, Anthony. Thank you all. Okay, let's continue.
Various ways.
Why are we pretending like these people still don't get checks? Then I'll let them.
Let them cook.
But didn't fundamentally alter much in the lives of those people. Some.
There was a competent occupation of the South.
Let them ride.
It
They only
didn't
got 10 more
change
seconds.
much. Anti-Semitism remains a problem, according to many Jewish organizations.
I mean, the point was not to make it some sort of legal precedent. Let's make it hey, let's look at this.
If you look at
Let's assess it.
The wealth level of Jewish
Here's the
Americans
solution.
in America. I mean, if you really single them out as a group, they're a very wealthy group. That even though people say anti-Semitic
After
things about
reparation,
them,
we're still
they say a
stuck
lot
in a
of things.
bad
They
system,
own
plus some
things.
reparation crowd.
They own
That's
things,
crazy.
man.
We can't even say it.
Sorry, I don't want to talk over it. After reparation, we are still stuck in a bad system. Plus, some of the reparation crowd is bigoted towards other black groups. Not sure why, but that faction exists. Well, that's people doing people stuff, right? Fucking splits and all this shit. Even if you have some sort of, even if you started with some sort of initial agreement about something, it could still end up getting split and moved around and all that shit. Like I said, I think the work should be, as far as standards of all these important things about survival type things, like those standards should be the first thing that we're like, okay, let's make sure everyone, like the base level is everyone's good, taken care of. Like no one's ever thinking about, shit, when am I going to get my next meal? Other than, when do I feel like eating? Right? Not, oh fuck, am I going to eat tonight? Like, should I eat tonight? I don't know if I feel like it or don't feel like it. It should be like that. Or worrying about where you're going to live at. Or whatever. And I bet efficiently, like an efficiency argument would end up being the case where we take care of each other on those things. I've done that story about United Healthcare and that they saved money by putting the homeless in housing. Because instead of them running to the ER every fucking day for like maybe like a blanket or warm meal or something like that, or to be inside for a bit, instead of going there and then running up. Also, if you're not like, you don't have warmth or something like that, you can get more sick and certain ailments aren't taken care of and all that. And you end up having to use what they have is Medicaid, right? End up having to use that even more, and it's bearing down on the system. And United Healthcare was like, fuck it, let's just pay for housing. Oh shit, it's saving us money over time. That was kind of the Bernie Sanders argument for Medicare for all. I know my eyes have been open with the research you guys have been doing out there, but at the same time, it's like I understood, like that made sense to me that it's cheaper over time as opposed to it covers more people, everyone gets covered, and also it's cheaper. Why would you say no to that? Right? Amy, you're going to have to dump your number 2, okay? Tim's got to go. Butthole face? How do I pay? Oh, what you do is you go in the description box and you go to Helping Victims of Africom or my other accounts. have a couple other accounts where you can donate to. You can go to Redneck Economics. That's one of my accounts. Sleepy J is one of my accounts, and also Ali Alexandra and OCB. They're all my accounts. You can go there and donate to me personally there. Do it now. If the homeless are in houses, why do you still refer to them as homeless? Come on, bro. Now you're being silly. I think there should be a real emancipation before we discuss reparation. Okay. Almost like there should be, well, there should be an understood psychological and emotional and all that shit thing that where it's like, I don't know, to where it could somewhat be understood like, hey, you getting screwed over, whoever you are, just a normal, average day, everyday person, like that shit's over with. And no one gets excluded from that. That notion somehow won the day. I mean, and it was like true and shit, obviously. I think we could do amazing things on this fucking planet. I think everything gets better. Like which is why it boggles the mind sometimes. Like it gets like really creepy. Like, what is your possible motives with some of the creepy things people do in this world? Because I'm like, forgive my Dark Knight reference, but don't you want like the Dark Knight effect to where it's not only is it Batman, it's guaranteed to like have some sort of success. Even if the movie sucks, people are gonna go see it. But you like double and triple it. You double and triple your fucking you double or triple like your success of it because it's a good movie. It's a great movie. So not only is it successful because it's Batman, but it's also successful because it's a great Batman movie. Whereas like now I make $1 billion instead of just the average whatever 700 million that I was going to make before, or even less. Like, oh, okay. Not only is it, you know, something I want around, but it's also good too. It's also great. I'm like getting all these benefits from it. I think that's kind of what happens when it's like, hey, not only do we get to put the homeless in, housing, but it also costs less on the system. Less in resources, less financially. Like, oh, it's a win-win. For some reason, people would be like, nope, don't want to do that. Somehow people can be tricked out of that, actually. What's up, RSFO? I will not be told how to feel. It is my heart, my choice. Who'd a fan? Amy? Just saying. It's as the number one. I'm just giving you a warning. I will do it one day. One day I will have a Tim Pool podcast for you. All day, everything is about Tim Pool. And you will lose fandom very quickly. I don't want that on my conscience. I do. But I don't want that on my conscience. But do your work. The Truffle total conscription plan is fail-proof. Everyone is conscripted for globalist conquest. Congratulations. Are you saying the world should take over the world? Interesting. If reparations happens, what's stopping the system from banning the sale of Tupac smartphones like they did Huawei? The system is still the issue. Oh, the people in the system, right? That would still be the problem. People doing those things, right? Emblemed? See? Of course it is. There should be luxury underground bomb shelters with zero escaping on the roofs for all of us with the corporate profit made invading sovereign nations all these decades. Only prudent. What are you showing me? You go throwing checks at an exclusive segment of society will cause trouble like you would not believe. I can see that. I mean, it's hard enough to get any kind of support to those in poverty. I hear that. That makes sense, which would entail where the actual problem is, but, or, you know, where, like, maybe the core of the problem is. But that's why, for me, it'd be, like, universal type of thing. Like, oh, like, we're not focusing on one particular group of people and giving them something. It's more of we're making sure everyone is at this level. You're already above that level, then okay. But, you know, we're going to make sure, guarantee that everyone is at this level. Okay, the only way to guarantee it is to say, like, it's universal. Like, it is, like, it's going to be there. So if there's a guy who's making $60,000 a year or $100,000 a year who are like, hey, man, I already have these things. Are you telling me I don't get anything? Like, no, now you don't have to pay for those things. Not like that. Obviously, there's, like, taxes and shit like that, but there is no fucking, just an idea I'm throwing out there. I'm not saying it's the most efficient thing ever. I'm not an economist or anything. But I would be saying, like, oh, now you don't have to pay for those things. They're just taken care of. Obviously, a lot more logistics would have to be put into play. Because people are like, who gets what housing? Who gets what food? Who gets, right? And I predicated it all on like a healthy-minded society based on my standards. There's a whole lot of logistics and whole deeper argument that would have to happen that I have not, me personally, I have not had with myself yet. It's just me being honest. But I see it, I sit back sometimes and I'm like, we talk about this when you say like, oh, they made some random like meat to where you don't have to kill this thing to have it, like, you know, and then you can conceptualize like a healthy, real healthy version of that. Like, oh, that seems possible. Hey, could the whole world be fed? Like, oh, that seems possible. Exactly. Put the homeless in whose houses? Yeah, exactly. That's the things that like I haven't thought about. I just consider them like, I don't know why it seems possible. It seems possible. And then obviously there's the logistics and all that argument that has to go behind it. Then you have how humans will behave or how humans will react to, well, how come them but not me? Huh? You gotta deal with that shit. Sorry, you Americans refuse the idea of universal health care. Worldwide, America is the minority. Yes, you will pay more taxes overall. No one/family needs to go bankrupt to get basic health. Yeah. I would want to hear it broken down for each person and then really hear what they think. Like, do you guys all agree like this should be the case? Like without bullshitting them. Hey, some people are going to say this as like a counter argument, like fully try to explain it one by one and really hear what they have to say. Not someone fucking tailoring questions to get them to say no or to get them to say yes. Like we saw with one of those fucking like when I was watching the polling, right? Polling during the presidential primary and people were asked about Medicare for all. I'm like, this is not even in the fucking bill. Not explained correctly. But yet they're still asking this question and then getting them to say, yeah, we don't like it. Like, fuck, that's so dishonest. Typical, but fuck, that's dishonest. And it just, all it did that whole time, that was my first ever presidential campaign that I followed. I paid attention to the whole fucking thing. That was the first time in my life I've ever done that. To be honest, I threw politics away at a younger age. I'm like, this doesn't sound like the fucking answer. But, you know, I'd cursory pay attention, right? I see it in the peripheral. But as I was paying attention to that whole fucking race, right? Like, fuck, I can see how this is not the answer. But I see what's happening. Seeing triumphs and heroes and villains, and I'm seeing all of this. I'm partaking in it. Huh? And pauses. I'm paying attention to this. I'm partaking in it. I'm looking at all this, and I'm just like, yeah, but that's not the answer to things. This is me. This is me the majority of the time. Oh, I can see why people would do that. That was kind of me having like some sort of faith in other people. And then what happened? The Tulsi thing happened. The Bernie thing happened. The Tulsi as in endorsing Biden. The Bernie thing as he went limp. Didn't go limp dick. He was just limp dick the entire time. Where everyone's like, he's going to wake up. Don't worry. Nope, didn't. And it's just like, can't you guys see where the problem is now? People problem. Yeah, there's no way Tim Pool would ever come on the show, just so you know. No chance. Another all-day Tim Pool marathon. It's been a while. Hey, your patented marathon should come back soon. A pool potty? What? David Harvey explains clearly why the conflict between use value and exchange value causes housing stress and homelessness. Marx described all this long ago. I always recommend Harvey's Marx lectures. Okay. It seems like people can band together, just not allow someone to go homeless, unless they want to. Shouldn't you be elevating yourself, seeking a higher vibration, rather than degrading yourself to pick on poor Tim Pool? Not fun. Hey, like I said earlier in the show that you might have missed, trying to be my #1 fan, you missed the beginning of the show. But as I notioned before, we all have everything. And I for sure have a Joker archetype, trickster archetype, shit-talking archetype. For sure I have these things. Yeah, the people in the system, but you get what I'm saying. The change won't happen simply through money. Agreed. Treat systems problems in the system, social problems in the society, and personal problems in the individual. Humanity needs a far more refined tool set of justice. I mean, I hear you. It's just seems like for me, it seems like the core human behaving thing is the result causes the other things to happen, the society and then the system built by the society, right? Next, I've been tossed to the 1/10 of upper 1% in free taxation, and free of taxation for generations. There's definitely crooks. That's no doubt. All right, I'm gonna get back to this video. What's up, Choosy? I ramble. I apologize, guys. Whatever you big doc gods choose, I will serve the elite black race no matter what. The CAFR? I mean, Council on... No way. That'd be the CFR. CAFR report details how the government officials had stolen and offshored sitting idle $32 trillion. That's about $95,000 per citizen. They should pay out tax-free immediately. That'd be interesting. $32 trillion 95. That like, does that recycle after every year? Like, does that 32 trillion replenish itself every year? If it does, I would be like, hey, everybody, here's $95,000 over the age of 18, which means you can give them a little more if you want. Huh? Well, if you don't give it to like babies, give it to like, adults only, 18 and older, then it's like, oh, there you go. Or youth who want to emancipate. Whatever. That'd be interesting. That would kind of fuck things up, right? according to them, because it's like, I thought about this a while ago, and when I was using my dumb guy logic, I was watching a document. I think it was a Corbett doc on Federal Reserve. Maybe it was David Icke talking about something. But either way, I was like, hey, it was someone saying that they make all the system is run off of debt instead of actual. It's not backed by actual money. Debt. It's just computer digits on the screen and shit like that. I was like, hey, what if everyone's like said, I'm gonna take all my money out of my bank account. Everyone in the world, everyone in the U.S. all did that at the same exact time. They all went to their whatever local bank or the U.S. corporate bank, whatever the fuck. Everyone went to their banks and said, I want my money out in cash, but they wouldn't actually have any cash to do that with. Where it's like basically just holding my money hostage. Like, what do you give me? Maybe a piece of paper that represents. But is this amount of money actually in circulation? Because you may be like using it over here, right? What was the South Park shit? Yeah. All right, a couple more comments. This prop. I know I'm getting fucking lost.
So here's what.
Oh, fuck. Don's Twitch income leaked in massive Twitch data breach. Oh, shit. I heard about that. I saw something on Twitter. Oh, we are definitely watching this shit. Twitch income leaked. I'm a socialist. Amy Timpool will never come on this show. I'm watching that shit soon. All right, let's get back into these videos. Let me just read these really quick. If there is no money to be made for building or renting a house, what's the incentive to build or rent a house? To live in them. You seem troubled by workers not paid fairly. There's people who like actually enjoy building it. There's fucking TV shows my mom fucking watches that your mom fucking watches. Where they rebuild housing. They take old, maybe dingy places and fix them up. Remember This Old House? Yeah, there's a whole bunch of different shows. People who actually enjoy like doing shit like that. There's carpenters that enjoy carpentry. There's people who want to live in houses. Like there's all types of incentives to do these things. I enjoy fucking type of carpentry. Why do you show instinctive empathy and compassion for the poor while showing instinctive contempt and skepticism for the wealthy? Not true. But please. Please. And also, I mean, let's be real about this. When you're just looking at things, I don't want to get caught up on it, but you look into things like, well, this guy has, mansion, 3 cars, all this shit, whatever, 1,000 acres of land and all that stuff, and this guy has nothing. Like, wouldn't your notion be like, okay, let's make sure this guy like gets something to where he's like, okay, right? It's just a matter of efficiency. Not placing one human's value over another. Just like, hey, like this guy has a bunch of material things. This guy has no material things. Let's try to get him some material things that he can express that other shit. That human expression. Anyways. Black people need more Marvel comic. Okay, it's definitely Opeth. For sure, it's Opeth. Oh, this is Anunnaki Opeth lover of alien Jesus. Oh shit, you're leaving Oz? Alright. Have a good one, Oz. What's this symbol? Yeah, I remember this was hilarious. It was. The software.
Do I really have to do this, Dad?
Stan, now more than ever, you need to understand the importance of saving money.
But Grandma said
I can't get it's too long. I'm gonna fast forward to the Stan's at a bank. Right, opening up a bank account.
so it can grow over the years.
Well, that's fantastic. A really smart decision, young man.
Savings.
We can put that check in a money market mutual fund. Then we'll reinvest the earnings into foreign currency accounts with compounding interest, and it's gone.
What?
It's gone. It's all gone.
They have the chicken thing. What do they do? They cut a chicken's head off. It's like.
Gone.
What?
Sorry, yeah, that's gone. Please step aside.
Hey!
Hello, Mrs. Farnickel. How are you today? Making a deposit, are we? Great. We can just put that into your retirement account and make it go to work for you, and it's gone.
What?
Sorry, yeah, that's gone. Please step aside for people who actually have money with the bank. Next, please.
Dad!
Hey, I'm trying to teach my son the importance of savings. You already lost his money? Oh, Mr. Marsh, don't worry. We can just transfer money from your account into a portfolio with your son, and it's gone! This line is for people who have money with the bank only. Please step aside.
Oh. Shitty bottom. All right, here we go. I'm sure we lost the context of this, but Richard Wolff and reparations.
The money went to what? Well, it went to many Jewish survivors. Ironically, in the case of the Jewish people, those who had died obviously couldn't get the restitution. And many of those who survived got cash for a few years, various ways.
Why are we pretending like these people still don't get checks? Then I'll let them.
Let them cook.
But it didn't fundamentally alter much in the lives of those people. Some.
Israel.
Just let them ride.
It
They only
didn't
got 10 more
change
seconds.
much in the anti-Semitism lives of those people. Some.
Israel.
I missed it.
Why are we pretending like these people still don't get checks? Then I'll let them.
Let them cook.
But it didn't fundamentally alter much in the lives of those people. Some.
Israel.
Just let them ride. They only got 10
You
more
kind of
seconds.
got. But you gave him a country, right? You didn't give him a country, but Western powers definitely built them a country.
And nothing good came.
Kicked other people out.
Because think about it, if you look at the wealth level of Jewish Americans in America, I mean, if you really single them out as a group, they're a very wealthy group. That even though people say anti-Semitic things about them, they say a lot of things. They own things.
Yeah,
they own
that's
things.
crazy.
Man.
We can't even say it. I remember when they fried Norman Finkelstein for saying it. Norman Finkelstein said, I don't think it's controversial to say that many Jewish people are very wealthy. That should be uncontroversial.
If you want to stay away
your
from
name is
exactly.
Norman Finkelstein, everything is controversial.
Because you can't. This is why, like, there should always be like if I'm looking for something bigger or deeper, pause, in a conversation or in a topic or any of this shit, to where it's like, okay, I will not no room for bullshit. where it's like you almost want to be like, hey, if you can't handle this, like sit over there and watch us talk about this or something like that, because that's going to be brought up, right? You know, I talk about the quote unquote monkey wrench, where someone's like, I have this high prize idea of a system, and we'll do this and that. Here's Dubster. Good Dubster, get him. And Dubster gets a movement out of it. They're following him and listening to him. Like, well, you didn't cover all your tracks. You just went with, this is a good idea. Good idea. Get squirmish about ideas like this. It's like, well, someone's gonna go there. And in fact, someone pushing it away and throwing it away and racist, idiot, whatever the fuck. They hate me because I'm correct. Western powers built Liberia for blacks. At that, I don't know. I know they split up the Ottoman Empire, right? Brits and all that, along with other Middle Easterns. But no, you definitely have South Africa, right? What was it Rhodesia? Remember that? Named after Cecil Rhodes. All right, here we go.
But go ahead.
That was a healthy man, wasn't it?
So you want to stay away from them? All right.
Healthy
So guess,
Brit.
all right. Guess what? Though white people really hate Muslims. They hate motherfucking. They verse like, oh, you now living Muslim terror
I doubt
attack.
those.
Terror
That's a
attack.
following.
They
though.
don't,
I'm not trying to
Muslims in the
diss them
streets
with
like
that. I'm
dogs. Like they
saying,
kill us. Like it's
sure.
not.
if some shit Opeth was saying, I'm like, here's your monkey wrench. You have all these nice, like, these are cool ideas and stuff. I'm like, yeah, I could see that being something like efficient, but certain idea that's being left out here, like in the Discord call with us. Like he's gonna throw counterpoints at you that not all of them are gonna land, but enough will land to where it's like, oh, he's right. All of a sudden, he could just. I'm not saying he would try to do that. I'm just saying, no, you end up building a fucking following out of it. Then it becomes the things we're seeing today, to where there's all these established groups established way back in the past. You don't even understand their full origin of them, but yet there's still people riding on teams in regards to it. Like, where did this even start at? Why did I adopt this name? Something I didn't create myself. There's a reason why I say I'm Jordan, and not I'm a Democrat, I'm a socialist, I'm conservative, I'm a liberal, I'm an anarchist. I took the red pill, I took the blue pill. Too many labels. One name. I have one name. Actually, it made me think of that Angel episode where the weakness of Jasmine is her actual name. Almost like people fall into the spell, and what wakes them up? Oh, who she actually is. And trust me, she represents an idea. Not about a being or a demon. And you know what I mean? Pause. You took the brown pill, bro? Pause. I just got schooled by the Yellow Brick Road. Yep. That Dubster idea. Well, people who think differently, there's people try to think differently where they end up, in a way, become Mysterium possessed. Where it's like, I will purposely work against whatever is the norm. All these things can happen. They're all psychological phenomena that happen all the time. All right, let's keep playing.
Locking up Muslims. They're not locking up brown. They're locking up Middle Eastern people. They're not locking. It's real shit, like real. They're not doing it when they come from West Bank. They don't live like they do in the West Bank. They might just call you Muslim, but they're not killing them in the street. They're not denying them loans. They're not doing those. It's different. You know what I mean? It's levels to this shit. And I think that Richard Wilson is failing to I think that he's purposely failing to understand this shit.
Purposely.
I got to say about this motherfucker. He getting on my
Yo,
nerves. I used to listen to this motherfucker. He getting on my fucking nerves right now, bro.
What's up, Mud?
Bro.
yo, to add
And
on to
Yahoo is
that,
like
even at
Charlie,
the
and
height
he's
of
got some
9/11,
angels.
we weren't seeing
Stop it.
like Muslims getting shot down in fucking streets. Like that was
Sure
not a
wasn't.
thing.
Nope, sure wasn't. You said a handful of people. I remember that one Sikh guy that got caught out there. More recently, there's an Indian guy in North Alabama that got slammed, and that cop got fired immediately.
I remember that.
Yeah,
I remember that.
dude,
He was on his ass.
that cop, by the time that motherfucker hit the ground, that motherfucker job was gone. That motherfucker he didn't restart his breathing yet. That motherfucker job was over.
So he took him up top. That shit was like, you fired. He's like, oh no. Boom, slammed his ass like.
Yeah,
Bullshit,
but you got it. But that area of North Alabama, I can't say this area. That area of North Alabama, has the highest concentration of postgrad degrees in the country. Yep.
So they fuck with the right one.
Yeah, exactly. So that's it's kind of a enclave in Alabama because some Negroes you never know who or what they're connected to. You know what I mean? Because some of these Negroes running around here got some loot. You know what I mean? They got these good old government jobs. They got money. We got some retirees that are double dipping and the center of power of our own, right? If we had an anti-defamation league that could get out there and has damn near unlimited funds to sue people, we can get some respect around this mom.
Fucking right.
Even though we gotta admit, #ADOS has flexed some muscle because they made Eva Longoria's bitch ass fucking. Sorry, I know y'all be talking about me cussing, but they made her apologize, and I don't have a problem calling her a bitch ass because
that's part of the key. That's part of the whole thing, right? There has to be a cost to screwing us over, right? Social media is so powerful, and your social media presence is so powerful that a cost can be exacted, and I will give ADOS that their props on that. They will force people to bend the knee. They will come in your mentions and blow you.
Bend the fucking knee.
So excuse me.
Get you the fuck out of here.
So
Can't do this shit no more.
And that's powerful to be able to send people at individuals and groups and lay out facts. That's real.
Let's do. Y'all ready? Everybody ready? Let's do it.
Okay, I'm ready. There we go.
The loss of life, the loss of property, the injury, the suffering, the misery, all of it seemed outrageous, and the Germans were blamed, and they had to pay reparations. So for quite a few years after the end of World War I in 1918, the German government taxed the German people for a huge amount of money that was not used to serve the German people, but was used instead to pay reparations debts, chiefly to France and Britain, the victors in that war. But they, in turn, having borrowed so much money to fight the war, mostly from the United States,
Are you going?
basically turned around and used the reparations.
Choosy, are you going with the notion that
to repay their debts
oh
to the
they'll
United States? So here's the key question: was restitution
like using them for
made
some sort
by
of
that
religious
money
reason,
being paid by
right?
the
Because
Germans
isn't there
to
some
the
sort of
British and
thing
French
or
and
structure or
ultimately
something
the
in Israel that
Americans?
has to be like
I don't think so.
blown up or something for
People who
Jesus to
suffered
come
saw
back?
little or no money out of
Am I
any of
tripping?
this. Lots of banks did real well. Lots of government budgets were a little eased. Mostly the Americans, as it happens, because
What's up,
of
Mariana?
the money and the interest earned on their loans. But for the mass of people who suffered, not so much.
My thing on.
This is an issue of policy, right? This is an issue of policy. This is nothing. This argument. And of course, we'll hear more in a second. This argument has nothing. This is an issue of policy. Now, this is what for anything else. This would be a lesson learned, right? And we've learned that. Go ahead. I'm sorry.
No. When did they send you a letter about the increase in your taxes for the past 5 wars that we started overseas? So
Exactly.
so is there going to be a reparations tax on everybody's check? So they going to see that they money going to reparations, or is it going to be like how it always is, where they just keep doing what they do and the money magically appears for them to pay who they want to pay?
Exactly.
That's all. Please keep going. I'm sorry to interrupt you.
Yeah, but I mean, but
It's in your face logic that's like I can't look past it now. Right? When I say something like dumb guy logic, I don't mean it like this is for dumb people or it's dumb to think about or anything like that. It's just saying like you could be silly minded, just look at it and be like, what? Your average war tax has gone up. Like money, yeah, just magically, this shit somehow just magically happens. But then you say you also deny these other things and then blame it on money. And we can't afford that. Like, come on. That's why during like the campaign, I was looking so much at foreign policy because I'm like, if this isn't the most obvious thing ever, all whatever programs that people tell you that, hey, we can't afford that, and then there's extra money added to the military budget that are actually being used to actually hurt people. Like, come on, if that's the most dumb guy logic thing to look at ever. Like, it's obvious. Like, come on, guys. Like, and then most of these guys who complain about taxes all day don't know shit about foreign policy. I've had these arguments with, I'm not saying that's strictly the case. I'm saying there are a lot of, what I'm saying is that's not always the case, but it seemed like the trend. To where it's like most of these guys, no offense, Crowder fans, Tim Pool fans, a lot of fans of these type of guys, Ben Shapiro fans, we'd have arguments with them, and it's like, you guys are complaining about the budget for whatever, college tuition, or some sort of housing bill, or some sort of healthcare bill, or something like that. You're complaining about that, but not see like the money increasing for the military budget. And then when I ask you about the military budget, you say nothing about foreign policy. Especially the Crowder and Shapiro fans. Those two guys don't really spout much of it. Well, Shapiro does, but it's so overwhelmingly, blatantly neocon. It's like, whoa, he just gets ratioed, and then people move on like nothing happened. Like some evil shit didn't just come out of his fucking mouth. Holy. Here we go.
I mean, that's key. That's a key point, because this is straw man bullshit. This is straw man bullshit. Okay, it didn't work before, right? This is a lesson learned. We're gonna go to best practices, as opposed to, and that's one of the things that Dr. Daly stipulates, is a good chunk of this money needs to go directly to the us, to the descendants of slaves. I mean, I don't, and then we've just circumvented that whole problem. Done. We've already had that argument. Done. Next. I'm sorry, Mud.
Did this reparations serve to prevent?
What?
Mud, what you got?
No, I mean, it's, yeah, basically you're saying everything I would have said, and to reiterate, like, this is between, he's talking about
taxation without representation,
he's not talking about like our condition is between the government and its own citizens.
Exactly.
Yep.
So the money stays within the system because it stays in this country. It's not being paid to a foreign country.
Yeah.
It's such a weird thing, because it's like, let's say you had a way to see where every single dollar goes. Like, they would, like, it feels like whatever something that might be some sort of achievement for the society as a whole will end up being used against people. It really feels that way. Like, let's say, like, oh, we'll put microchips in every single dollar, so you know exactly where dollar's going, or something like that. Obviously, there's serial numbers, but like, they're gonna find some way, like, oh, I'm gonna spy on people with this, or whatever the fuck, something creepy. Never just like, I just want a full account of where my money goes when I pay taxes. It'll never be that simple. There'll always be shit added in. It seems like that case. Not always, but you know what I mean. With the people that are running shit in these governments today, and the society we live in, that, let's be real, most people aren't like looking at these things. Like, it's doomed to just be happening over and over and over and over again. To be real with you, I don't think this particular type of psychological, this type of thinking, I don't think it just goes away by itself. Just my opinion. I think you need thinking to change from the normal populace, the everyday person. Straight up. Good luck. Here we go.
There's no middleman for this like goofy shit that he's talking about. So like the comparison doesn't work.
Yep. Even if he gives a comparison like this, if he says the states would get the money and pay off, instead of paying us, they would pay off their welfare system, which would be the comparable. That's what they would say, is that they've had some sort of state level welfare programs that they've been paying into for all these years. They want to get their cut first, and then we may get something, right? And again, this argument has been made, and Dr. Daly says no, it's a federal program directly to citizens. It can happen in the blink of an eye. I'm sorry, Muddy. I'm sorry, I cut you off again.
No, you good.
All right. John, you got anything?
Yeah, man. He.
Were these guys supposed to be like the real Fred Hampton leftists? That's fucked up, but it's funny. Sorry. You guys earned it. Even that you can notice. Like, oh. Forget it. Yeah, it's YellBRo Dark. I get to fucking shit on everything. But even something like that, where it's like, you got, like, something that would be, in my mind, like, this is kind of like a shallow notion. Something like a Fred Hampton leftist or something. In my mind, I'd be like, the problem's way deeper than that. But even that, the thing you guys get, the thing that you guys get is even like more shallow than you could even like expect for. It's like, what the fuck? These guys sound like I'd rather hear them there. Like, I disagree with like what they think the solutions are, but at least like they smell like authentic or something, or like real shit. Right? I mean, alright, let's continue. Like just some fucking guy down the street. Like instead of this plan. Step 1. Step 1. Start an LLC of the as of September 30th. There we go.
He's doing some anti-black trickery. He's bugging the fuck out. He's bugging the fuck out. Here it goes. As soon as you put it, that's how you put a lefty in the corner, just asking about specific black economic policy. Not social policy, specific economic, any economic, not let alone reparations, anything that's specific that's fucking
Were these guys supposed to be the real Fred Hampton leftists? They just never got the attention for it.
Like, oh, you can't do it.
I never heard of him either.
We already know how Marx
Unless
felt about black people.
shared something
Well,
with me
can you
before and I
reiterate
forgot
what
the
he
name.
said? Wasn't it something about us being a permanent underclass? I forgot exactly how it said it.
The poisoned Hegelian root. Marx and Engels derived their belief that the Negro stood outside of history and was incapable of contributing to civilization from Hegel. Hegel did not descend, of course, to the mean and nasty abuse which characterized his two revolutionary followers. But what he had to say was harshly condemnatory and based on skimpy evidence. The gist of it was the Negro exhibits the natural man in his completely wild and untamed state.
Yeah, no. Gonna go with the like you speak for yourself. Then if you're acknowledging it, you're kind of like saying Jasmine's name. You're breaking the barrage of it. The Shamira? What's the word? No, it's like no, it's not Mirage. Shimmer? No. Whatever. Like I said, probably gonna have silly notions, but I'm like, I believe you believe what you're saying to some degree. Here we go.
But what he had to say was harshly condemnatory and based on skimpy evidence. The gist of it was the Negro exhibits the natural man in his completely wild and untamed state. He believed that the Negroes of Africa were incapable of religion, but were rather sorcerers who imagined that with their fetishes they could command the forces of nature. The Negro race, Hegel continued, has perfect contempt for humanity. Tyranny is regarded as no wrong, and cannibalism is looked upon as quite customary and proper.
Wait. So he's saying what Hegel's saying. Hegel really say this? Is he really being looked up to like that? And he said this shit? Freak. Hero. Philosopher. And apparently, like, or Marx claims to have upgraded his thing. Instead of the spiritual work that Hegel talked about, you got to do the actual physical labor work. That's according to that guy Prop showed me. I forgot his fucking name. But that philosopher teacher that was like debunking bread tube. That guy said that. Like, huh, interesting. Let's work on the material. That's my infrared impression. Material.
Parents sell their children, and conversely, children their parents.
We need to adopt the word patriot so that we could, propagandize new people to follow us. Like, I see the core of your argument. Hiding that shit, bro.
As either has the opportunity, the polygamy of the Negro has frequently for its objects the having of many children to be sold, every one of them, into slavery, and often naive complaints on the score are heard, as for instance in the case of a Negro in London who lamented that he was now quite a poor man because he had already sold all his relations.
You're welcome.
Slavery is in and for itself injustice, for the essence of humanity is freedom, but for this man must be matured. The gradual abolition of slavery is therefore wiser and more equitable than its sudden removal. At this point, we leave Africa, not to mention it again, for it has no historical part of the world. It has no movement or development to exhibit. Marx and Engels apparently accepted Hegel's conclusions about the relationship of the Negro world to civilization, although they obviously did not relate to the ahistorical condition of the Negro world to a lack of consciousness of God. Hegel himself is unclear, probably deliberately so, about the reasons for the Negro being frozen, as he sees it in the savage and brutish stage of natural man. Marx.
I can't corroborate or say I know or anything like that. It's interesting, though. That's interesting. But I can't say I know that, like, this Hegel guy actually said this. Now my ears are like, oh, look, another possibility has entered the equation. This guy possibly said this shit. Factor that in. Here we go.
Champions Negro slavery. Marx spent a large part of his life writing diatribes against fellow revolutionaries who had the impetus to differ with him.
Who said
writing
Marx, right?
Marx champions Negro slavery. Marx spent a large part of his life writing diatribes against fellow revolutionaries who had the impetus to differ with him. When Pierre-Joseph Proudhon, probably the leading socialist thinker in France at the time, published a book called The Philosophy of Poverty, Marx immediately replied with a vitriolic rebuttal entitled Poverty of Philosophy. 1847. Proudhon had been childish enough to advocate the emancipation of Negro slaves in the United States. Marx answered contemptuously, "Without slavery, North America, the most progressive of countries, would be transformed into a patriarchal country. Wipe out North America from the map of the world and you will have anarchy, the complete decay of modern commerce and civilization. Abolish slavery and you will have wiped America off the map of nations." What Marx was saying, in effect, was that Negro slaves were needed to produce raw cotton. Cotton was the basic raw material of modern capitalistic industry. Therefore, Negro slavery was necessary to the survival of America and to the survival of modern civilization.
You see well, the most important thing ever is material. Unless you look at material results. Right, Hunter? Right? Where it's like, oh, this war led to someone trying to come up with a cure for this poison or something. I don't know, like Nazis used mustard gas, so we found a cure for this thing through these trials and shit like that. Well, because of the war, see? Thank you, war. Same, if Marx is in that same camp with that shit, like, wow. Only follow material. How are you even able to deem that as good without going beyond the material? Don't ask questions like that. It's not very material-minded. Like, fuck. Good is good, bad is bad. That's what you're gonna get. That's where it leads down to. Sorry to the infrared guy. I don't know how for real or legit that guy is or how serious he is about this stuff he says. But it's like, you better have like a real moral philosophy. You can't just say, well, slavery's bad. Like, no, you better fucking say why. You're acting like that shit is like eradicated from existence. Like it can't circle back around through history and happen again. Or a Holocaust. Or genocide. Like all things that are actually happening like today, basically. Except like, not as crazy as a Holocaust, but there's definitely genocides happening and destruction of people and carelessness and all this shit. All these things are fucking still around. and you better have a good fucking reason why they need to go. They could come back right back around. Charles, what's up, Charles? We chilling, hearing some philosophy. This guy is saying some shit that I'd never heard. Like, I always hear like if I hear like glowing things about Marx or things that are critiquing him, none of them are in this category towards like, are you like, you have some sort of racially motivated thing or something? Or maybe some sort of like racial assessment that's not really brought up because that wouldn't be popular to say. But I want a full picture. I don't want just whatever makes me feel good and warm and fuzzy inside. I want like, what was the guy really about? Because sometimes that can give you notions of like, okay, was this a man of the times, or did this guy transcend the time period to where you could put him in any point in history and he'd be standing by certain principles? Did he ever reach that level, or is he once again just a man of the times? Just saying. All right, here we go. What's up, Ben? A great story on revenge. Good. Oh, we're going through some revenge and redemption type content. We were just playing one on is it music? Ben, you give me a song. How dare you? But I was gonna say, yeah, we've been right an idea like reparations. That's kind of in that category. It's a growth-based ideology and needs to be only looked at critically. There is a lot of truth in his writings. Okay.
The cask of Amontillado.
Oh, that's loud. Holy shit, that's loud. No, it's because this. It's because this video's not this one. Plus safeguards to help ensure the integrity of election results. Oh fucking course. Hey, yeah, 91 views. And where is that? Yeah. Oh, here we go. Forgive me, I'm gonna chill. This is the only thing I will ever ask you guys, other than like donating for charities and stuff, that I'll ask you guys to share everywhere. Spam it all over the world. I beg you. Just this one, the Tim Pool one. Do it everywhere. Forums, Reddit, Twitter, YouTube. Shell for me, baby. The only one. Where was I? But yeah. I would if I could play movies, it'd definitely be it's a great movie too. Count de Monte Cristo. And in fact, that story plays I know it's a book first, Ben, don't. But I know that plays actually an inspirational role in the Batman Begins, Count de Monte Cristo. Going away, attaining some knowledge and coming like some sort of wisdom, some sort of right in the Count de Monte Cristo story, like he comes back as like now he's like rich, or he's wealthy now because he earned something through. At least in the movie, right? He had like an old guy who's like his teacher and teaches him how to fight, how to speak correctly, right? The Edmund guy in the movie, like, so he's poor, he's just innocent, he's silly, and gets taken advantage of by this clever, creepy fuck guy. He gets accused of this crime and whatnot, gets set up. loses the love of his life, sent to this prison, happens to be roommates with, or not roommates, but, you know, in the movie at least, they're like cells next to each other, but he finds a way into that guy's, the older man's room, who used to be like a great soldier and, you know, is from high class and all that shit. So this poor guy gets to learn all the etiquettes, all these different. He learns in the movie at least. He learns philosophy and how to English etiquette, how to present himself in front of whatever wealthy type of people, how to fucking fight, sword fight, all that shit. I'm like, I loved that movie. That's a really good movie. But yeah, poor with no, that's essentially a symbol for like a new naked type of ego. And it starts gathering the wealth of the world, and now it's fucking wealthy. Now what, bitch? Whereas like you can't even recognize him. Brilliant. All right. Here we go.
The first thing that is interesting about this quoted paragraph is that Marx again makes it abundantly clear that he has no interest whatsoever in the fate or welfare of Negroes.
I gave up on revenge long ago. Justice has come to some. Justice is still yet to come for others. Still gotta live my life regardless. See, my notion of revenge, of like an idea of like revenge, is that you yourself, not saying you, Mariana, but you know, hypothetical you doing something, or you know, in that round, that thought pattern of revenge, would be standing against yourself subconsciously somewhere. That's what I think. I could be wrong. Maybe deep down you're like, yeah, definitely want to murder or kill this person for revenge. Definitely want to do that. It tells me if you dig deep enough that you are standing against your own thing. That's the existential part. Then there's obviously the social part, which is like, oh, this could turn into this, that could turn into that, and then now who's gonna be the one that says, no more, I'm done, I won't do that. It's gonna be someone who's got to be a bigger person than that other person, instead of continuing on with it. All right, here we go.
The second point of interest is his preposterous predictions. If slavery were abolished, America would become a patriarchal country. What does that mean? A nation of primitive shepherds, perhaps like the tribes of the Old Testament patriarchs? Evidently, Marx actually believed emancipation would wipe America off the map of the world. America would cease to exist as a nation.
The video.
Yeah, basically.
Fucking old as Marx. I had no idea what time period. This guy making him sound like he's around there and like straight up. I'm that stupid. I seriously asked that question. I don't even know what fucking 1883. How old was he, like 70?
The idea was to essentially have the same thing that happened to us, where we became sharecroppers. If they had won some revolution over here, we would have just been sharecroppers, while white immigrants, European immigrants, would take over the country.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, man. So basically what I'm saying
Born
is
1880.
First of all, Mud saying y'all motherfuckers ain't lying. That's a damn shame. This is what he's trying to do. He's really trying to downplay. He's trying to relinquish. He's trying to downplay our whole justice claim, because he's saying that, you feel me, the reparations money that went to Britain and France was kind of used by the government, and he's saying that the Jewish citizens of those countries, you feel me, of Britain, France, the Jewish citizens of, feel me, did not receive. You're lying, bro. You're fucking. Why you doing this? You're lying right now. You're fucking lying, bro. The fuck are you talking about? And we live in the United States, so at the end of the day, it's like they all went to the United States, yeah. Because at the end of the day, at the end of the war, we came up on top. So we should have been we should have paid reparations then. Basically, just making it like, yo, damn, they should have been paid reparations, because you got Branson. You saying that Germany, first of all, Germany didn't really have no fucking money. So you're saying all the debt, basically they put themselves in the further debt paying off Britain and France, and Britain and France did not give the Jewish citizens of the fucking country, the survivors of the Holocaust, fucking reparations money. Like, it wasn't allocated. It was oligarchs. They probably was playing games with the money, but nigga, I live in America. What you talking about? You know what I'm saying? Like, he's talking about World War I on this one. You talking about World War I? He's still bugging. You talking about World War I? I ain't like real shit. Think about it, real shit. Then we got the Roman 20s out of the world. Every time we jumped in the World War, we jumped out on top. So
we got the Balfour Declaration, which is also in. What was that? 1917? I don't know. I think it's right after or before or something with World War I. Like I said, I'm stupid. Here we go.
You talking about the Roman 20s now? You still bugging? I don't want to hear that shit, man.
We have a conversation. How is that Japanese people have $595,000 to our $4,000 in Los Angeles? Can that have something to do with the fact that they receive reparations for their internment? So are we going to say that Japanese people's lives and their wealth isn't improved because they're on top of everybody? They are the top Asians. They have more money than everybody, white people and all the other Asians as well. So
Chip, come
why
on,
are we
bro.
again? This is just the cognitive dissonance.
You know you're being silly.
Perfect example. I had a conversation with this white man yesterday on Twitter because I live on Twitter, and he was talking about how neo-lib people need to stop using class reductionists because of neo-libs and blah blah blah. And I could just hear John in my head, the neo-libs.
I told you they always wait. Every time some anti-black shit, they do like the neo-libs.
So I slid in this guy's thing, right? And I was like, well, blah blah blah. And you just use this as a way to ignore black people and black issues. So he hit me back and was like, I am for reparations, period. And then he just kind of going through the rest of it. And that's when it all boiled down to like, I'm for reparations, but I don't really think that they'll give that shit to you guys. So I'm just going to root for fucking Medicare for all and baby bonds. And and I was like, baby bonds doesn't help me. I'm 35. Like, what the fuck am I going to do with some baby bonds? And I ain't got no kids. And even if I have some kids, y'all not going to let me spend the baby bonds. So what the fuck?
Yep.
Oh my goodness.
It makes no sense.
But in the end, I had to just be like, thank you for supporting reparations. And I was like,
All
I
right,
understand reparations is like, a harder fight. That's why we've been fighting it since the end of slavery. But, I'll take you where you're at. Like, at least you're for reparations. That's cool. Like, he was like, I'm for you guys getting reparations, even though I won't see $1 of it. Good job, sir. Good job. That's enough for me not to fight you down on the details. Like, fuck it.
Hey, MG, before you say something, hey, yo, say it before you feel me, like MG. I'm gonna get out of here though, because Mud.
I think there's a better, like I said, I think there's a better way to go about it. If people don't say anything, let's say they're like, no, go ahead, you have reparations. I still think there's gonna be some sort of like, I didn't get anything for my whole life. That can happen. The green guy from fucking Cloud Atlas. Oh, someone wish they got the reparations, eh? Is that the Chocho? I can imitate that pretty. All right, here we go.
Just said that he's talking in the context of World War I now. So basically, his argument is that we gave reparations. Germany gave reparations to Britain.
I'm doing good.
So first of all, they gave reparations to Britain and France because they lost the fucking war.
That's basically what they use as the excuse that led to the Second World War and Hitler's rise.
Exactly.
I don't know when they play. I think it's tomorrow.
That was war reparations.
Tomorrow?
Exactly.
Or
What the
2
fuck
days.
is real shit? Like, first of all, you talking about World War I, they gave reparations to Britain and France. The Germans did for Jewish people. That's what maybe it was a carve out, but that was war. They lost the war, so they had to pay for the cost of the war. That wasn't reparations for Jewish people. Like wow, you lying? He's lying, bro.
Yeah, but see, here's one of my problems with it. He's gonna get to World War II in a minute. Is that when World War II, the Marshall Plan, we spent more money on getting Europe back in shape, especially Germany and Japan. We spent we fucked Japan up with two Yeah, the Marshall Plan spent a ton of money getting people fixed that we went to war with. You know what I mean? So we can spend money to get people right. We just won't do it for Negroes.
That's it.
Listening to Reset.
I hear them, and part of me thinks sometimes that, like, is that a play on the, like, is that on purpose? Not, I don't mean like racially motivated purpose, although I consider some of these possible. A whole bunch of fucked up thoughts are possible with people. I'm also like, maybe they can use you to have you at the, to where people will literally fight against working together for some sort of solution by purposely antagonizing these guys over these guys or whatever the fuck. Right? As much as there are people saying, hey, we'll do this for the black man. In 2021, they have guys like Matt Hunter saying they're purposely targeting white men. Right? And they can both see things in culture, in society, to make them think that. not gonna lie and say I don't see any possible way anyone could ever think that. Like, nah. I could definitely see someone seeing that. Right? What was the thing with the Oscars? Like, only certain races, or you have to have a minority or whatever in some sort of leading or supportive role in order to win an Oscar. It's like, what do you think these dipshits are gonna think about that? Or things that's happened years ago. Like, well, what do you think they're gonna think about this? You think blacks or Latinos or Asians or whoever the fuck, what do you think they're gonna think? It's just people constantly fighting with each other. They never get close enough to actually reach and swipe at someone like a president or this or that or a Congress or whatever the fuck. They never quite get high enough to actually reach them. End up swatting people next to them, their neighbors. They don't make it as high. Here's some really profound philosophy on anger. I like anger. Oh, damn. 4 hours, bro. Of anger. Okay. I like anger. I'm not mad at anger. I think that's the end of this video. Yeah. But like I said, they sound, my opinion, from a far, far, far away distance, they sound more real than these Fred Hampton motherfuckers. Being real about them. Like, I feel like I could have a conversation with them without feeling like, are you fucking with me? Are you doing some, like, whatever, business strategy, whatever the fuck bullshit, lawyer talk bullshit with me? You could just, like, fuck, just say something. Yeah, it's like, it. To be real, outside, like, I don't think I've had anyone talk to me like that in this, like, with the Discord or even in video interviews or whatever the fuck. I don't think I've had anyone, like, where I felt that way when someone talked to me. Obviously, there's, like, hosts who are, like, trying to do, like, okay, I'm announcing the topic. Hey, where can they find you at? That's different. I'm talking about, like, where you get that smell, that lawyer talk smell and that shit, or it's like, what? Have I had that experience? I don't think I have in this space yet. Like, I already know my stomach will drop a bit, and I'm like, man, just fucking talk. Jason, like, what the fuck you want? I've heard hesitancy, but like, yeah, it's like normal type of shit. Not some like gross fucking business. Fuck. Here's Leo, by the way, Lucky's dog. I didn't want to bring this up while you're recording. I'm not recording, just live. But do you think Tariq Nasheed is authentic? I've glimpsed him talking about reparations while calling other African mixing slop. I've only heard him when he's debated Jared Taylor, and he sounds like a dipshit. That's what I got from that. But he could be worse. I don't know. I at least got, like, you're silly about this. And, you know, I won't just, it doesn't, I think he's silly in his ideology. If it's still the same as when he was debating Jared Taylor. It wasn't about how he debates him, right? Like, everyone can struggle and fuck up making arguments and shit like that. I'm talking about, like, his actual ideas he was saying. Like, you sound silly or dumb, or you became the leader of the world. Probably there might be some massacres of a whole bunch of different types of people. Peer pressuring for an ideology. What am I gonna play while I go grab food? Want to play some Falcon? Camila Harris. Oh, that's the
And
MVP.
we're live. Hey guys, welcome back to Radio Free Turtle Island.
Sorry if that's loud.
And
That's probably really loud.
so
Sorry.
today, I've brought
Yeah, she fixed her
Camilla
mic.
Harris. So, want to introduce yourself to the audience, Camilla?
Hello everybody.
Want to play Seneca while I'm doing it? Do you want to get him in the 4 hour? Like, this is a 4 hour thing, bro. How much are they gonna get into for like? Maybe you're right. I might want to do this. Small head, big body guy. Might want to do a video on this. Watch. You know, I'll play this. I'm gonna miss some of it because I'm gonna.
The dialogues of Lucius Annaeus Seneca, addressed to Novatus. Of Anger, Book 1.
It's one it's one thing that throws me off about reparations. I've seen the Greek types say other Africans are
and it appears to me that you are right in feeling a special fear of this passion,
taking our
which is
spot
above all
and our
others
money and
hideous
mixing
wild.
with them
For the
is
others
slop.
have some alloy of peace and quiet, but this consists
Taking our
wholly in
spot
action
and our money.
and the impulse of grief, raging with an utterly inhuman lust for arms, blood, and tortures,
Like I said,
careless of itself,
smelt
provided
like a
it
dipshit
hurts
in that
another,
whole debate thing.
rushing upon the very point of the sword.
If that's
and
true, it
greedy
just adds
for
to it.
revenge, even when it drags the avenger to ruin with itself.
Ain't pressuring
Some of the
anybody if you
wisest
have
men
unwilling
have, in
years.
consequence of this,
You're on your own.
called anger
Not even
a
Jesus would
short
waste his
madness,
time with unwilling
for it is
years.
equally devoid
That's what
of
he taught
self-control,
his disciples.
regardless of decorum,
Rome is a
forgetful of
time
infamy,
thief.
obstinately
Unwilling
engrossed
ears?
in whatever it
Oh,
begins
unwilling
to do,
ears.
deaf to reason and advice,
Okay.
excited by trifling causes, awkward at perceiving what is true and just, and very like a falling rock which breaks itself into pieces upon the very thing which
Anger
it
is a type of
crushes.
madness?
That you may
You
know
have to define anger. I pause.
that they whom anger possesses are not sane. Look at their appearance. For as
There
there
was
are
somewhere
distinct
random in the
symptoms
book.
which mark
It's all
madmen,
really good.
such as a bold
Really? I like
and
that.
menacing air, a gloomy
I'm gonna
brow,
do that.
a stern face, a hurried walk,
Random book one.
restless hands,
Hey, book one's
changed
only
colour,
like an hour.
quick and strongly drawn breathing.
I'll let it roll.
The signs of angry men, too, are the same.
Alright, I'll
Their
be back,
eyes
guys.
blaze and sparkle. Their whole face is a deep red, with the blood which boils up from the bottom of their heart. Their lips quiver, their teeth are set, their hair bristles and stands on end. Their breath is laboured and hissing. Their joints crack as they twist them about. They groan, bellow, and burst into scarcely intelligible talk. They often clap their hands together and stamp on the ground with their feet, and their whole body is highly strung and plays those tricks which mark a distraught mind, so as to furnish an ugly and shocking picture of self-perversion and excitement. You cannot tell whether this vice is more execrable or more disgusting. Other vices can be concealed and cherished in secret. Anger shows itself openly and appears in the countenance, and the greater it is, the more plainly it boils forth. Do you not see how in all animals certain signs appear before they proceed to mischief, and how their entire bodies put off their usual quiet appearance and stir up their ferocity? Boars foam at the mouth and sharpen their teeth by rubbing them against trees. Bulls toss their horns in the air and scatter the sand with blows of their feet. Lions growl, the necks of enraged snakes swell, mad dogs have a sullen look. There is no animal so hateful and venomous by nature that it does not, when seized by anger, show additional fierceness. I know well that the other passions can hardly be concealed, and that lust, fear, and boldness give signs of their presence and may be discovered beforehand, for there is no one of the stronger passions that does not affect the countenance. What, then, is the difference between them and anger? Why, that the other passions are visible, but that this is conspicuous. 2. Next, if you choose to view its results and the mischief that it does, no plague has cost the human race more dear. You will see slaughterings and poisonings, accusations and counter-accusations, sacking of cities, ruin of whole peoples, the persons of princes sold into slavery by auction, torches applied to roofs, and fires not merely confined within city walls, but making whole tracts of country glow with hostile flame. See the foundations of the most celebrated cities, hardly now to be discerned. They were ruined by anger. See deserts extending for many miles without an inhabitant. They have been desolated by anger. See all the chiefs whom tradition mentions as instances of ill fate. Anger stabbed one of them in his bed, struck down another, though he was protected by the sacred rites of hospitality, tore another to pieces in the very home of the laws, and in sight of the crowded forum, bade one shed his own blood by the parricide hand of his son, another to have his royal throat cut by the hand of a slave, another to stretch out his limbs on the cross. And hitherto I am speaking merely of individual cases. What if you were to pass from the consideration of those single men against whom anger has broken out, to view whole assemblies cut down by the sword, the people butchered by the soldiery let loose upon it, and whole nations condemned to death in one common ruin, as though by men who either freed themselves from our charge or despised our authority? Why, wherefore is the people angry with gladiators, and so unjust as to think itself wronged if they do not die cheerfully? It thinks itself scorned, and by looks, gestures, and excitement turns itself from a mere spectator into an adversary. Everything of this sort is not anger, but the semblance of anger, like that of boys who want to beat the ground when they have fallen upon it, and who often do not even know why they are angry, but are merely angry without any reason or having received any injury, yet not without some semblance of injury received, or without some wish to exact a penalty for it. Thus they are deceived by the likeness of blows, and are appeased by the pretended tears of those who deprecate their wrath, and thus an unreal grief is healed by an unreal revenge. 3. We often are angry, says our adversary, not with men who have hurt us, but with men who are going to hurt us. So you may be sure that anger is not born of injury. It is true that we are angry with those who are going to hurt us, but they do already hurt us in intention, and one who is going to do an injury is already doing it. The weakest of men, argues he, are often angry with the most powerful, so you may be sure that anger is not a desire to punish their antagonist, for men do not desire to punish him when they cannot hope to do so. In the first place, I spoke of a desire to inflict punishments, not a power to do so. Now men desire even when they cannot obtain. In the next place, no one is so low in station as not to be able to hope to inflict punishment, even upon the greatest of men. We all are powerful for mischief. Aristotle's definition differs little from mine, for he declares anger to be a desire to repay suffering. It would be a long task to examine the differences between his definition and mine. It may be urged against both of them that wild beasts become angry without being excited by injury, and without any idea of punishing others or requiting them with pain. For, even though they do these things, they are not what they aim at doing. We must admit, however, that neither wild beasts nor any other creature except man is subject to anger. For whilst anger is the foe of reason, it nevertheless does not arise in any place where reason cannot dwell. Wild beasts have impulses, fury, cruelty, combativeness. They have not anger any more than they have luxury. Yet they indulge in some pleasures with less self-control than human beings. Do not believe the poet who says, "The boar his wrath forgets, the stag forgets the hounds, the bear forgets how midst the herd he leapt with frantic bounds." When he speaks of beasts being angry, he means that they are excited, roused up. For indeed they know no more how to be angry than they know how to pardon. Dumb creatures have not human feelings, but have certain impulses which resemble them. For if it were not so, if they could feel love and hate, they would likewise be capable of friendship and enmity, of disagreement and agreement. Some traces of these qualities exist even in them, though properly all of them, whether good or bad, belong to the human breast alone. To no creature besides man has been given wisdom, foresight, industry, and reflection. To animals, not only human virtues, but even human vices are forbidden. Their whole constitution, mental and bodily, is unlike that of human beings. In them, the royal and leading principle is drawn from another source, as, for instance, they possess a voice, yet not a clear one, but indistinct and incapable of forming words, a tongue, but one which is fettered and not sufficiently nimble for complex movements. So too they possess intellect, the greatest attribute of all, but in a rough and inexact condition. It is, consequently, able to grasp those visions and semblances which rouse it to action, but only in a cloudy and indistinct fashion. It follows from this that their impulses and outbreaks are violent, and that they do not feel fear, anxieties, grief, or anger, but some semblances of these feelings. Wherefore they quickly drop them, and adopt the converse of them. They graze after showing the most vehement rage and terror, and after frantic bellowing and plunging, they straightway sink into quiet sleep. 4. What anger is has been sufficiently explained. The difference between it and irascibility is evident. It is the same as that between a drunken man and a drunkard, between a frightened man and a coward. It is possible for an angry man not to be irascible. An irascible man may sometimes not be angry. I shall admit the other varieties of anger, which the Greeks distinguish by various names, because we have no distinctive words for them in our language, although we call men bitter and harsh, and also peevish, frantic, clamorous, surly, and fierce, all of which are different forms of irascibility. Among these you may class sulkiness, a refined form of irascibility, for there are some sorts of anger which go no further than noise, while some are as lasting as they are common. Some are fierce indeed, but inclined to be sparing of words. Some expend themselves in bitter words and curses. Some do not go beyond complaining and turning one's back. Some are great, deep-seated, and brood within a man. There are 1,000 other forms of a multiform evil. 5. We have now finished our inquiry as to what anger is, whether it exists in any other creature besides man, what the difference is between it and irascibility, and how many forms it possesses. Let us now inquire whether anger may be in accordance with nature, and whether it may be useful and worth entertaining in some measure. Whether it be according to nature will become evident if we consider man's nature, than which what is more gentle while it is in its proper condition? Yet what is more cruel than anger? What is more affectionate to others than man? Yet what is more savage against them than anger? Mankind is born for mutual assistance, anger for mutual ruin. The former loves society, the latter estrangement. The one loves to do good, the other to do harm. The one to help even strangers, the other to attack even its dearest friends. The one is ready even to sacrifice itself for the good of others, the other to plunge into peril provided it drags others with it. Who, then, can be more ignorant of nature than he who classes this cruel and hurtful vice as belonging to her best and most polished work? Anger, as we have said, is eager to punish, and that such a desire should exist in man's peaceful breast is least of all according to his nature. For human life is founded on benefits and harmony, and is bound together into an alliance for the common help of all, not by terror, but by love towards one another. 6. What, then, is not correction sometimes necessary? Of course it is, but with discretion, not with anger. For it does not injure, but heals under the guise of injury. We char crooked spear shafts to straighten them, and force them by driving in wedges, not in order to break them, but to take the bends out of them. And, in like manner, by applying pain to the body or mind, we correct dispositions which have been rendered crooked by vice. So the physician at first, when dealing with slight disorders, tries not to make much change in his patient's daily habits, to regulate his food, drink, and exercise, and to improve his health merely by altering the order in which he takes them. The next step is to see whether an alteration in their amount will be of service. If neither alteration of the order or of the amount is of use, he cuts off some and reduces others. If even this does not answer, he forbids food and disburdens the body by fasting.
Have you watched the video? Scott Horton eviscerates
useful,
neocon Bill
he
Crystal.
opens a
Pretty
vein.
damn righteous.
If the extremities
Begins
are injuring the body
at 1850.
and infecting it with disease, he lays his hands upon the limbs. Yet none of his treatment is considered harsh if its result is
We'll
to
get
give
into this.
health. Similarly, it is the
Ended right
duty
on
of the chief administrator of the laws, or the ruler of a state, to correct ill-disposed men, as long as he is able, with words, and even with gentle ones, that he may persuade them to do what they ought, inspire them with a love of honour and justice, and cause them to hate vice and set store upon virtue. He must then pass on to severer language.
Alright. Basically missed most of this, but I'll probably watch or listen more of this on my own. Fucking 4.5 hours, you motherfreaker. Alright, let's check this out. I am curious. It's true, he said mixing with other Africans made us weaker, and talked about other Africans taking our spots in school, like Black Jared Taylor to me. Oh my god. Seneca wrote this book with many slights against the Emperor Nero concealed in it. One reason Nero killed him. Shut. Oh, okay. Even that shit ends up having like being like recycled over and over. All right. So we are going to watch the Daily Dose of Facade. San Abby's for Twitch income leaked and massive Twitch data breach. Let's check it out. It's basically something for me to eat through, and I can just shit talk. I don't have to like think hard. What's up, Steven? What's up, Steven Torres? We're about to get into drama, redemption, revenge. Nah, here we go.
What happened? I'm just gonna briefly go over the controversy. Okay, let's just Google Twitch real quick. Okay. Number 13 asked number 6 for reimbursement.
really gotta stop supporting a
I mean, that's right. Ludwig is number 6, mother. Where's my reimbursement, Scamwig? Where's my reimbursement, Scamwig? Number 6? I didn't even crack the top 10, Dad.
There better be something worthy of the, like, better be worthy of something like entertainment or something. Better entertain. This shit is weak. I'm gonna be like, oh, he's propped up. All right, here we go.
What's up, dude? That's right. Okay, all jokes aside. Ladies and gentlemen, Twitch is hacked, and its source code is out in the fucking wild. I don't even know how the website is up right now. I don't know how the fuck it's working, but this morning I woke up to a 125 gigabyte data leak. I don't even know how fucking protected my information is on Twitch. I don't know anything. Okay? But according to a report by VGC, an anonymous hacker posted 125 gigs of torrent links containing all of Twitch, literally, including its source code and commit history going back to the start. The leak also contains streamers' income since 2019 and information that suggests that Amazon-owned streaming platforms Steam rival Vapor may really exist. Thank you to Arachnophobia for the 20 gifted subs because, you know,
Athenians were able to pontificate like this because of the Spartans.
And also Misgif's ass.
I know nothing.
So
I'm an ignoramus in that field completely.
Let me just
You're gonna find out there's a lot of
by
shit I
saying
have
that
no
there was
fucking
a
clue
fucking
about.
data breach. It's probably a breach of contract by Twitch too. I don't know how the fuck this works. Now, of course, for most of the content creators,
Do I really talk like a ditzy voice type thing all the time for entertainment purposes?
So you can take a look at it.
I wonder what he
Except
sound
for
like
this
when he's
unknown
analytical.
person. I don't know what the fuck's going on. That might be like Dr. Disrespect or something. I don't know what that is. But this is nothing. Like, for me, this is pretty much all of the revenue because all of my revenue comes from subscription and like the Twitch payouts. For most people, they also have ad deals, sponsors, merchandise, and numerous other ways that they make money. So it's even more money than the way that you see over here. Significantly higher amounts of money. No, it's not because I'm a brand risk. I literally did a fucking hashtag ad last night for Far Cry. Suck my dick. It's because I usually, in like 98% of circumstances, say no to ad deals if I don't think it's a good fit. That's the difference.
Question is, what is?
Your Twitch contract covers more, though, you weasel? What do you mean? Oh, this is my favorite thing, where people that think I am not being transparent, when I literally have my fucking subscription count up there and unironically tell you about everything. Everything. All the fucking time, perhaps too much. But of course, I got fucking 9-month subscribers who are literally fucking turning around and telling me they know better. It's my favorite thing. That revenue number right there is from 2019 until now. This is the total earnings. I don't know if this is the total earnings as in like gross revenue or how much Twitch streamers get back. Okay.
Rich get richer.
You should lead by example. If you're making $3 million, but the chat is the bulk of the labor in this arrangement, then chat deserves a percentage of your income. Fear us as we unionize. Yeah, unionize, dude. Please. How many tier 2s and 3s you have, though? I don't fucking know. But we all know you and Cinema are in the big pharma's back pocket. Just admit it. Yes. So...
Is this guy like exited political talk? Like, period?
Engineer at Twitch. The Twitch hack is worse for streamers than for Twitch. The leak of the source code and some internal security files does not expose sensitive data, according to a former Twitch employee. The leaker said it's part 1 of the leak, but did not say what else might be coming. The leak posted on 4chan included source code, internal tools, and crucially, spreadsheets that detail how much money every streamer
part 1 of the leak, but doesn't know what else will be coming, man?
A breach and has spoken to a former member of Twitch's security team who believes that the stolen source code and scripts are not devastatingly sensitive. What's sensitive is the streamer revenue data and any potential personal information about streamers that could come in future parts of the leak. That part is fucking terrifying. That part is terrifying. Of course, no one gives a fuck about that. Like, no one cares. People are gonna literally... I don't know what kind of information has been collected. I don't know what I'm gonna need to fucking do to protect myself even further, especially whenever I have like some sort of controversy like this go out and pop off. I get fucking threatened. My family gets threatened. You know, shit is going to be way worse, most likely. This leaker has huge LSF anti-energy. Yeah. That's like actually terrifying. Twitch has confirmed the breach in a tweet. Our teams are working with urgency to understand the extent of all this, the company wrote. We will update the community as soon as additional information is available. I'll be very surprised if more comes from this, to be honest, but yeah, you are right to worry about the possibility until Twitch does an investigation and figures out who accessed what and when. So that's like the actual fucking
We're gonna need to put more surveillance on Twitch in order to
I saw the 4chan post and
combat these hackers.
Am I shocked that
How much money we betting? Will that happen?
That regularly visits 4chan and that they have a fucking anger boner towards someone like myself? No, I am not shocked by that at all. That is not even remotely shocking to me. Asman, thanks you for being here. What?
I like the transparency to hold LARPers like
I'm going to
accountable.
keep subbing until you're number one has.
Accountable for what? People giving him money?
Like, I literally have my fucking subscription count up there on the top of the corner. I am more transparent with this community, perhaps more than I should be. In a lot of instances, that transparency bites me the fucking ass because dumbass parasocial dipshits think they know better about my situation than I do. And will literally be like, actually, you're not doing a great thing. Fuck you, whatever. But even then, I have everything. This is not surprising to many of you who have been in this community for a very long time because I've had my fucking subscription count up there for years for this particular fucking reason. To be like, look, I'm a fucking leftist. I'm a fucking leftist. And I make a lot of fucking money from subscriptions for content that is literally free. Not only is it free, but the IP itself is fucking free for other people to literally fucking take and use, as long as it's not disparaging of me and as long as it's not like violating other content creators and what they want to do with their own IP because I'm like reacting to shit. There are entire industries called the Hasanabi Clips Complex that makes a killing by just taking these clips from the stream where I'm streaming 8 fucking hours a day to 10 hours a day.
I work 18 hours a day.
And guess what? Ultimately, I generate money for Twitch. That's how it works. They take a percentage of that because they host the servers.
You don't need to announce that you're a leftist. You don't need, like, just say, I'm just some guy, guys, and I make money off of this. That's what's going on. I care about some political issues, so I talk about them. But I'm not above it all. I'm not trying to save the world or any crazy shit like that. This is just what I do. I don't understand why it's fucking difficult to do. I'm a leftist. I'm a leftist. Why do you need to announce that? The fuck? Maybe the image got him the money in the first place. Seems kind of weird that this and the Facebook shutdown happened around the same time that fake pro-censorship whistleblower came out. I gotta look into that. Although I saw... who was talking about it? Franco was talking about it? Something. I didn't see that segment. But I should look into that. Here we go.
And that's it. Show your tax return. People are funny. Yeah, dude. Yo, let me just give you guys my social security number while I'm at that, too.
He announced it because brain dead people associate that with I'm a do-gooder.
He's got his sub count on the screen.
I like this notion. I like this, what Chappelle, well, not what he'd done, but that thing he said in like an interview or something. Where it's like, if I make enough just to be like a teacher, whatever. He's basically saying like, get by, right? I can feed myself, clothe myself, live inside or whatever the fuck. Like, oh, and I should continue with this comedy thing. I'm thinking that, but it's like, oh, I can live and shit. Plus, I can like look for things like, I don't know, really help out. But it's not going to be some sort of solution, obviously. But it's still like something you can do. There's something someone said it was illegal to do that? Give money away? I don't know. Here we go. I forgot who told me that. Someone said that.
I don't know what it is about Hassan, but I actually really appreciate Hassan because a lot of the three-head arguments, like Hassan is like a tanking them for me. Because a lot of those people used to be mad about me and use those arguments against me. Then Hassan came on the platform, and now they're over in his chat donating fucking broken logic gotcha questions back to him, and I don't have to deal with it anymore. It's great. Thanks, Hassan.
And that's the thing, like, and that's where this meme comes from, which is that like Twitter finding out streamers make money.
That guy's a gamer though. Guy in that video. That's a gamer. What's his name? Osmond Gold. Oh, I don't know. Maybe he's on Twitch too.
On other millionaire streamers, like I am the fucking vector of all the hatred. I am the place that you can direct all this anger towards. And by the way, I get the fucking anger. Not only that, but I will talk about the other side of the situation as well.
Got a sponsor,
like,
a battered woman.
Everybody's like, oh man,
money, right?
This guy fucking claims he's a leftist, like blah 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 blah, and now everybody fucking will turn around and shit on me as they have already. Like when it was first popping off, like you don't see fucking Asmongold trending on Twitter. You don't see Ludwig trending on Twitter. It's Hassan.
You get why people look at you like. Do you not get it? I don't know about that either. But at the same time, it's like I thought it was kind of obvious that politics is such a thing in regards to morality. It's like the social expression of morality, right? But the collective's notion of morality it's spent through politics. What is the most efficient way to make the world a better place? So that's what politics is. So if you make your living, your thing off of politics, people are going to expect you to do political things with it. The money you make. I don't think they expect you to be like, oh yeah, go homeless and just use all your money on this or that. I don't think they're going to think that. But they're going to be like, yeah, you can't be like a multi-millionaire. Can't do that. Jimmy will have his day. Yeah, your garage. I do it out of my garage. Like Pasadena? Like if you start getting bigger and bigger theaters and shit, like you actually start using theaters and all that. Have fun, Jimmy. Well, Jimmy's smart. He'll just ignore them. This guy can't quite. He's on Twitch. Your whole job is to be interactive with. All right, chat, give me a 1. What if it's all just middle fingers? And, oh, fuck. Here we go. Here we go.
Because, oh my God, streamers make money. Oh my God, Hassan. Why did you say you made less than Nick at Shit Camp? I mean, I don't know. But most of the people that are on that list don't make the bulk of their money from fucking, don't make the bulk of their money from subscription and ad revenue, dude.
Resubbing because I know money's tight.
You used to bait with a sub goal before you're pressured to remove the goal, you hypocrite. That's literally not true. You are making shit up. Every time I've had a sub goal, it's been a fucking meme, dude. Every single fucking time.
For my favorite.
And I was never pressured to take it off. See? Goalpost successfully moved.
So he was doing the sub goal thing. Did it as a meme. I can see that, but at the same time, I don't know. I've never watched this guy on Twitch before, like ever.
Now, the reason why I love the successfully moved the goalpost. Now, the reason why I love this story is because, like, there are obviously a lot of people who love their streamers that are in this fucking leak, right? There's a lot of people, and it's on LSF. There's a lot of people that are mad. There's a lot of people that are, memeing about it already. But I saw one fucking argument. I think it was like a Destiny post or something that was like, I love Pokimane. Like, I really, my respect for Pokimane grew a lot. And it's like, why? Because she doesn't generate as much revenue. So I clicked on this. I didn't watch the clip yet. But I was looking at, like, what was going on in
Destiny beefs with Pokimane. Fucking hell. There's your political leaders. Oh, not you guys. And they're clearly dying away from that. They're just kid bait. Literally, children bait.
in the chat, okay? So the very same motherfuckers who are like, yo, fuck this Hassan guy, he's such a piece of shit, are literally like, big respect to Tyler 1. He hasn't been a top dog in the law section for that long compared to people like Cutie Pie. Tyler 1 stopped taking donations. The donation link is gone from his Twitch page, but some people are insane. They go through Streamlabs to donate. Like, he doesn't do sponsored streams. Like, people are literally saying, people are celebrating some of the other content creators, which, by the way, they deserve celebration and praise.
How Pog is the
but
new
like,
podcast I need to
people
watch
are
it.
celebrating other content creators for doing shit that I've been doing already. Like, donos are always off on my fucking stream. I yell at you for donating. I turn off fucking TTS. The only reason why I have it on is because it's fun. It's not like it's a fucking big revenue earner for me. Okay? I rarely ever fucking do sponsor streams. I did one last night. I don't know when the last time I fucking did a sponsor stream was since then.
167 likes. Wait, Hassan is trending with 37,000.
It's always the.
But the Twitch leak has 2.4.
You see the arguments that have always just one schematic thing with another schematic. It's not like.
Why are people so angry?
You actually care about this?
I wonder why.
I turned subs off, man.
I wonder why so many people are mad at me. That's so strange. What a strange situation. Why are people so mad at me? I wonder what.
Come on, bro.
Because it's fucking insanity,
I don't tell people to
dude.
donate
That's
to me.
it.
I tell them to donate to Devon Straight to Recovery, to
it's
blah,
like
blah, blah, blah,
motherfuckers
blah.
are like, oh, dude, it's fucking fuck
Like,
this
just
guy.
fucking do it, and
he
then
makes
keep
money, he's
moving.
successful.
What the
I fucking
freak?
hate that. While still,
Like, this is what I do.
maintaining his
Boom.
values. Okay, that's what the fucking frustrating part about this is for a lot of people is like, oh, it's hypocritical. It's like, we just exposed you, dude. We just fucking exposed you for what, dumbass? It's up there. You exposed me for
Game
something
and
that's
shit,
been
dog.
fucking
Who watches this
public
guy?
information for
Children?
years.
Gets a cut, pensive face.
And if you get mad,
Anyways,
and if you're angry, I understand it.
you love some streamers, Steve?
Has cock emote prej.
Pokimane, what's
I
going on with
already had this
Pokimane?
Controversy just on my own before this shit happened.
Freak my
And it was
life, bro.
called the House Gate. House Anabi. Okay?
Yeah, that
This
whistleblower was fake
literally
as hell.
exactly
Kept
that. That was
saying
like when
Twitter
fucking
selectively
Hassan,
promotes
rich, but also fucking
hate
leftist,
and
fuck this
alluding
guy.
to the
This
solutions
used to happen
being
to
they should censor even
Trouble
more.
all the time when they were the
Worse.
most successful podcast on Patreon. They're socialists. They're on Patreon. They have the most successful Patreon. It is an age
What's up, Stevie?
classic ass bullshit.
Your
ass
19-year-old
fucking
cousin
line of criticism, which
watches
is that,
this
like,
dude.
Oh, you're a grifter. You're a grifter. You're a grifter.
What's up,
Motherfucker,
Rob?
This shit wasn't popping. I was saying the exact same shit to
It's,
fucking 30 people, and now I'm saying it to 38,000
It's a son
people,
Abi.
36,000 people.
He's Cenk Uger's
anything,
little shit.
I could have
I
just
mean, little
switched up
cousin.
and
I
been
mean,
like, yeah, actually, yo, fuck this socialism shit, dude. Fuck this socialism shit. I'm out, dude. Yeah, fuck yeah, capitalism.
Is
Like,
that
why
him?
the fuck would I do that? As a European, for me, it seems so fucking crazy
That
that
is
all
incredibly
from
small
all
for
the
his mouth.
Americans, they pick you up
That's
to
a
be
sound
mad for
bite,
having
right?
money. Ain't there someone else to be mad at for being rich? Y'all fucked in the head. It doesn't matter. Ultimately,
Who's more
it doesn't
authentic,
matter.
Hassan or Hinkle?
Chat, remember to enable 2FA and change your password.
I'd have to
Like,
see more of this
every
guy.
time this sort of fucking outrage cycle happens, people just like add on.
Like right now, he's bullshitting. We can tell
additionally,
that. Excuse making,
additional
bullshitting
bullshit to
around.
it,
Like,
like,
just say, like, yo.
Oh, well, remember this. Remember
That's how I
you got
make a
house
living.
too.
Happen to have a shit ton of money.
And
Maybe I
all
should
this
think
other
about
shit.
where I spend more of my money at. How hard is this?
Like, what do you want him to do though? Like, realistically.
What's he do is think about it.
All the money that he gets and donate it away.
Yes, that's what the people want me to do. No, that's literally what they want me to do.
Yes.
I'm gonna be real with you,
You want him to just
Hassan Piker.
turn off
Like, if I have
do with just
whatever $3 million,
Yeah. That's
at the
unironically
very
what
least,
people
I
want me
can
to do. That's literally
guarantee 2
precisely
million
what
can
people
go.
want me to do. Because unfortunately,
You can't survive whatever, like
the problem
multiple years with $1 million.
that
I don't know what to say to you.
after a fucking century of Red
Unless
Scare
you buy a
propaganda,
$3 million house, then it's like, oh, now you need
including by fucking
or
leftists who
there's
like
the house alone.
unironically subscribe to this bullshit. And there are grifters on the left too. There are grifters everywhere. But
Are there? It's not me though.
because of so much fucking propaganda,
There's grifters everywhere, guys. Not me.
socialism is not socialism. Anti-capitalism is not anti-capitalism. It's not Marxism. It's whatever the fuck you personally, as an individual, whatever ideas that you have ascribed to socialism. Okay? It's a wealth distribution, but on an individual basis from like one guy.
Let's go.
The greatest part.
Isn't that the Vosh take, isn't it? Like, hey man, or whereas I think his audience was like, hey man, you're rich, aren't you? But he had to make all like, it's still okay for me to make. It's like so rationalizing.
Because of so much fucking propaganda, socialism is not socialism. Anti-capitalism is not anti-capitalism. It's not Marxism. It's whatever the fuck you personally, as an individual, whatever
$1 million is a
ideas that you
lot
have
of
ascribed
money.
to socialism.
Holy shit.
Okay? It's a wealth distribution, but on an individual basis from like one guy.
Let's go.
The greatest part of the blame is on the audience because we could all be donating our $5 a month, but yet there's no criticism for us chatters. Pocket watching leftists are so pepega. It's like people voluntarily
I don't know what that was.
subscribe to me for content that is literally free. They like the content. They think it's worth $5 a month. They like it because they don't want to see the fucking ads. They watch for 8 hours a day. That's it. That's what this is. And I've never fucking been like, oh my God, like this is so much more important.
Don't need the bot in
Like,
this?
please give me money. Don't give me money.
Never heard of it.
I literally ban long-term subs, and they get mad at me. Motherfuckers will get mad at me when I ban 36-month subscribers for saying dumb shit in the chat. And then they get mad at me when people fucking subscribe. Because this has nothing to do with like actual
A lot of his fans are
morals
actually Trump people too.
or anything like that. And absolutely
I have to
everything
believe
do
so.
with
Like,
trying
oh, you
to
dive into that culture
moralize
war. They
a
watch
petty
you. They
grievance
watch
that
you fuck up.
personally have.
Yeah.
That's it. Whenever right-wingers and some liberals see a failing leftist
Oh,
media
you-
outlet or personality, they
You
immediately
turn the
go,
chat on
"Oh,
subscriber only?
oh,
Okay, I'll
go,
subscribe."
OMG, go woke, go broke lines. But when they see a successful one, they instead reach out and say, see, I told you woke cultural capitalism now rules the world. Sorry, but you can't have your cake and eat it too. Either people like Asana are representing a marginal niche failing, universally despised kind of politics, or they're representative of the hegemonic status quo that is oppressing you. Of course, in reality, both views are deranged. There are many factors that go into a media outlet or personality being successful as judged by the metric of the audience reach, which, by the way, is not the only one that you should be used to judge success, from a particular person's charisma to the production value and quality of content. And of course, there is always an element of subjectivity in judging quality. Deranged MAGA-ites think Fox News and Tucker Carlson's show are the best things since sliced bread. I like to read the New Left Review and watch channels like The Real News and Afro-Marxist. And this is not my alt. No, this is Zay Squirrel. What I find is like, have you covered the October 15 general strike? No, I have not. But I will actually have Joshua Holland and Alex Press on soon to talk about the many different labor strikes that are occurring around the fucking country.
The only thing I'm glad about so far is that he talks to his audience. I don't know enough to say, like, you get nothing. I don't know enough yet. Same time, like, okay. Oh, no, I don't like that. But that could be a symptom of someone just, like, afraid to be real because, like me. I hope it's a you won't like me thing as opposed to I'll lose money. I'll lose viewership. Prime pays, but Botany does. He opened it. Keep it on. Oh, okay. All right. He did the penguin Hyrax. Evil animals. Evil. Very, very evil. All right, here we go.
Country. And before you motherfuckers turn around and say, oh, he's doing this to hide the fucking fact that he's like profoundly wealthy, okay? Well, guess what? Welcome to my fucking channel. I've been talking about this shit for fucking years.
Guys, stop making Rob blush, all right?
Anyway.
Jeez.
Yeah.
How
Even
dare
before
you.
this massive fucking data breach
Leave Rob alone.
occurred, I was and still will be doing this exact same thing. For instance, a certain poor streamer co-owns esport orgs, competitors to OnlyFans, and so much housing. This leak doesn't accurately depict the income for most streamers, unlike your income. Yeah, my income has been out there for the most part. There are obviously additional streams of revenue, like a fucking ad deal that I do here and there for like a video game or some shit like that. Okay?
Why not give a third of your income away now?
And you guys know this.
Probably do.
But like, ultimately, I'm a fucking Twitch streamer, okay? I try to be as entertaining as possible while simultaneously delivering to you news from a leftist point of view, something that many people don't get, while making arguments.
Life happens in life, Matt.
Why you probably are a leftist yourself, okay? The fact that I am successful to this degree is not something that I ever thought would happen. But not only that, but is also a testament to the fucking strength and size of this community. That's just the reality. That's it.
Can't hear him.
And there is absolutely, like, you can seethe. You can get angry. You can say whatever the fuck you want. It's okay. I don't get why people don't see you and see that you become successful without compromising your morals. That's why I subbed in the first place. Yeah, like, it's just fucking stupid.
Good morning.
I didn't compromise my morals. What were your morals?
Like 2019 and 2021.
Keep money out of
This is what
politics?
you make in a single year.
You're kind of
First
fucking
all,
that up, aren't you?
The lion's share of that revenue is from 2020 and 2021. Because I wasn't fucking caked up in 2019, dude. I wasn't fucking cracking the top 20 wealthiest streamers of 2019. It's like literally the second half of 2020, an election cycle year. And also this year, when this community fucking massively grew. So most of that is coming from the recent years. I've paid more in taxes, which, by the way, I love. It is a patriotic duty. Okay?
Can't believe you are taking my
I'm
money
profoundly
right now,
fortunate.
Islam.
I talk about this all the fucking time. And I don't mind paying taxes. I love paying taxes. It's fucking great. Okay? It's a wonderful experience. I wish more people thought the same way that I did about paying taxes, despite the fact that a lot.
Come on. Come on. This guy at least does enough research to know that, hey, the military, right? Doesn't a lot of funding and shit get thrown towards the military and the Pentagon and all that shit? And the NDAA? He's aware of that, isn't he? See, look, Bernie voted against it. Vote for Bernie. Right? About some sort of military spending or something like that. He was one of the Pied Pipers of voting for Bernie Sanders, right? And some of those foreign policy reasons why. And he's like, you know what? I proudly pay taxes. You know where they go, don't you? Like, come on, bro. It's so... That's what he's calling a moral... These are my moral principles, paying taxes. Unreal. You've been tricked, bamboozled, if that's the case. Here we go. Imagine that, even on the dorkiest dorky of spectrum. Yeah, I'm proud. I'm proud to pay taxes. Imagine that. What? Yeah. Nope, it's all over the fucking place. Yeah.
Fortunate I talk about this all the fucking time. And I don't mind paying taxes. I love paying taxes. It's fucking great. Okay, it's a wonderful experience. I wish more people thought the same way that I did about paying taxes, despite the fact that a lot of the fucking taxes that unironically go to the American military or numerous other subsidies for fucking oil giants, right? But ultimately, there's still a fraction of that goes back to roads, that goes back to education. I think it's a good thing, okay? You can fucking try to find a way. You can try to fucking find a way to be like, yo, fuck you. I fucking think you're a piece of shit in any way, shape, or form that you want to. But I'm not going to change my fucking perspective on this. What is this? Nick defends Hassan.
What about this is stupid? So Hassan, you know, who's, you know, here,
critical role
can absolutely say tax the rich who are here.
Oh, okay.
Right? Because, you know what I'm saying? Like, it's right? No?
I don't just say that. I say tax me too.
I also said me, who's also...
I literally say tax me as well.
Now, I don't know how many of you was in the Discord with us or watched at some other point. I've heard this documentary called Merchants of Cool. I don't know, for some reason, him opening that fridge like that and all those same cans of the same product all in there like that made me think of that. But there are advertisement agencies don't officially sponsor other people and just have them do shit. I brought this up before about Jay-Z. I think I brought it up last stream. Jay-Z wearing a particular type of outfit during a concert. And then all of a sudden, those sales for those like shirts or pants or sneakers or something start going up. He's like, huh. So that's when he started his own fucking brand. And, you know, he started Rockaware and started selling his own clothes. Like, oh, if people are going to copy me, don't do. Similar type of thing here. Where it's not mentioned. Or maybe it is mentioned. Hey, what are you drinking? Oh, I'm drinking Sprite. Opens the fridge, bunch of Sprite in there and shit. I don't know, but I don't know how many like energy drinks I drink in one sitting, or whatever the fuck he's drinking. But he has a full thing just sitting there like that. I don't know if that's a mini fridge or something or what. I don't know, but I just the idea popped into my mind. Yeah, this could be possible. His outfit, I don't know who or what the fuck that is. Just saying.
So I don't know why the fuck people are like so profoundly angry.
Okay, that's an actual like mini fridge.
My values on that front have never fucking changed. Okay,
it's weird.
Systemic
change
kind
of cool actually
does not happen at the individual level. Are there individuals that could literally profoundly impact the system because of the gross amount of wealth disparity that occurs? Absolutely. Okay? Abso-fucking-lutely. There are billionaires out there. There are 100 billionaires out there that could single-handedly, if they wanted to, change the system. The more impactful, the more impact that they would have, however, on those systems itself would not actually occur if they were like, all right, I'm liquidating all my fucking assets in Amazon and then like paying people personally. But instead, that would come from them stopping their fucking lobbying efforts. Okay? It would be more impactful if they decided to tomorrow no longer maximize their fucking yield, their earnings.
That's what we got to do. We need to make him 100 billionaire. Then he can impact. We're almost there, guys. Keep it going. He replaces his gaming chair biannually for a write-off. Daddy. Sounds like he really wants to get down with the poor people, but stay rich.
And instead decided to legitimately pay a similar percentage of revenue that they generate year over year as the average working class person does. if you are a regular human being, you're paying like anywhere around 30 to 40% of your wealth, like your yearly earnings, back in the form of taxes. Jeff Bezos is fucking paying less than 1%.
Antoinette had an entire town built so she could have a place where she could pretend to be poor for a day.
I wonder why that is the case. I wonder why.
This Antoinette.
Maybe because it's designed to be that way. Now, the solution isn't to fucking lower your tax bracket down to fucking 1%.
Finish my nut
And by the
butter
way,
and I
for
get
me,
this. Pause.
I generate all of my fucking
Pause,
income.
Mr.
I don't have a fucking, you know, I have a SEP IRA, but I don't have like a fucking meaningful like wealth fund outside of that. Okay. So technically, I'm a part of the fucking stock market as well.
That's why they cut her head off. What?
Here's a tweet about you. Oh yeah, this is the funniest part. Is like just a humble worker living 200K paycheck to paycheck. I've literally never said that. I've never said I'm living paycheck to paycheck. This photo.
Actually, I was like, is that Jesse?
Still stands. I don't know why they fucking keep posting this. I was making like 25 grand a year when I was wearing this, and even then, it's not a fucking value that I've.
If that's not the cringiest fucking thing I've ever seen in my. Is that not AOC? You fucking. Who even has time for that? But guys, here's my payroll. I only made 25,000. See?
Changed. Just making
This
shit
is
up,
sad.
dude. Getting mad at an imaginary guy, and then you fucking click on their profile, and it's like you have a fucking podcast. So what are you mad about? Oh, wait, you're just mad that like your podcast isn't as successful. I got it. It's
like rinse and repeat. Used from some of these fucking people. Unreal.
always motherfuckers who are so clout hungry to just be like, oh yeah, this guy fucking sucks. He's a bad leftist.
Imagine living by like those like, you know, qualifying type of answers for everything. You'd be like me, like making a video about this. You'd be like, and you're like, look, you only have blah, blah, blah followers. Blah, blah, blah. You're jealous. Blah, 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 blah. You'd be like, well, blah, 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 blah. Someone recommended this video to me. Blah, 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 blah. It just turns to a back and forth of horse shit. Horse shit. Let's talk about the ideas. What ideas are you saying? What ideas am I saying? Or even the chat? Or any of the audiences? Can you get anything out of it? Can you paint some type of picture from it? I should turn this into a video.
Like, you have a fucking podcast. So what are you mad about? Oh, wait, you're just mad that, like, your podcast isn't as successful. I got it. It's always motherfuckers who are so clout hungry to just be like, oh, yeah, this guy fucking sucks. He's a bad leftist. Also, please subscribe to my fucking Substack. Please subscribe to my Patreon. I'm a good leftist. Okay, dude. Yeah, I hope it works for you, man. She's made. She's not successful. Check her likes. She said Moist and Tyler 1 deserve more than you. Successful. To my fucking. And then you fucking changed. Just making shit up, dude. Getting mad at an imaginary this. Oh yeah, this is the funniest part. Is like just.
Okay, I just wanted to see if he purposely went to her thing, meaning like you can set the narrative of what you're about to be talking about and shit like that by doing that. I was just curious if that's what he did. Oh, I had the same. And look, she has her own podcast. Look at this.
Just a humble worker living 200K paycheck to paycheck. I've literally never said that. I've never said I'm living paycheck to paycheck. This photo still stands. I don't know why they fucking keep posting this. I was making like 25 grand a year when I was wearing this. And even then, it's not a fucking value that I've changed. Just making shit up, dude. Getting mad at an imaginary guy. And then you fucking click on their profile and it's like you have a fucking podcast. So what are you mad about? Oh, wait, you're just mad that, like, your podcast isn't as successful. I got it. It's always motherfuckers who are so clout hungry to just be like, oh yeah, this guy fucking sucks. He's a bad leftist. Also, please subscribe to my fucking Substack. Please subscribe to my Patreon. I'm a good leftist. Okay, dude. Yeah, I hope it works for you, man.
I scorch this guy. Like
She's made. She's not successful. Check her likes. She said Moist and Tyler 1 deserve more than you. But like, okay, so it's just your own petty grievance with me. That's what I'm saying. So many people look to that list and go, well, actually, Moist Critical fucking deserves all the wealth. And yeah, like, if he's not fucking exploiting anybody, that's great. Look, I'm looking at the likes of that fucking bad crippled person. And it's literally Tyler 1 and Critical are among the few that deserve the amount of income because they're actually entertaining to watch. I don't know why people watch Hassan. His streams are dreadful.
Probably.
10
what the
months
fuck?
Of subbing to find out you took an L on the pay rankings. I'm taking off my Hassan hat.
What the fuck is that?
We only have dubs round here.
So you're just fucking admitting it. Like, it's not for you. Oh, okay. So I got it. So your grievance is not like the gross amount of fucking wealth that streamers have created or anything like that. Grifter arc complete. What is this? Oh yeah. Andrew Yang went on fucking Tucker Carlson. We're gonna talk about all that stuff in a second.
Best 11 months of my life. Don't spend it all in one
Like
place.
this motherfucker literally said, "You're a hypocrite for not catering to me." And if I were to fucking click on their profile, I'm sure I would find out very quickly why I don't cater to them.
These guys need a hypocritical fashion show.
Every few weeks, we get to a situation where people are like, "Oh shit, this lefty streamer is fucking
they have
successful."
to wear
I
End
hate
the war and tax the rich sweaters.
It's like, I'm not fucking hiding any of this shit. It's not news. It's not new, but it's new to dumbasses on the internet who have never watched a single fucking broadcast. Thank you, Moogie Wara Luffy, for the 20 gifted subs.
I'll be watching now, buddy.
Like, here's the reality, okay? And I'm going to get to why people are understandably frustrated in a second. Because I get that. I get why people are fucking frustrated. Everything sucks. Okay? Ben Shapiro retweeted Velvet. Socialist.
Straight from fucking Merchants of Cool. This is noted in the documentary, like, oh, we're not saying like we know the artists are partaking in this. We very, very sure that the higher up guys are partaking in it. The artists may just be whatever the fuck, and then they get used for some type of image or type of like cultural trend or something like that. So, but I'll be watching now, Hassan. And seriously, I'm like, well, what do you actually say or do that's actually like where's the interest at? So I'm worried about, like, start a kind of like an algorithmic type of beginning to what you do. Seen this with Hinkle, seen it with Pool. I don't know about this guy, but if I had to guess, certain people that aim towards an algorithmic type of, okay, let's just get a fan base to start rolling, right? Say whatever, we'll talk about it, whatever topic, whatever the fuck, right? Once you get that core, now once you get viewers, like from the jump for like a live stream or for a video, that means it's more likely to be seen by other people, right? So unless you're like really shadow banned or whatever. But yeah, you can see this happen. And then they take that, and then all of a sudden the culture, style, taste, whatever the fuck of the show starts changing a bit. Then they find, okay, when I talk about this, numbers go whoop. When I talk about this, like, nah, not so much. Oh, lean towards this. And it ends up becoming repeating a narrative over and over again, or a style or a taste. The guys that are going to flourish are the guys who can just shapeshift to whatever thing, right? Because they're building more, they're doing more of the culture branding instead of the topic branding. Some guys suck at it. Like a Timbo sucks at it. Or he does topic shit. outside of that topic, expect them to lose fans. I'm gonna guess and say this guy can go wherever. I'm gonna guess and say Hinkle's gonna try to be able to go wherever. But I don't know. Hinkle has no personality, bro. He's fucking cornbread. Not even cornbread. Corn flour.
Is when Assam makes no money. Ben Shapiro thought that was like unironic and retweeted Velvet. Are you serious?
Well. Yeah. It's a poggers culture, bro. I have to watch more of this guy. I want to see him on a topic. Sound like on a topic in particular. Should look for his most viewed. Son reacts to all the girls deeply in love with him as mods featuring Lil Neff. Okay. Son reacts to I'm an anti-masker. I'm proud. Spoiled rich kids on TikTok. Okay. Now, I'm very sure this is his channel, right? I see a check mark there. Verified. I don't think you can verify without actually being that person. This guy is Tim Pool. Hinkle aspires to be him. Of course. I'm going to take his spot. Infrared will rise. Oh, here's an interesting one. Was Jesus a socialist? Interesting. Curious. Looks like Prager he's reacting to.
Well, if socialism is nothing more than being kind to other people, then you might think the answer is yes. But you could be kind to other people and be a capitalist. John D. Rockefeller.
Wait, what? Yo, he's not going to say the Rockefellers were kind, right? No. Oh my God, my dude. Like, this is the one. This is literally the perfect example of someone
to cry yourself to
who
sleep
tried
in
desperately
when you live in a
to
mansion.
engage in philanthropy to fucking. Oh, Jesus Christ, dude.
Rockefeller probably gave away more money.
You can't
than
get
anyone
Tim
in
Pool
human
on
history.
the
And
show.
he was
Get
certainly a
Jank or
capitalist.
Vosh. But
Bill
if you get
Gates and
Vosh,
Warren
get him
Buffett
in
have given away
studio so he
millions, too.
can't rage quit.
Bro, you could have gone with anybody else, dude. You literally could have gone with anyone else. Why did he go with, like, he went to the fucking core?
To get an accurate answer to our question, we need to define socialism. Socialism is the concentration of power into the hands of government elites to achieve the following purposes: central planning of the economy and the radical redistribution of wealth. Jesus never called for any of that. Nowhere in the New
I should just find this video. Go off that. Holy fuck. Holy shit. You see how, like, these guys are... Do you see why I call them devil worshippers? You see that? Because if Jesus... if the Jesus character says, love thy neighbor. Well, he didn't say don't... didn't say don't try to make billions of dollars off the backs of other people. I can love them and do that. Love my money. Money. It's good. Or, love thy neighbor. Well, Jesus didn't say anything about borders. Of course you can have borders. Look, he said a city he lived in. That means he's for borders. Thank you, Jesus. Tim Pool or bust? Pause. I mean her. Amy, you're almost banned. You're almost banned. You'll still be my only fan, but you're banned. Almost. Right. Jesus knew what Build Back Better really meant. No one was listening. He nailed it. Unreal.
Purposes, central planning of the economy, and the radical redistribution of wealth. Jesus never called for any of that. Nowhere in the New Testament does he advocate for the government to punish the rich or even to use tax money to help the poor.
That's unbelievable. You didn't get the core sentiment of the Jesus character at all? Really, like, because you didn't state it in words? Like, Jesus never said to not go into Iraq for the Iraq War in 2003. He never said that. Yeah, there wasn't in Iraq yet. Unfucking real. This is so dishonest. That's why they're devil worshippers. Here we go.
So,
see, the devil, as far as my notion of the mythological, maybe even real devil, I think mythological, archetypal type of thing. But my notion of it is like, you wouldn't just, hey, Jesus says don't kill, I'm gonna kill. No. Get people to kill themselves. Duh. You want them to corrupt themselves. What do? Take Jesus' words and you f*** on its head. Where's that from? Your little plan and I turned it on. I thought about that the other night when I resaw the scene for the Nolan interviews. Oh! Like, something cool. Heath Ledger did all his own makeup. Make it realistic, like he's pause. Jesus was more of an anarchist than you are. Know the Christ, don't worry.
Do we just not look at the actions of Jesus? Like, I'm no fucking theology geek, but I feel like his actions, like, you know, curing the lepers and shit, and you know, feeding the poor, I feel like that's kind of important, right? Like, isn't that?
I don't know. Jesus was against the Fed. Wasn't against the Fed.
Basically, what the fuck?
He never said that.
A socialized medicine is advocating for. I'm so
Jesus
confused.
wasn't against
like,
drone strikes.
How do you make the argument that Jesus?
He never said it.
St. Paul killed 2 people who lied about giving away all their money. Yeah, the needle camel rich man heaven shit is the famous thing that I think about. Like, a rich man at the gates of heaven has a harder shot than a fucking camel threading through a needle hole or whatever the fuck. what is the take? You guys know better. Just then a man came up to Jesus and asked, "Teacher, what good thing must I do to eternal life?" "Why do you ask me about what is good?" Jesus replied. "There's only one who is good. If you want to enter life, keep the commandments." 18, "Which ones?" he inquired. Jesus replied, "You shall not murder, you shall not commit adultery, you shall not steal, you shall not give false testimony, honor your father and your mother, love your neighbor as yourself, and also arbitrage and those who buy PlayStation 5s with bots on the Walmart website are totally a normal and nay a necessary part of supply side economics." That's what Jesus said, which was pretty base, dude. Neoliberal Jesus. He said, those who purchase as many PlayStations as possible through different means, allowing others not to,
and
those are the people who are definitely going to go to heaven, as long as they sell it at a ridiculous price afterwards.
People are supposed to help
Nor does
each
he
other
promote the
directly,
ideas
not
of
through the
state ownership of
extremely
businesses
corrupt
or
government
central
that is
planning of the
populated by
In Luke 12, Jesus is
servile,
confronted by a man who wants
power-hungry
him to
con men and
redistribute
women.
wealth. "Master," the man says to Jesus, "tell my brother."
I don't know why
don't think you
these
should
guys are
serve,
advocating for capitalist Jesus. I mean, socialist Jesus. When it's very clear that Jesus Christ literally said to the lepers,
Verily,
"No, you have a
we shall increase the profits of the stakeholders tenfold.
You have to
Blessed
pay me."
is the exploited worker, for he
It's
shall
just like
inherit
buying
the
a couch.
debt.
Healthcare is just like buying a couch. Jesus famously said this.
When he returns, he's getting PTSD when he sees all the
And he
crosses
was
all
also
over
an
the place.
ANCAP. He hated
The
taxes.
Bill Hicks joke.
As well.
To divide the inheritance with me. Jesus replies, "Man, who made me a judge or divider over you?" And then he rebukes the man for being envious of his sibling.
Wait, but that's the conversation revolves around envy and not around fucking, wait, what? That's not about like ending estate taxes, man. Like, what?
"Tell my brother to divide the inheritance with me." Jesus replies,
"Bro, my man saw this and was like, no, this is actually about abolishing the estate tax. That's what's Christian like."
"Man, who made me a judge or divider over you?" And then he rebukes the man for being envious of his sibling. How about Jesus' parable of the talents? Talents were a form of money in Jesus' day. A man entrusted 3 of his workers with his wealth. The 2 who invested the money and made a profit were praised, and the one who buried his share so he wouldn't lose any of it was reprimanded.
Wait, what the fuck? Wait, isn't usury a sin in Christianity too? Wait, what? Am I crazy? I thought it was only not a sin in Judaism. This motherfucker literally is saying that the Bible literally wants you to invest your money. Did he just patch it? Was that a live patch?
He doesn't understand that
Oh, this
PlayStations
guy's
and not
unironically
understanding
making
your
supply side
society
Jesus
go hand in
arguments.
hand.
What the fuck?
So why is he focused on people getting more PlayStations for 500 rather than
Sounds a lot more like an
700?
endorsement for capitalism than socialism, doesn't it? Yes, Jesus spoke of the difficulty for a rich man to enter heaven, but not
Gotta clean it
because
up.
having money is evil. It's not money, rather it is the love of money, the New Testament tells us, that leads to evil. Jesus
He's a devil worshiper. He is a devil worshiper, this guy, bro. There's no one. Light's not on. Holy shit. He just died for our profit margins. 70s porn stash. Don't know if I can reckon with this. If Jesus was a socialist, why are socialists so hostile to Christianity, but for some reason compassionate to Islam? Oh, man. Do more sociology. A little more. Also, I don't know why you're asking me that question. I can give you a guess. I mean, material and also all the priests, preachers, popes, motherfuckers that have been, they're not all like that, but a lot of them, to be honest, by lying, dishonest to people for centuries. And people are like, fuck this. We found the room to be free of it, so we're going to be free of it. Like, oh, thank God for apathy. People stop caring. Now we can just get out of this. I should ask Amy, because she's Christian. What do you think about this? You think this guy is taking... Do you think he's purposely taking your religion and twisting it to his own means? Don't do a whataboutism. Swear to God. I mean, yeah.
Dude, I've never seen... Yo. Okay. This... Like, capitalism and Christianity cannot coexist, okay? It just does not work that way. I mean, it's all internal.
Okay, his commentary. This, though.
Was Jesus a socialist? Well, if socialism... Was Jesus a socialist? Well, if socialism is nothing more than being kind to other people, then you might think the answer is yes. But you could be kind to other people.
You want to
and
come
be a
on Discord?
capitalist. John D. Rockefeller probably gave away more money than anyone in human history.
The socialists are anti-Christian?
Capitalist. Bill Gates and...
Doesn't make sense. And their policies lead to genocides because they're authoritarian. That's quite a blanket statement. Imagine if we did that with Christians. Are you telling me there's not a lot of self-serving? Like, this is a human thing, right? And if I put on a robe and shit like that, it doesn't get rid of those human things that can happen, right? There's this whole thing about knowing. What? I don't know if I'm going to open up Discord. Listen, Amy, I don't need to defend Christianity, so I got you. I got it already. In fact, I have it. Well, I don't do it to defend Christianity because I'm not looking at it like that at all. I'm more of a truth seeker, and in the realm of metaphysics and philosophy and spirituality, Christianity plays a heavy role in my life. At the same time, I recognize there are people that will take advantage of it as well. They'll try to. So transparent that they have to basically buy their way into positions like this. They can't get here on self-worth. No offense to this.
To other people and be a capitalist. John D. Rockefeller probably gave away more money than anyone in human history, and he was certainly a capitalist.
It's usually
Bill
on
Gates
Saturdays.
and Warren
Amy.
Buffett have given away millions, too. To get an accurate answer to our question, we need to define socialism. Socialism is the concentration of power into the hands of government elites to achieve the following purposes: central planning of the economy and the radical redistribution of wealth. Jesus never called for any of that. Nowhere in the New Testament does he advocate for the government to punish the rich or even to use tax money to help the poor.
I'm asking again, Amy, is this a twisting of your religion? You think they're purposely twisting against their own notion of Christianity? Are they purposely twisting it for a narrative? Okay. Checking. No, forget about Prager. This guy. Obviously Prager didn't. But this guy in particular. Do you really think he believes what he's saying out loud right now? Do you think these things would apply to Jesus at all? Do you think he would use any avenue that doesn't break his own principles to do something good in the world? Meaning it doesn't matter what form it takes. As long as it doesn't break those principles, use it. Okay, never mind. I agree with Prager about the risks of socialism. That says nothing about but these rich oligarchs are above the law and not living on free market capitalism. What is it? I'm asking you about Christianity. This guy using your religion to sell an economic narrative because he doesn't actually care about the fucking religion. He's faking it by your own guess. Keyword guess. What did he say that isn't true? Oh, Matt. Well, Jesus never said anything about, drone strikes, so based on this logic, we can drone strike. Jesus was against killing. Well, they're aiming next to the terrorists. They didn't aim exactly at him. We just aimed to the right of him, and it just happened to. This guy has a point of view that I don't understand. So he's going off the merits of the Jesus character. Truly, that's all. It's his only motive there. I'm Christian too. Yes, it's the same BS people do when they quote MLK and give Obama as a solution. It's a twist of the meaning. Christianity is more compatible with free market capitalism, socialism. That's not what I'm asking you. Not what I'm asking you. It's like default with China. Has to make sure that they don't look bad. Christianity is more about a spiritual path and is actually a genius philosophy to prevent vengeance and reduce conflict, and it worked well for around 1,000 years. That could be debatable, but I'm not going to debate that right now. Spiritual. So this video is about a spiritual path then. Is this guy, the guy who's talking, is this about a spiritual path for him? Just like Dan Crenshaw was talking about suffering, them not, giving benefit checks in a pandemic. Forget about what you believe in the political sense. Is he using Christianity to take advantage of people? That's my question. I think he thinks what he is saying is popular, that he will give people a refined version of what they want through the prism of the brilliance of their mind. That he will position himself and poise himself, thus, and bring us more of his greatness through the special magic he has with regurgitation. This guy isn't a fucking preacher. That matter? Does not matter. Matter. It is irrelevant.
Nor does he promote the ideas of state ownership of businesses or central planning of the economy. In Luke 12, Jesus is confronted by a man who wants him to redistribute wealth. "Master," the man says to Jesus, "tell my brother to divide the inheritance with me." Jesus replies, "Man, who made me a judge or divider over you?" And then he rebukes the man for being envious of his sibling.
Yeah, that probably wasn't financial advice. Yeah? Yeah? Guy isn't preaching a sermon here. You're not getting it, are you? I think you are, actually, and you're pretending not to. What? That's next level. Yeah. Yeah. Marxism is anti-Christian. You're not answering, Amy, you're not. Why don't you answer me? Why can't you answer the question? Making social, political observations, not preaching fucking. Let's find out.
How about Jesus' parable of the talents? Talents were a form of money in Jesus' day. A man entrusted 3 of his workers with his wealth. The 2 who invested the money and made a profit were praised, and the one who buried his share so he wouldn't lose any of it was reprimanded. Sounds a lot more like an endorsement for capitalism than socialism, doesn't it?
What was that? What was that? Sounds like more of like an endorsement of socialism over endorsement of capitalism over socialism. Come on, he's just an economist. He's not using. You're telling me he's not using Christian religion? Come on, bruh. I think Christianity is about saying you have to accept inequality as a matter of fact, but not injustice. Is this guy, do you think or believe the guy in this video is using Christianity just for a straight up political, socioeconomic argument or position? Almost justifying it, right? Are you telling me that wasn't implied right there? When he says this, you're telling me he's not implying that.
Reprimanded. Sounds a lot more like an endorsement for capitalism than socialism, doesn't it?
Are you telling me that wasn't... I'll be mind-boggled. Yeah, I think this all... Forgive me, Amy, but I believe this comes from a place of you thinking that you putting this thing in regards to narratives, that you must stand against narratives because that's what controls people. That's what makes people do what they do, narrative. In which case, the problem would be to break conditioning, not to hide things from them. Right? Hiding things, the solution to hiding things would be critical thinking, right? Or the solution to, I feel like the need to hide things from people because they can't handle it, be critical thinking, right? Or breaking down of conditioning. People might, think for themselves. That'd be the goal, right? How would God judge a person brainwashed by another person? Be hard to judge, right? I'm here to judge your deeds on earth. Oh, wait a minute. You borrowed all this from someone else. You're not really a you. Fuck am I judging then? All right, restart. Go ahead, try again. Seems more likely. I don't know. Running. Yeah, he literally just said Christianity endorses capitalism. He basically said that. He knows he can't just straight up say that. Then the horn might poke out of his fucking forehead. Oops. That. I wonder if Jesus was around today, would you were a Twitcher? He'd be a TikToker. Short but sweet. Pause. Oh. Crazy, he's still going. Looking down. Like, oh. Like, oh, he knows how to pitch. And he knows that. Or no, of why he's successful. The world is complex. He thinks there is a case for a certain economics from the Bible. Can't he state it? Why can't he have his opinion? Of course he can. Do you think that's his actual opinion? Or do you think he's using your religion? Like, I thought you'd be the first one to jump on that. I figured you'd be like one of the first people to jump, like, hey, wait a minute, you're using you're using some shit I take seriously. Get some sort of agenda going. Do you agree Reagan or Bush used these things? Or do you think they were honest, well-meaning Christians and they just happened to do some horrible shit in the world? Or do you think they used your religion? No, they were Zionists. Still use your religion, which means there's a case of people using your religion, which means I'm asking you, is this guy using your religion? I'm a thinker, so nothing you're gonna say that's gonna like, my mind is now this, and I have no agenda myself. I am asking you about your critical thinking. Like, do you see anything there? Only God can say how he judges, right? I'm asking for a guess. You do it anyways. Amy, you do it anyways, right? I agree that Christ, that's not the question. Not the question. Come on, Amy. Not the question. I think this guy is using your religion to sell a narrative. That's the question. Weird. Sometimes the left say that Christianity supported slavery and genocide. Other times they say Christianity supported socialism. I don't know who you're talking to. Maybe, sure. See that as a possibility. I'm Christian. I answered your question. Yes. Perverting them. Well, you don't like my answer. Why are you asking? Clarify. I'm saying Amy. Amy, not emblemed. Amy. Unless you're the same person. I don't think you are. You're really good with voices. Sound completely different. Socialism is an entire system run by corruption that's once again epistemologically would not hold up. Sorry. Where a crony capitalism is only part well-regulated capitalism, least corrupt. in epistemology that would not hold up. In fact, I can bring skeptical mantis in here. I'll have a field day. Just with questions. But that still wasn't my question that I asked. He may be, and he may be sincere. We cannot tell. Cool. So, George Bush. George Bush is a mystery. George W. Bush is a mystery in regards to how much he's into Christianity. It's a mystery. We have no idea. Right? Correct? He'd glow under a... Paul Craig Roberts thinks Reagan really did want to end Cold War to protect people, and they're hard to know. He also sold drugs to war crimes. Also sold drugs to his own citizens. Pretty sure he's aware of it. Sold Africans monkeys or something. Maybe he was like, the word. What do they call Bill Gates? Negative word. Genesis. There it is. Someone could make that claim, 100%, based on the evidence. I don't know, though. It was just as blasphemous for a Muslim to use their religion to paint a socio-political narrative that U.S. foreign policy is harmful towards Islamic nations. Yeah. Yeah. Let's see. Yeah. Jesus were a capitalist. He would have charged the sick for medical care and the hungry for the bread. You would have? Is preventing everything Jesus and the Anunnaki believed in Jesus, cared about the aliens and the humans, built our Lord and our Savior. How could you not answer that question? So George Bush, you have nothing in favor or in doubt of George Bush's real volition towards the Christian religion. Like you don't know. Like fuck, we can't know. We don't know. I have no guesses in regards to his actual true love for the Christian religion. We have no idea. No guesses even. Can't even guess. Epistemology's a motherfucker, man. Here we go.
Yes, Jesus spoke of the difficulty for a rich man to enter heaven, but not because having money is evil. It's not money, rather it is the love of money, the New Testament tells us, that leads to evil. Jesus was warning us not to put acquisition of money and material possessions above our spiritual and moral lives.
Once again, logic falls on its face there, right? Jesus said not to kill. Oh, so that means I can hire someone to kill someone. I didn't kill them personally. Wouldn't Jesus be like, I know, you know what I meant, right? You're fucking with me? You know what I meant with that, right? Come on, don't let the fucking hyper-materialist atheist fucking movement look smart in these scenarios. Come on. Come on. You're going to make them look like they're brilliant in this realm. Jesus performed miracles not to provide medical care, but to get attention. Message heard in Scripture could be fulfilled. Okay. So he used them as props. Come on, I'm telling you, wherever you're going with this, the logic is just like, wait, what? Is that moral? Africa corpse going? I don't know. Economics is a farce in itself. Ask a professor of economics if classical economics is better than classical economics. And if truthful, they'll admit they're both disastrous to most of the citizenry. I don't know enough, but surprise. That sounds pretty cynical. That's like sociopathic behavior. Exploit the sick to go viral. That's the logic of it. That's the logic of it, Amy. It really is. You use them as props to they can get my message out. That's propaganda, is it not? I thought it was this whole notion of Jesus, like as far as my mind looks at it, it's more mythological than literal, but I thought the notion was God becoming man to show man what man is capable of. To show man, like, hey, you can do this. Look, I'm poor. I can't read. I don't have any fucking material things. But shit, I'm going to go help this guy who's struggling. See, look, that costs nothing. Even if I had nothing, but granted, he can perform miracles and shit, but... show them the capabilities of the heart of man more than, ooh, magic, see, look. If I feed the hungry, I'll start trending in Jerusalem. Jesus was the original influencer. He died for your for your TikToks. Hello, Dubster. I'm fine with cannibalism. Let's eat the rich first. No. And pause. Jesus was just a normal dude with the minions of Rome. That's another story. I don't know if he was a guy or not. As far as my psyche takes it, it's either way, it's like a character, not in their physical presence. So if he doesn't love money and has it, must be giving 2/3 of his to those in need by housing and servicing the needy. Rome realized that normal folks were going to be problematic for their agenda and obstruction of justice. I know that story, but I have a lot more reverence for the character. Plus, he's inspired most of the movies I love, or the artwork I love. I'm pretty sure the guests at the wedding in Cana didn't feel exploited to have some water turned into great wine. Come on, Amy. That's how you explained them, though. Why'd that look like Utley? Oh, it's Seeger? Yeah. My mind, like, brain fart. I'm like, there's no way he's still. Silly. Let's keep playing.
Was Jesus promoting a socialist model when he kicked the money changers out of the temple in Jerusalem? Again, the answer is no. Note the location where the incident occurred. It was in the holiest of places, God's house. Jesus was not angry at buying and selling in and of themselves. He was angry that these things happened in a house of prayer. He never drove a money changer from a marketplace or from a bank. Jesus advises us to be of generous spirit.
Okay, so let's rewind on that. You know what I should do? I should just give my interpretations of all of this. He wasn't angry at business happening. He was angry that business was happening in a holy house or something like that. What does that imply? What does that imply? Like, it means there's some sort of like, there's this guy walking around saying like, hey, there's like this God thing. It means it's like super duper universe. You live forever. Now, what would he think about people just exchanging money in the first place? Like, in some sort of like doing weird, creepy business and like, hey guys, you shouldn't be taking it this amount of seriousness because you live forever anyways. That's one. There's a God. There's a soul. There's a spirit. Hey, maybe we should have more attention towards that. Unless you're telling me the guys of today, the business tycoon type guys that claim to be Christian, you're telling me that they don't have any fuck. They're thinking more about God every time they make their transactions than they are about money. Money's not that big of a deal to them. They care about it that. Come on, bro. Tell me they're blind to any type of things happening in the world. Fuck outta here. Church is against usury, so that is greedy capitalism. That is wrong. And this guy? So if this guy who's presenting this, if he's like a quote-unquote greedy capitalist, like if we dug in through his fucking past and financial ventures, found some creepy shit, what would you say about that? Would that be like, okay, yeah, okay, I see him taking advantage of Christianity. Spread some economic message. For me, it's like, do I even need that? To make that guess? The house is strong, it keeps purity, the money is earth. You have to explain.
Things happened in a house of prayer. He never drove a money changer from a marketplace or from a bank. Jesus advises us to be of generous spirit, to show kindness, to assist the widow and the...
Telling you, the materialist atheists are going to have a fucking field day with this. Know about this. Any Christians know about this. Like, wait. So God created Earth. Then there's like special Earth places. Wouldn't the whole universe be special? That's what I think. all meant to be.
In and of themselves. He was angry that these things happened in a house of prayer. He never drove a money changer from a marketplace or from a bank. Jesus advises us to be of generous spirit, to show kindness, to assist the widow and the orphan.
Con artist.
But he clearly means this to be our responsibility, not the government's. Consider Jesus' Good Samaritan story. A traveler comes upon a man at the side of a road. The man had been beaten and robbed and left.
This is the Martin Luther King parable. James, you should look. The Martin Luther King. Or not, it's not his, but he used about the Good Samaritan. This guy's about the. This should be interesting.
He never drove a money changer from a marketplace or from a bank. Jesus advises us to be of generous spirit, to show kindness, to assist the widow and the orphan. But he clearly means that.
He clearly means a literal widow and a literal orphan. Literally.
Or from a bank. Jesus advises us to be of generous spirit, to show kindness, to assist the widow and the orphan. But he clearly means this to be our responsibility, not the government's. Consider Jesus' Good Samaritan story. A traveler comes upon a man at the side of a road. The man had been beaten and robbed and left half dead. What did the traveler, the Good Samaritan, do? He helps the unfortunate man on the spot with his own resources. Ask yourself, to help the poor, would Jesus prefer that you give your money freely to the Salvation Army, for example, or have it taxed by politicians to fund a welfare bureaucracy? Progressives like to point out that Jesus said, "Render unto Caesar the things that are."
That was it? Come on. I played a Martin Luther King one where it's like, this guy fleshed the whole fucking thing out. Didn't say anything about the government. Like, am I judging Christianity, or what I'm saying is the atheists will have a fucking materialist atheist will take his interpretation, have a fucking field day. Corrupts them to help. Is that the merits of corruption? You realize, like, okay, I know you missed it earlier, but I said something about diagnosing the problem kind of gives you the solution. So if your diagnosis is, well, you know, people should help them how to help themselves. But then you tailor it towards something like finances, or like they have the means to help them. I don't even know what that means. Like legs and arms to work with, or but yeah, either way, if you playing some conditional role leads to corruption, which I don't even think that's the case, really. I mean, well, my question would be like, wouldn't you have a problem with conditioning itself? Right? But I never hear you say anything about that. It's always environmental factors that are changing people to do what they do, instead of addressing conditioning itself. And if you believe in a soul, then by God, conditioning plays a role, does it not? Like they're not even being their real selves then. If it's just influences moving them around and they have a soul, it wouldn't make sense. Those that can't help themselves. Oh, that's what I was implying. right? Because these guys will, what we've heard so far from this guy is to take the actual words read there and just go with that. Can't believe you just go on, bro. Something inside of you has to be screaming like, this guy's using it. He's using the religion to get a political message out. Something has to notice that, right? Come on. Like, is Steven Crowder a real Christian to you? Amy? Like, you do agree thinking exists, right? So clearly there's something happening. Maybe we can't see it. By what and who, or your own choices. Okay, conditioning. Yeah, we have these things called egos, right? The voice in your head that you like. If you said your ABCs in your head right now, the voice going A is your ego. Now, what did your ego adopt to be able to go A, B, C? Oh, conditionally through experience, soaked in a tune with letters, symbols, and then also a concept of it, right? Not just letters in your head, it's also, there's concepts added to it. Like this is this and this is that. A is this, B is that, C is that. You can mix these letters together to form words. And the words themselves are concepts. Then the words form sentences. The sentence itself is a concept, and also the sentences make a concept itself. Like it's multifaceted in that way. Now taking that, I can get concepts from out here that someone said. It enters through stimuli, right? Through your senses. Typically hearing, right? If you hear someone say something. It's then computed in the ego of, okay, I understand this word means this, and this word means that, and I understand this letter arrangement. Okay, and then there's a concept being used after understanding those concepts. Now I have a formed concept in my head of what this person is saying. Now what happens if I'm not exactly having full attention as those concepts are entering? What if I just accept them? I hear it, I understand it, and it just sits there. Hey, Santa Claus is real. Right? The concept goes in and just sits there. So it's possibly debunked or whatever later, or critically thought about later. Boom, I am conditioned to believe Santa Claus exists without someone saying that to them there. Like, I'm conditioned to physically move this way because I observed someone else doing it. My ego observed someone else doing this. Right? It's taking your concept of physics, through your visuals, right? Concept of physics, right? It's unspoken, so there's not like words attached to it, not really. But there's a concept in physics. You're observing the physics, and you're now adopting the physics without you fully awarely adopting the physics. Thus, conditioned. Take that concept and then apply it to damn near anything we see outside of ourselves. What was the original premise? Why people do the things they do? It could be a whole mishmash of conditioning factors leading to certain behaviors because it's not thought about deeply, because it's almost like sitting there without even the ego's awareness of it being there. Conditioning is learning to a degree, but I wouldn't call it not true learning. True learning is to take something, smash it into a million pieces, and be able to put it back together perfectly. That's learning. This is just accepting the mass-produced product of sight, sound, taste, smell, touch. Pause. What if your time equaled? What if your what equaled your title? 80%. But no. Oh, I don't know what that is. Tithe. Tithe? I don't know, dude. Same logic with Obama and black support as he fakes black support, bombs Libya. Same with the guys, they support bombing Syrian Christians while perverting religion. There's some. Conditioning is being passively brainwashed, like by Black Lives Matter. Brought to you by George Soros. Well, I would make a distinction, right, between conditioned and brainwashed. Brainwashed is someone purposely trying to place things in your mind, right, for nefarious purposes. Right? They're trying to wash any essence of you out and replace it with their own notion. As opposed to conditioning, which is natural. Even when you observe and break conditioning, you recondition yourself with yourself. You just have more options than A or B. You get A through Z as options for your multiple choice. That's a metaphor, not a choices. Tithe is a religious donation. Give 10% of your crop yields to the church so they can not farm. Okay. Yeah, I'd be like, what does that have to do with righteousness? Once again, materialist atheists will wreck people on that point. How come God doesn't just make crops grow for everyone? Snap his fingers and do that. George Soros is trying to brainwash us. Okay. That's my point, though. Christians are supposed to pay tax to the church so the church can share, not trust the corrupt government. Still missing my point. Are you purposely missing my point, or are you just missing my point? I feel like James. Do I have to fucking fly or something? Gotta perform miracles in front of you for fucking get this? just telling you where the logic leads. By the way, I know Jesus. Not truly. Talk to the sun all the time. But yo, what's up, bro? I do not understand, and you don't want to go it go. I will open up Discord for this. Please, good sir. Well, Jesus wrecked the atheist argument with growing seed. Terrible. In the mustard seeds? I think you make assumptions. With what? Play while James.
Consider Jesus' Good Samaritan story. A traveler comes upon a man at the side of a road. The man had been beaten and robbed and left half dead. What did the traveler, the Good Samaritan, do? He helps the unfortunate man.
Now, I don't know if Martin Luther King added to the story or not, but I could have sworn there was like 3 different groups that walked by. There's the one who's like, "Huh, this guy might harm me. Let me walk away." There's one who's like, "I'll be late for church," or there's a church ritual where I'm not supposed to touch another person, so let me walk away. And there's the one who's like, "No, I must do this work because it's less about what will happen to me if I help this guy. It's more about what will happen to him if I help this guy. If I don't help this guy." Doesn't that just sound better? It sounds better. Right? Really? I talk to his son all the time and expect you to be the type to make corny Jesus jokes. Amy would be ashamed. Not a corny Jesus joke. I meant it. Based on what I believe the Christ figure to be. But I giggle too. Not mistake my laughs for insincerity. But, yeah. The Christ figure, how I perceive that archetype to be, do all the time. Sound versus action, virtue? Don't know what you mean by that either.
On the spot with his own resources. Ask yourself, to help the poor, would Jesus prefer that you give your money freely to the Salvation Army, for example, or have it taxed by politicians to fund a welfare bureaucracy? Progressives like to point out that Jesus said, "Render unto Caesar the things that are Caesar's, and unto God the things that are God's." But that has absolutely nothing to do with high taxes or wealth redistribution. It was the seed for the idea of separating church and state.
They just found it that day.
It certainly wasn't the same as saying that whatever Caesar says is his must then be so, no matter how much he demands or what he intends to use it for. So there is no evidence that Jesus was a socialist, and there's lots of evidence that he supported free markets.
There's no evidence he just supported socialism, but there's much evidence he supported free markets. Come on, how could you not see that? Something has to be going off in your mind, like, shut up. You have to be closing the door on something to like be like, stop yourself. MLK, he used Christianity to construct social political narratives as well. Let him have it. See, there's a difference here, Matt. I think MLK actually believes that he is taking the Christian religion and applying it to socioeconomics. As opposed to, I'm using the Christian religion to apply it to socioeconomics because I want to make more money or whatever the fuck. That's the assessment I'm reading here. Good try, though. Good day, sir. There we go, connected. Play that again.
The idea of separating church and state. It certainly wasn't the same as saying that whatever Caesar says is his must then be so, no matter how much he demands or what he intends to use it for. So there is no evidence that Jesus was a
Discord is open, by the way.
Socialist. And there's lots of evidence that he supported free markets. In addition,
unfucking real. No, it's not about his skin color. I can reference Joseph Campbell if you want. No, he wasn't really into socioeconomic. I don't know, I'd have to think. Either way, you're getting an empty fucking shell of something, bro. You're getting fake me in your mind. Your fake response in response to fake me. You get nothing. Unless you're trolling the whole time. It's like, oh man, this is the longest running troll of all time. Congratulations. And get nothing out of that.
Can I just ask, can you hear me?
Yes, I can.
Can you hear me?
Yes.
Oh, you can?
Hold on, making sure the mics are okay. You turn the gain down again?
Okay.
Yeah, you did.
Oh, the gain. Gain.
Can you hear me better now? Hello? Amy.
Oh, so, okay, hold on. Sorry.
It's alright.
It's because the Discord and the YouTube, and then the YouTube's behind. I didn't know.
Oh yeah, just use the Discord.
Got it. Then I can look at the picture on the YouTube if I turn the sound off. But actually, like, so what is your point that you're saying that he is trying to justify a greedy capitalism with quotes from the Bible, and that's an abuse of the meaning and purpose of Christianity? Is that your thesis?
That's my belief of what this guy's doing and what this organization does.
Well, I think Prager is a different thing. I don't know who this guy is. I think Prager isn't a Christian, and I see him part as a power player with an agenda that isn't, necessarily anything to do with Christianity. He's probably part of like the whole Christian Zionism thing, which is abusing Christianity to promote, a genocidal conquest, which probably Jesus would have been against, I would think. But like that one guy himself, other than the fact that he's doing it on Prager and not hearing his comments on usury, I mean, I do think he's raising important points that people think that Christianity means just be nice to people, and it's actually, there's a lot more texture there. So I don't necessarily think anything that I've heard so far is something that is an abuse of Christianity. But I would expect, I don't trust the Prager framework, and So, you know, that whole separation of church and state, I mean, that's a, you know, that's a certain agenda that a lot of Christians don't share. And I mean, it's so old now that it's been so normalized by now that people take it for granted. But the country, the U.S. was founded on, it was a whole bunch of different Christian states. So it was a Christian country, but it was like different states, and they didn't want to fight over which religion. And so it was kind of a deal that we're not going to have a state religion. We're not going to fight like in England and Catholic and then go back to Protestant and then back in bloody battles and everything.
All right, well, let's not go too far off topic. And to be honest, I feel like I'm being more fair to this guy than you are. You see how, like, your notions of him possibly doing something off is based on, well, he's doing something for PragerU. It's a little weird. And I'm looking at the words he's saying and how he's applying them. He's applying Christian concepts, which is supposed to be about your soul, and making, like, so that you live a righteous life and all of that. And he's using it to say Jesus is probably more in favor of free markets than socialism. Why would you do that? That's true. Why would anyone do that?
Because I think that's true. I think Jesus probably would be more in favor of free markets than socialism.
Why would anyone go out of their way to do that, though? What does it to do with Jesus' message at all?
Well, I think that is Jesus' message. I think it's been lost. I think that socialism is a very modern movement compared to Christianity, right? And it you know, people have different associations with socialism, but for a lot of people, it has a lot to do, is very symbolized by the Russian Revolution and the Soviet Union, and that it was a very anti-Christian system, and then also in China and Maoism, and both of those were associated with massive deaths, you know?
And
with
Christianity?
catastrophic...
And Christianity?
No. The socialist revolutions, right?
Okay. What does that have to do with Christianity?
So Christians perceive often socialism in a different light than, say, a leftist from today.
So it's not even Jesus was even using the word socialism or anything like that.
Right, that would be anachronistic. Absolutely.
Why do you think this guy's making this video?
Well, I do think that this is an important debate to be had, that a lot of people on the left, and, you know, I have a friend on the left, she's friends with a lot of people on your thing here, by the way, and she said, well, I got in trouble in school because I said Jesus, in a Catholic school, because I said Jesus was a socialist, and they kicked me out for the day or something. And it's like, well, because you're missing a lot of parts of what socialism is. Socialism isn't just let's all be nice to each other and make sure people are looked after. It's a particular way of doing it with a particular set of ideology, you know, values. And, you know, it's a materialist value system. That doesn't necessarily mean greedy. What it means is that that is the basis of the things that we can agree on and talk about. It doesn't believe in God, and it doesn't believe, like, you know, so the American system, this is a big problem right now, is based on God-given rights. And if we say there's no God and God's passé, then where do those rights come from? And then why can't the government just make everybody put this nasty genetically engineered stuff into their body, right? Because there's no God, so maybe there's no rights, and maybe there's no anything. Maybe a man can be a woman, and you can be transhuman, and we can download your brain onto a computer, and that's just as good as you.
Hold on. So they don't, what you're saying is modern socialism does not represent the tenets of Jesus' message.
Right.
So then if I take his tenets and I use them in another direction, without him actually saying those exact words, like, isn't that just as bad?
Well, I think he's trying to articulate the language that people are thinking about now. What, you know, how do you make the message of Jesus apply to...
Hold on, Amy, because it's like, if this guy says, well, Jesus never said anything against drone strikes, wouldn't that still go against the tenets of the Jesus character? The Christ figure?
I mean,
wouldn't it go against that? Wouldn't drone strikes be against the tenets of Jesus' narrative?
I would think in most, like, I can't think of a case, like, unless some sort of weird aliens that were way overpowering us came. Like, I can't think of a case where that would be a self-defense valid thing, but
so without Jesus mentioning drones, you could safely say, like, Jesus would probably be against drone strikes, right?
Right, but that's what he's trying to do, is put the message of that period into a relevant,
by saying Jesus would be good with free markets, but not socialism. Is that really representing the tenets of the Jesus character? Or is it help anyone as long as it doesn't, harm people or whatever the fuck, or break his character, his morals?
Well, I think that a person who is a free market, like if you take these, not all people for free markets are for like crony capitalism, right? And so the free market system, when it is, when monopolies are not allowed and everything is properly regulated and there's not corruption, is a very good system of distributing because it's decentralized. And so it's less corrupt and less evil than a very centralized one. And the socialist systems are very centralized. And then when they screw up, they can like starve millions of people to death. And it's not even because there was a plague or a pestilence or something. They just screw up royally. And then, capitalist systems have done that too. But, so I think that's the point that they're trying to make. So are they emphasizing some things and de-emphasizing other things? I'm sure they are. But is there any truth to that argument? Because most things in political debates aren't totally black and white.
Sure.
So, I don't see him as a total shameless misappropriator in any of the examples. Now, but it would be interesting to see someone come back and make a counter and then have their own quotes and show where it really does support socialism. I don't know.
Can you see my screen? Can you see my screen?
It was behind, so I just pulled it up.
I put it on Discord. My screen on Discord.
Okay.
Can you see that?
Yes.
All right, watch this.
In Luke 12, Jesus is confronted by a man who wants him to redistribute wealth. Master, the man says to Jesus.
Okay, let's start with that. He comes upon a man who wants him to redistribute wealth. Are those not purposeful buzzwords or anything like that? Or is that just straight up just how it's interpreted?
Yeah, but don't you, like I always struggled with the story of the prodigal son, right? So the guy gives half his inheritance to one kid and half to the other, and then the one kid stays and by the dad's side and help run the household and the farm, and the other one goes off and has prostitutes and wine and whatever, and spends it all, and then he's destitute, and then he comes home and then like the dad throws a big party for him and spends all this money, and then the other one feels jealous because he did the right things and he didn't waste and he was careful and he was helping all this time and he's sort of ignored. I always kind of didn't like that story, but the point of the story, I think, is to say that there is inequality. So like the one son who was wasteful, he gets more resources, right? And that's not really fair, but there's something bigger than fairness in terms of resource, because like that, one of my brothers is very irresponsible like that. And it kind of reminds me of him. But there's something more important than who got a little more resources or even a lot more resources. And it's that both are sacred and loved by the parent. And the fact that the one is safe now and returning and maybe going to live a better life that's less risky and everything is a great joy. And so even though that means even more resources then get spent on the one who was irresponsible, which almost seems like rewarding bad behavior, there's a deeper point about there's something bigger than our material balance sheet. And it's that like our sacredness, and that God sees the sacredness even in the most flawed of us. And that
okay, but so it looks like the guy is replacing one material balance sheet with the other ideological material balance sheet. That's the whole point of this. The whole point of you seeing all of this. That's my notion I'm bringing up. Like this guy is just doing the same thing, but for a different socioeconomic system, and saying Jesus would favor us, not you guys. He's not saying it's not about money. It's about your moral wealth, not your physical material wealth. But he's turning it into Jesus loves the other side of material wealth, the other socioeconomic system. Go
I
ahead.
don't think he's saying Jesus is celebrating that the other guy gets more, that one son gets all the inheritance. Like, that dad might have a reason. Like, the whole primogeniture system was so that one child would get all the wealth with the first son or whatever, and then it wouldn't break up the properties and then become unsustainable. I mean, that's the thing. Life's complicated, and material balance, it's not so straightforward. So can Jesus just come and wave a wand and say, oh, okay, now you have half, and your brother gets half, and you get half, and who cares what your dad was trying to do or what the whole rest of society is doing and how that's going to fit into society? No, that's not what Jesus was for. But we do have to accept that there's going to be inequality in all kinds of ways, like just even luck. Like, somebody's going to get struck by like a car or lightning or something, and that's totally unfair. But we have to accept that that is part of the nature of existence, and then try to seek joy and beauty and love and charity and gratitude in spite of that. I mean, it's saying,
I don't even see that in this guy's notion
of it. He's not saying go steal from people. He's not saying it's okay to steal from people or to make it worse, but it's not his job to come and even it out either. That's not what he's there for.
Let's play this, and then you tell me. Here we go.
Or central planning of the economy. In Luke 12, Jesus is confronted by a man who wants him to redistribute wealth. Master, the man says to Jesus, tell my brother to divide the inheritance with me. Jesus replies, man, who made me a judge or divider over you? And then he rebukes the man for being envious of his sibling.
Now, the moral of that story wasn't envy, like the thing that the Christ figure should be focused on. It was more about what? Economics? Give him an economic lesson, or what?
I mean, so if you look at the critics of the socialism, centralized systems, their concern is like, okay, Howie Hawkins, let's take a real concrete example. He wanted to do this Green New Deal, and he was going to pick a board of 12 people that were going to redistribute somehow, like possess and then distribute the entire energy sector of the United States. So who are these 12 miraculous people that wouldn't screw that up, that wouldn't be bought somehow, that wouldn't be corrupted? So I think that's the point, is that like the system has to be organic and self-regulating and self-correcting and kind of like a natural system.
No. I'm going to push back on this. No. You're telling me the Christ figure is talking about socioeconomic systems? Is that what you're telling me right now? No way.
I'm telling you that Christ is coming and telling you how to live in the world. That includes a socioeconomic system, yes.
I thought he's trying to tell you how to have a moral expression with your life, with your soul. I thought that was the key core to the Jesus character.
Well, I think that part of the hard thing to learn, like that, the story that I mentioned, is that we do have to accept that there's inequity. And I think the reason this person's making the video is because he thinks that when people get arrogant and have a lot of hubris, they think they can, like, fix it all up better than it already is, than it happens in a system that regulates itself to some degree. And
no, because that's not the case. Right? That's not the case. Someone's putting their finger on the scale in some way in any system you pick, because they're people.
And they should.
So why would he advocate for either one of those? For any of them? He should be focusing on, hey, do not engage in this type of metaphysical expression, in this case envy, when no matter what the scenario is. Right?
I mean, yeah, sure.
Well, there you go.
Sure, like,
that's the core of the story then, isn't it? What are you saying?
Yeah, I mean, except that there's inequality, sure. I mean, there is going to be inequality, but it might be, well, I don't know. I mean, is he saying that he won't, like, redistribute the wealth because he wouldn't disrupt all these other things, that, like, just taking it from one person and giving it to the other without fixing everything else or whatever is not the point, or it's not helpful? I don't know. I mean, is it just to have him have the lesson that, there are going to be inequalities and you have to accept it and learn how to have the, like, spiritual outlook? Maybe.
I think it's more of, here's a problem in your life, and here's how to deal with it without engaging in the things that quote unquote corrupt your soul. That's it. I don't see it as an economic lesson.
But
and you're telling me he does?
Well, I think a lot of people feel like people who want to have socialism are engaging, and I think
so it's not about Christianity. It's about defeating socialism then. That takes it out of Christianity then.
What I'm saying is some of the people who are critics of socialism see that there's a propaganda of the people who want the socialist revolution of cultivating envy of what other people have. And so I do think Christ wouldn't really be excited about that and think that's healthy. And then another big problem with it is usually the way it's brought about is through revolution. And then that is also something that involves violence and chaos. And I think having more organic systems and evolving towards a better thing and having effort to reduce corruption and to have better regulation is better than like a socialist revolution. And, you know, I think that's a fair position to have, and I think that's quite consistent with Christianity. And, you know, like I said, I've told you I've hung out more with like lefties, but I'm hanging out sometimes more with Christians, and I do feel that people feel concerned about, you know, these points of socialism, like the gung-ho.
But those are socioeconomic concerns, right? Those are socioeconomic concerns about what could happen. The thing that does happen is the Christian part of people engaging in violence or debauchery or whatever the fuck, right? That's the Christian part. The other part is their opinion about socioeconomics, right? Because Jesus is not there for their socioeconomic fucking, advice.
But
he's there for like, I'm here to save your soul, not your bank accounts. Or your credit score.
No, but the fact is that the economic system that you have can put more temptation or less, I think, and I think can lure you to evil. And I think luring people into the idea of revolution, like, look, there's injustice. Those people have more, these people have less, so we have the right to go and kill those other people. Like, some people actually get to that point, and that's I don't think that's consistent with Christianity at all.
Same thing we said on the other side.
Yeah, well, the same thing is happening on the other side. But I think it's more about the particular situations you find yourself in that turn into moral questions. That's the Jesus part. It could be from any facet of life, from any type of thing. This could happen. This happens every day.
But when we're faced with movements, right, and we have to discern what we feel about a movement, don't we have to examine it in the values that we think matter and take from the teaching, including from Jesus?
Okay. Taxing people, then giving people who have less money is not something like that's a sin according to Jesus. Now the result, hold on. The result to where people are like, let's steal it from them or whatever the fuck, or have riots or whatever, that would be the Jesus part, because now it's in a moral question as opposed to an efficiency question, which is what you keep talking about, right? You're talking about efficiency for keeping people from going apeshit, as opposed to people going apeshit. Here's how you deal with, to stop yourself from going apeshit. Here's some moral lessons for that. That's where Jesus comes in, right? Everything else can happen from anything. Hold on. An apple can fall from a tree, hit a guy in the head. He could turn around and see someone standing there tossing an apple up in there. Like, he threw that fucking apple at me. And he could turn, like, Jesus is supposed to be like, my brother, you're supposed to turn the other cheek, or whatever lesson he gives him in that moment, right? That's the thing that Jesus comes in. He's not supposed to stop gravity so that apples don't hit people in the head, so that people don't get paranoid about it, right? Those things are always going to be there. They're there now.
But there's something different between should we tax people and distribute wealth, or should we let things get out of hand and have a violent overturning and chaos and a lot of bloodshed and kids getting killed.
As a possibility.
There's something before that, like anarchists, they think people should just help people directly because the state is very corrupting and controlling, and and takes away your rights. So if you can actually solve problems directly, like, you know, people in New York, they went and tried to help people when there was the big floods with one of those hurricanes, and just go help them themselves as community organization. People go, you know, get their boat and fish people out of the water in New Orleans and things without going through the government, because by the time you go through the government, it's slowed. There's all these people that have corrupt interests, like every step of the way. I have family in DC. There's a lot of bureaucracy, and people are there for careerism and job promotion, and not to actually solve the problems that they are in some organization to solve. So that's an even further step before you get to taxing, is like, we need to fix things before we get to the problem of the government saying we're going to come and fix it. So that's before, and the government, you're saying, is fixing it before it gets to the point where people are losing their shit and they're wanting to hurt people. So I don't see, like, I doubt this guy here is an anarchist, but the whole tithing thing meant you're supposed to not just, you know, take everything for yourself. You're supposed to let the needy get a certain percentage of, like, if you're growing food, a certain, like, the corners of the field were supposed to be for people who actually needed, and you're supposed to provide for each other, and then you don't have to go through a state thing that's a corrupting thing. Like, if you had a healthy society, we would figure out, like, in a small community, people would know each other. They would know who actually is the widow or the disabled person, and they would, like, look after each other. In these big, you know, impersonalized suburbs and cities, it's really hard to imagine that, but that would be a healthier society, don't you think? And more what Jesus would want us to be. Like, we just look after each other, not to get credit or whatever, but
you could do that in any of these systems. The problem is the Jesus Christ part, the things that stop us from doing the corrupt thing. So when you say corrupt government, it's like, that's not inherent to governments, right? Government's made up of people. And that's where Jesus comes in to be like, hey, if you're thinking about taking an extra cookie from the cookie jar, don't do it. It'll hurt your soul or whatever, right? But that's where Jesus lives.
The temptation of power, when you control so much more, as opposed to distributing power, is worse, in my opinion. I mean, I think it's like you could engineer systems that are less prone to corruption, right, in theory. And so I think that's part of what people are thinking about when they're very concerned. Like, I was very concerned about Howie Hawkins. I asked him point blank, and he just ignored my question because he's a politician, I guess.
You're talking about Christians as opposed to Christ. What does he do as opposed to what do Christians socio-politically choose to do?
Yeah, but what was Christ doing? He wasn't here to fix the socioeconomic system. He was here to bring
Then why is he in favor of the free market then?
Well, what I'm saying is I think the free market...
No, what's he saying? That was the whole point of this whole argument. What was the point of this guy? Why is he saying that, he supports free market? It's more likely.
Well, that story doesn't support, like, him coming in and redistributing forcibly, according to that guy. Like, I don't even remember that story, so I don't know. But I don't know what I would take from it. But, or, whatever. But...
This guy turned it into being against socialism first, and then a story about envy second. Come on, man. You're telling me you don't see, like... Okay, let me ask you this, because he didn't answer me in the chat. George W. Bush. Are we supposed to do you look at him as just... No, he's just a Christian. He just has a different take on it.
Well, it depends. Like, did he actively...
Is it possible to use the religion of Christianity to sell some political message?
Absolutely.
Read a book while people died.
Is it possible that this guy's doing that?
Yeah, but did he, like...
Hold on, answer.
What do we know?
Yes? Is it likely?
Oh,
based on what we just heard here.
I told you, if he doesn't condemn usury or, like, the abuses of our current system, if he just says it's all great... then he is a con man. I said that.
Even if he abuses the what is meant by the Jesus character in the first place. Even if he uses that to say no, he doesn't like socialism, he likes capitalism. That's okay to do? You think that's an honest opinion from this Let's find out what he does.
Like you can.
Let's find out.
You can.
President and Foundation for President for the Foundation of Economic Education, and also part of PragerU.
Remember when Bush consulted a higher power before going to war?
I mean, you're telling, come on. There's no like leaning and wonder like, this is probably the case, but I don't know. That's what I'm doing. I'm saying this is probably the case that this guy is using the religion to sell some sort of political message, but I don't know truly. Would you say the same about George W. Bush? I would. Both George Bushes. I'm thinking that about this guy as well. Based on all the circumstances, based on the words he is saying out of his mouth. Now he's taking certain parables and turning them into socioeconomic statements in favor of the free market. Question mark. Sorry for yelling, Amy. Just saying.
That's okay. I thought you were going to show another clip. Well, I mean, I think that the free market is less corrupting, but then what happens is people accumulate in the free market, and then they get this positive feedback where they use their accumulation to then manipulate the power structure to change the rules, so then they get more financial reward and then more power to put back into the power structure, and you get this positive feedback loop. And that is very corrupting. But setting up a system with a very small group of people centralized, having all the power, that's also very, very corrupting.
Yes, you don't need to sell that to me. You don't need the counter narrative. What I'm saying is, would Jesus use either of them? Would Jesus use either of them?
Well,
would Jesus use either one of them?
I think Jesus would want us to, to try to guard against that corruption in each one of us.
No. Jesus would want us to make our own decision to do the moral thing. That's the whole point of him.
Which would be
It has nothing to do with, if it turns into influences, then that's a whole different story. Then it's not a person doing it. It's their conditioning or their brainwashing or whatever.
But isn't that our job, is to try to think of try to engineer the system that brings out the better in people? Isn't that part of what we should consider when we look at what kind of system we want to have? If we're changing our system, people want to change our whole system, shouldn't we ask these questions? And I think that's why the guys making
as an individual, they have to, yes, if they feel like this is the more efficient way to help people, and my whole goal is to help people, then I do this. That's it.
But it's not to help people, it's to set up the system that provides, but is the least likely or is the less susceptible to people having power over others, lording over others.
Which is to help people.
Corrupt. Well, it's also helping the participants in the system, in the government or whatever, to not become tyrants, right?
No,
help them.
Hold on. That's going extra degrees further, right? It may just be.
Well, that's what I'm just saying. When Howie Hawkins' plan, if he picks 12 people to be, handing out this very, very lucrative, expensive stuff, those people are going to be probably ruined. They're going to be, courted and owned and sold. And so that's a very kind of terrible position to put people in. You know what I mean? So, and someone being a dictator of a country, I think that's very corrosive to tempting.
It's a super elite, though, right? That's why Jesus puts in the safeguard of going directly to your personal moral decisions, as opposed to making it we need to, because gravity could knock an apple out of a tree and then you can get suspicious from it. Instead of going to the tree and the apple, I go right to the suspicion level and say, hey, what do we do about this? That's where Jesus is working at, right? As opposed to dealing with the apple falling from the tree, which can happen, right? That's a scenario. These are scenarios that can happen no matter what system or whatever. You saying that this is more likely to happen in this system is not a Christian notion. It's a socio-economic, political notion, right?
But as a Christian, I would say that one that guards against temptation is better. So like, wearing modest clothes as opposed to like
you believe
whatever.
That. Yes, you believe that, but it's not a rule in Christianity.
Well, I mean, everyone draws from it the way, that's the point. People interpret it and you're supposed to. And to make it have, your personal understanding and meaning in your own life to guide your actions. So, yeah, people don't all agree.
Yeah. And once again...
But people do think that socialism was evil and satanic and anti-Christian and not what God wants. I mean, people believe that, and you can say that's just because they felt like it or they put their thing on it, but I think there's a case to be made. And I didn't used to think that, but I do feel like it's a very inherently corrupting system, and it kind of begs for...
Jesus is just Play-Doh we play with to move around in whatever way we want them, right?
What's that?
Doesn't Jesus become Play-Doh that I can just move around and shape shift them any way I want to fit whatever the fuck I believe?
You mean like Play-Doh, not Plato the
No, not the philosopher.
Okay.
The child's toy.
Yeah, okay. Well, of course, and that's a temptation in itself that you can rationalize anything if you're tempted to do it. And so then there is this thing about trying to have prayer with sincerity and discernment and to guard against things like the temptation of hubris, that you think you're so you can just come in and plan and redo everything and fix it. Like I have this very young nephew who wants to change everything, but he's never really had to run anything. He has no practical experience.
Or to say Jesus is more likely a capitalist.
Well, I think
that'd be weird too, right? That'd be very weird.
Say it again?
Right? Wouldn't that be very weird?
No, because I think capitalism, if it's actually small scale and not allowing for monopolies and consolidation and usury, I think that the free market that distributes is a very, people can work hard and build up and everything, but it's not as easy to dominate others as a very centralized system. So I think it is guarding against.
Dude, I think that's you adding your political notion on top of the Jesus character, which is supposed to be about the moral scenario. Now, for you, that can be the case.
That's socialism you're describing, by the way.
It's not, though. Well, it's not one that's been...
I have an argument that Jesus promoted capitalism.
What?
He was a socialist, dude. What the fuck?
Yeah, he was about to get to it. Parables of the workers.
Let's read it. Which one are you talking about, Dubster? Let's read it.
What this guy in the video was going to get to that.
Well, let's find out which parable it is.
Parables of the workers.
Let's find out which one it is. Which one was it?
Yeah.
He's about to get to it?
It's called Parables of the Workers.
Let me try that. Oh, let me make this full screen for YouTube to see.
It was Trickle-Down Economics 101.
Word. Is it Parables of the Workers in the Vineyard?
Reagan Jesus.
Wait. No, this can't be it, right? It's fucking this, right? For the kingdom of heaven is like a landowner who went out early in the morning to hire workers for his vineyard. He agreed to pay them a denarius for the day and sent them into his vineyard. Okay. See how it says kingdom of heaven is like?
And he paid 1 coin to each, no matter if they worked harder than another. He set the wages, the landowner did. That's the premise of the story. It's Trickle-Down Economics 101.
You're trolling.
No, that's what this is.
Kingdom of heaven is like
fundamentalism of capitalism.
Kingdom of heaven is like a landowner.
Read the parable. This is Jesus explaining.
What does parable mean? What does parable mean?
It means here's a story to explain it.
Let's go look it up. Let's go look up parable.
That's what parable means.
Let's look it up. Oops, my bad. A simple story used to illustrate a moral or spiritual lesson.
Yeah, that's what it just said.
It's generally not. You're trolling me. You fuck.
A story to explain it. That's what I said.
Come on. You're fucking with me, dumpster. You're fucking with me, bro. I forgot which video is that. Where is it? Is it here?
Prager.
I fucking lost it. All right, there you go.
There it is.
I would like to point out most parables are false, and they're just made up stories to push a point.
Moral
Out of the Bible,
lesson.
Out of the mouth of Jesus. Okay.
I have to wreck both sides of the argument. This is unbelievable. Moral lesson. To illustrate a moral lesson.
That's what I said.
Why are you talking like a commie right now, Jordan?
Jordan.
It's not a historical chain of events or whatever the fuck. What's up,
Jordan, it seems like you think that morality and political economics are separate somehow, but I don't see it that way.
Jesus.
They're not. Jesus. They're not. And I haven't explained it that way either.
Wait. Say it again. They're not separate?
They're not separate because people are behaving in them. People are the moral thing. They have the souls. They're doing the moral judgment and the moral scaling. That's why it's not separate. If there were no people, then socioeconomic, whatever the fuck, means nothing, right? Because there's no one doing it.
And so would morality. Morality would also mean nothing.
Well, there would have to be something with choice. Well, yeah, fair enough.
There's no, unless squirrels or something have morality. I don't know. Maybe they do.
Possible. If you have an ego, you have the ability to make moral decisions.
Do you know if a squirrel has an ego?
Yes, they do. They do have egos. Doesn't mean they practice moral intention.
Or understand that they have egos.
Or understand that they have egos. Good point. Right? Because a squirrel is not, it's not eating pavement, right? It's eating acorns and shit.
Not yet.
Not yet.
Probably some cotton candy, though.
Yeah, maybe. We do like our cotton candy.
Especially if it's pink.
You know what I want to do? I want to do this because I do have, sorry, Dubster. I have at least one person I believe is an actual Christian, another person, which is you, Dubster, which is like, I'm kind of like, I don't know. I don't know if you're trolling me or if you're for real or not.
No,
But
see, I think
regardless-
Dubster's actually a Christian. He's the actual way that Christians are. They pretend like they understand and have all these beliefs, but they're not really Christian. When it comes down to it, they
That's a
want to
political
benefit over and have control over other people.
That's a political notion.
I think it's
Not a
harder to be
religious
a
one.
Christian than people think, and so it's a hard struggle.
Well, yeah,
So-
I mean, you're basically propping up pedophiles that run the whole industry. So, like, yeah, why do you want to be a part of that group?
Well, I mean, you could say that's a problem throughout our whole culture with schools, with sports, with other religious groups, and
No.
so, well, seems to be happening. And then there's a lot of people in the church
Okay.
that aren't part of the
Okay, then
So-
just give me an example of when a school has a teacher that molests a bunch of kids and then moves them to just another school district to cover it up and never have charges placed. Because the church did it literally 600 times in Pennsylvania alone.
Perhaps. I mean, certainly a lot of times. I'll definitely give you that.
I just asked for an example. You said you
Like
made
in
it, and I asked for an example.
Pennsylvania, They
Critical race
charge a lot-
theory is raping of the mind.
And they only had one stick, so I don't know in Pennsylvania as far as I
Yeah,
know,
because
but...
it passed the statute of limitations
Well,
before it
that
actually
doesn't
got
mean
there. But they,
and
you don't have 600 accusations of pedophilia on a whim of some little girl that wants to revenge. This is something that actually happened. The odds are too astronomical, and especially against an establishment like this church. That's ridiculous to think that it's just fabricated.
All right. I know you want to own the Christians. Can't do it over here with me. I'm sure you can do good with them.
Isn't
Let's
the
keep it
public
moving.
school system hiring trannies to teach kids sexual education?
Let's keep it moving. Stay out of the culture war shit. I want to hear, Amy in particular, your idea about these sayings that are allegedly from the Jesus figure. Okay, number 1. And he said, whoever discovers the interpretation of these sayings will not taste death. That's kind of like an intro, but that needed to be said first. Number 2, Jesus said, those who seek should not stop seeking until they find. When they find, they will be disturbed. When they are disturbed, they will marvel. Not fucking Captain America or any of that bullshit, Opeth. And will reign over all. And after they have reigned, they will rest. What do you think that means, Amy?
You should stop at the first one and break the first one down before you move to the second one.
Well, it's kind of, he's just saying whoever understands these sayings will not taste death. I know there's some, obviously.
So what does that mean? What does not taste death mean?
Not, I don't think he's talking about physical death. I think he's talking about spiritual death.
That's right, heaven.
Yes.
So,
Amy, what do you think?
So you're saying these are secret sayings, and how do we know they're true?
It's partially
Gospel of Thomas.
Yeah, it's partially secret saying. Some of these are in the actual Bible. Some are not in the Bible. These were discovered around the same time period.
Dead Sea Scrolls, man.
They're claimed to be written around the same time period as the New Testament.
Okay, and they were discovered where?
Was it Nagamati? Right, or somewhere in Syria?
I don't remember. Somewhere in the Middle East, but it pretty much carbon dates to the time frame, and it's just, as far as I can understand it, something that was omitted from the Bible, probably intentionally, along with many other books.
I agree.
Coptic Christians kept this.
Well, they translated it from Coptic, but the Coptic, I believe, was translated over from another language. I believe. So that's why this is how they were dating it so far back and whatnot. Good.
Okay, I'm just curious though because it says it was discovered in 46.
Yeah, like buried in the desert somewhere. But you use carbon dating of the material they'd use. Huh?
There was a lot of crazy Zionist activity going all over the region at that time, and so the PSYOP possibility can't be ruled out. I just want to say that.
Okay, but then there's carbon dating, right?
Of denying
they could have lied about the carbon dating, but
tends to seek in lieu of religion's faith. So if it's pedophiles in Pennsylvania, well, they weren't convicted. It doesn't matter why. If it's Dead Sea Scrolls in the Middle East, well, they're zealots. So at what point do you give credence to absolutely anything against religion?
Well,
but there are Christians that believe this.
Let's not lose the point here.
Okay.
I'm curious about her interpretation.
Anyway. I'm not taking it for granted that it's authentic, but I can still consider ideas. I don't care.
Okay, I'm cool with that. Now, what do you think of the? What do you think of
second thing?
Yeah.
Well, one idea I have, in a way, is that the thing you're always talking about is trying to make people strong spiritually and emotionally.
Mm-hmm.
And when people figure out how to do that, then they do have a kind of a power, but not like, I don't know, not ruling, but influencing, perhaps.
Okay.
So that could be consistent.
Okay. I'm not thinking that it means reign over all of the other humans as like a ruler or anything like that.
Right.
I think it means more of prospectively standing at the top of the mountain and having a view, a vista that others may not have. So it's almost like
And
reigning overall, but not actually like I'm better than you reigning.
Right. But maybe, hopefully, like radiating out a sense of that calm and strength and goodness, perhaps, and being inspiring and, you know, you know, like domino effect, causing others to seek that too. Hopefully.
Yeah, well, I would say if you become a beacon of what is possible for a human, then you're just living by example, and others can maybe see it even on a deeper level than just the physical, observation of someone. Maybe you read something like, oh, it's like a vibe or whatnot.
Or their presence. Like I've known people that have just a very calm presence and a very present presence and a very loving presence.
Yeah.
And you feel like they're like saints. So like that too.
Oh yeah. All right, how about line number 3? Jesus said, this is one of my favorites. If your leaders say to you, look, the Father's kingdom is in the sky, then the birds of the sky will precede you. If they say to you, it is in the sea, then the fish will precede you. Rather, the Father's kingdom is within you, and it is outside of you. What do you think of that? Oh, wait, there's more. We know you know yourselves, then you will be known. Or when you know yourselves, then you will be known, and you will understand that you are children of the living Father. But if you do not know yourselves, then you live in poverty, and you are the poverty. What do you think about those lines?
Yeah, I mean, I think without a spiritual appreciation for creation and the Creator, whether you believe in Christ or not, I think that you do have a impoverished life, and especially if you have a strictly materialist life, that everything's just like we're all just sacks of chemicals and stuff. I think that's very impoverished, and it's okay. Like you can get by, but when there's adversity, it's really difficult to make that enough to kind of keep you going and to just have that the humility and belief in a bigger purpose. And I think that is very helpful to get through difficult times. So.
As an atheist, I find that insulting to think that we are deficient for not having moral standing or whatever, and that we need some kind of higher power or greater purpose in order to find value in ourselves, and that we can't know ourselves or whatnot without a fictional sky god that you have yet to prove.
Well, luckily this saying can apply to both.
Well,
I would just say from her comment, not from the original.
Like, are you strictly a materialist? Because,
No, but you kind of lumped all people who are not believers as well. You said that they are materialists.
No, I said especially a materialist, because there are people who don't believe in a formal God creator, but they do feel like they're part of a creation, and so they might.
But what about us who don't believe that at all? Are we
what do you believe? I don't know.
I don't believe that there's a sky god in any way, shape, or form. I don't believe that there's
sky god.
Okay, I don't believe in any God that came and created you and then created Jesus in order to fix his fuck up for giving you sin in the first place and without a means to get forgiveness. When he could snap his fingers and make anything happen, he didn't have to sacrifice a human, especially one that's himself, that would be teaching everybody. And why he would choose 2,000 years ago in order to fucking... No, I do not believe in God because it's made the fuck up. Can you show me any evidence? Evidence. Not I feel, not faith.
This is going way off base. Way off the actual discussion. What are you trying to ask him, Amy?
Well, just what he believes, because what I'm saying is it's just my personal experience is that people who don't have any kind of foundation in faith, that they're part of like a bigger plan and some kind of, intentionally created thing as opposed to a random accident. I feel like that, and I'm just biased here and I'm making my observation that it's not capturing everybody and it might be insensitive and that's not the point, but I'm sorry if it is. But I do feel like people have better resiliency, things to draw strength from when there is serious adversity. And right now with the corona stuff, I feel like the people who are like that I know that are hardcore materialists are having, you know, are much more afraid of death and more bought into the fear thing. And the people who have a really strong faith are much more like, you know, okay, whatever's going to happen is going to happen. I trust my immune system. I'm going to be careful and healthy, but I'm not going to live my life in fear, and I'm not going to shun other people, and I'm going to keep living the way I think God designed us to do. I'm going to trust God more than like Fauci or whatever. So I don't know. That's kind of my belief.
I would like to battle back that atheists and anti-theists in general do not fear death. That is the last moment you experience anything. So there is nothing to fear. So when you say we need to find some kind of higher reason or something to believe in to help us through these troubling and tiring times, to an atheist that sounds absurd, because if it was to end, then it's over. You don't have no fear. You have no love, no hate, no worries, no fucking joys, because you're done, son.
Well, up until that moment, though, they can live a way that is just enjoying life and being in community with people, looking after
Yes, all
each other.
people can, even atheists and even Christians.
That's right. They can. I didn't say have to. I just said that's the pattern, and I tried to be careful.
And I'm saying it's not the pattern.
How about you guys
Okay.
stick? How about you guys stick more to what you believe in and what you want to say instead of what this group or that group are likely to do or thinking or whatever the fuck, right? It's kind of unprovable.
This quote makes us compare, so maybe we should move on then, because it's going to trigger somebody. Because it says if you do believe it, then you don't live in poverty, and if you don't believe it, you do, and then we're supposed to comment on it. So it's sort of, you know.
Now hold on there.
That argument.
Now hold on there. Believe it? What is it?
Yourself.
Oh, this you said. Is this a true statement or not? Right? Like
no. I'm saying, what do you think of this statement?
Okay. Well,
I don't think it means Christianity or anything. I don't think it's a belief thing. I think it's a know yourself. Right? That's what I got from this.
Children. It says that you will understand that you are children of the living Father. I mean, you can take
Once
that
you know
metaphorically
yourself.
and have a very abstract Father, but I still think you have some kind of creator, even if it's just like some kind of just intelligent wisdom, brilliance of the universe, whatever it is. But that you are part of this like ordered miracle, not just like some crazy thing.
Okay, but when it says Father, I don't think it implies. I don't think it means like a personified God in a way. It could mean something more of like your energy or your soul or something is an aspect of.
You guys are missing it. What this is saying is, if your leaders say to you, look, the Father's kingdom is in the sky. The Father is your ancestors. Then the birds of the sky will precede you, because the birds have existed in the sky before humans or anything ever came to be. If they say to you, if it is in the sea, then the fish will precede you, because the fish were there before you. So you've always coming second. You have never been first. And rather, the Father's kingdom is within you. So the ancestors' kingdom is within you, and it is outside of you. So this is your kingdom. And when you know yourself and know you will, and then you will be known. So to know yourself means that you can project who you actually are for other people to know, instead of who you think you're supposed to be in society, who you think you have to be to fit in here or with this whatever, and when you're truly yourself. And then you will understand that you are children of the living Father, not a God, of your Father, of the living man that preceded you. You are the children of all humanity. But if you do not know yourselves, then you live in poverty, and you are the poverty. So if you don't take time to understand yourself, understand how you fit in conjunction with all the humans that came before you, the fish and the birds, and the way things exist, the heaven and the earth, then you are part of the problem. You are the poverty that he's speaking of.
I disagree. But
what part specifically?
Well, I think it's a notion of people placing God as something outside of themselves, as like this. There's this figure that's on the outside looking in, as opposed to you being you are that thing, the Father. That thing that is really you is that thing, the Father, which means like it's kind of saying like you're an aspect of all of it. All of it is God, and you're an aspect of it. And within you is that kingdom.
See how those are in
and within all
parentheses?
things is that kingdom.
That word's not there. So it should say, look, the kingdom is in the sky. The kingdom is within you. Because they added the word father to imply that it was talking about your fathers. However, that does not necessarily imply God, and I would fail to see that anywhere in there it says anything about God.
Well, it's how you define God, right? That's the important
Or
part,
what
not
or
the
it's
word
what you
itself.
want to read into it past what it says. So it's easy to imply God exists in everything, but that doesn't mean so.
No, it's not saying. I don't think it's saying that. Like I said, like a personification of some sort of outside source. It's saying Father as a symbol, not as a literal father or as like a literal man doing things. It's more of
no emblem.
It's a symbol for the like a birth giver in a way of your existence. But that doesn't mean father. It can mean like nature creating itself. But yeah, it's like a father and mother. It's fucking itself to create itself. Thus, you'll hear notions of the mother as well. Maybe that means a different aspect of the same nature. It's like, oh, you are nature. So that means heaven is within you, but also outside of you, because that's also nature. Or whatever word you want to put on it. He might say father or God or something. I'm saying nature.
I agree, but I don't think that disagrees with what I said. You're just adding a God to it instead of your forefathers. But when it talks about the birds,
forefathers imply that narrows it down as opposed to expanding it, like a notion of the word God I'm using or nature, right? Instead of man being.
I agree with nature. I disagree with God.
It's just a word. Just a word. Same. I mean the same thing. I'm just using two different words because some people are,
and I understand to you that means the same thing, but to a Christian it means something different. To an atheist it means something different. To random people,
Okay, well that's why. Yeah, that's why I try to define my terms.
Yeah, but I agree when you replace God with nature, because it is describing the nature and your way you fit into it all. But I don't believe that it's describing God at all.
Okay. Well, my notion would be that there is you might disagree with this, you probably will, but I think there's a spiritual aspect to the universe itself, to nature itself. And that's kind of why Jesus would use words like Father or God or something instead of like a more material sounding word. At least
I agree and disagree. I don't agree that it's spiritual in the aspect of like God bestowed spirituality onto it. I believe it's spiritual because of the evolution of the things on the planet that have given meaning to the word spirituality and made it into a verb. And therefore it does exist, but that does not necessarily mean that gods or angels or demons or devils do.
Yeah, I'm saying it like the spirit is the nature. It is a part. It's not something outside implanting it into the universe.
100% agree. I agree.
I'm saying it's an aspect of the nature itself. Anything you want to add to that, Amy? If you're there.
Man. Or fight us.
I'm here. I just think that God is everywhere, but in Catholicism, there is this idea of kind of consecrating through the ritual of the Eucharist and the Last Supper, ritualizing that in terms of like kind of a focused sacrament of actively taking God into you in a more concrete and focused way, but it doesn't mean that God isn't in all things and present in everyone and all of nature and all that stuff. So I don't know. It's
Hey, and Devon. Whispering. Okay.
I believe God has made you in his likeness and his image, so it is your duty to live up to that standard and become a God yourself.
I mean, I kind of brought that up earlier, that
I'm a god.
This Jesus archetype.
A demigod.
This Jesus archetype is
I think
God, quote unquote God, becoming man to show man what man is capable of. That's what that's what the metaphor of the character represents. Like
my concern is how little everybody knows about Enki and Enlil, the God that created us in their likeness and their image.
I don't know. For me, it doesn't, like, I can get this through these tales, the Jesus story, Batman, Neo. For me, it's more about the lessons, the ideas that are in there that I can play with or think about. That's what
Can you guys hear me now?
Yeah, I hear you.
I agree with that. The lessons are there, just so it changes roles sometimes and aspects of it, but the general principle of the stories are the same for everything from the Old Testament and pretty much the Dead Sea Scrolls.
Yeah, and we see people typically get lost in the kind of like the on the surface notion of the stories themselves. Like, that happens when I'm talking about the fucking Dark Knight. People get focused on, oh, look at the technology, he's a billionaire. Like, those are all on the surface as opposed to the lessons that are spilt throughout the story. Or same with the Matrix, right?
Emblem, correct your background feedback. I'm not sure what's going on there, but you were loud when you're hot.
Is there an echo?
No, he's got a bunch of background noise that's the whole time. So if he just killed his mic a little bit or set on his noise suppression.
Emblem, do you want to say something? Or you're just going to fix your mic?
He did say something. He's fixing it. He's working it.
Alright. Just say something when you're ready to go, and then we'll. So let's go to number 4. Jesus said, "The person old in days won't hesitate to ask a little child 7 days old about the place of life, and that person will live. For many, for the first will be last, and will become a single one."
Is it better now?
Much better.
That's interesting.
Okay.
I kind of heard Emblem right there.
You didn't hear me now?
No, I hear you. I hear you.
I can hear you fine. You're great. Crystal clear.
I kind of got lost in the initial point because I was trying to reconnect both. But I was, like, you were asking Amy for, like, the longest time, like, if it's a bastardization with the whole, like, Christianity and socialism thing, like in reality, none of these systems would really be, like, so long ago with Jesus stuff. In reality, none of these systems would really, like, apply to what Jesus said completely, but, like, some moralities of it would, of course. So I do believe, like, what they are doing as usual is kind of, like, bastardizing it or perverting it to kind of set their own agendas as usual.
It kind of seems like that to me, right? It seems like it misses the actual tenets of what does he mean by what he's saying? Like, that's the core moral thing. It's not really the, like I said, on the surface notion of, no, it's about Jesus didn't like tables, so he flipped one over. It's not that he has a dislike for tables. It's about the context of the story and the deeper moral scenario that's trying to be brought up.
I mean, I myself wouldn't say socialism is adverse to Christianity. I would say, like, some aspects of it are too much, like, you know, because I can see, like, some links to it, but I wouldn't pervert it with, like, you know, like what he's doing recently, like capitalism is connected to socialism and or Christianity in such a high way. Those systems back then weren't there linked. Those systems back there didn't exist. So to say, like, I'll say, like, for example, maybe, like, aspects of socialism are highly linked to Christianity, but because I'm not trying to, like, bastardize either position.
Okay.
I kind of feel like the only time that Jesus really got into economics was when he beat the money changers out of the church or the whatever temple. And I think that in general, I forgot what I was going to say because I started smoking weed. So go on.
That's all I was really saying. We're just like both of these Christianity and like we get okay. Did you remember? Okay.
Yeah, if you really want to think about it, Jesus was socialist or communist in action. If you really think about his actions, compare them to someone like Fred Hampton, who tried to exist outside the government and do mutual aid through the communities. He was the original communist or socialist, communist, however you want to look at it.
I think that's anarchist.
Anarchist, whatever, but it's all kind of the same.
Not really the same.
Communism is a classless, stateless society, so it absolutely is almost like anarchy.
Well, it's theoretical, and it's supposed to be brought about through a centralized system, and it never really gets there.
No, it's not necessarily.
No, it's not.
It's nothing to do with centralism. I'm sorry. It's
okay, well, actually the opposite.
I blame Prager.
So then...
It's autonomous.
Communist country, and the Soviet Union wasn't a communist country.
That have not been a communist country.
Well,
there's
communism, socialism is a state. There was communism first, which was made by Marx, and then Lenin, said socialism is a state in between. Communism is a state of abundance where it's a state of so much abundance that you won't need to worry about a material wealth in such a way because you have so much abundance around it.
Reality,
very
other
good.
than in a
And actually,
Marx makes a point. I'm gonna finish and let you go off first. No, the Soviet Union was not communism. It did not reach that peak of material wealth to become communist quite yet. It was still socialist. China's not communist either. They don't have that abundance of wealth. You can go now, Arsapo.
He's correct.
Yeah, neither do they. Neither did those countries ever define themselves as communist for the same reason.
Yep.
But I would like to
that doesn't exist.
We dubbed them that to demonize them.
On Arsapo, go.
There was a reason Marx made the term communism, Lenin made the term socialism. It's a state in between. Socialism leads up to communism. They're not there yet.
According to their philosophy. Can I add something?
Let Arsapo go. Let Arsapo go.
Keep going.
I just want to add that Marx invented a term in German called Urkommunismus. That's communism for hunter-gatherers. I noted that we already have communism in a sense among the hunter-gatherers. They already have it.
And I love you, Arsapo. Thank you for your patience.
Sorry, man.
I'm normally not very patient. Don't test me.
Okay,
you are
is there a nation state that's ever had a communist or socialist system? In your definition?
No state has reached that.
Can I flip the table over now?
Well, some states, in my view, have had some socialistic kind of system, but they were to various degree. Even the U.S.
Yep, but not communist.
Not nowhere near. And by the way, I think Lenin he just called his strong state capitalism socialism just to just to for the appeal at that time, because the word socialism was very, very popular among workers. So
because they were taught what it really is.
Yeah, we don't get that over here. We have no idea what communism is over here.
I think the Jesus character would have taken any avenue, doesn't matter what the system is, as long as it doesn't break his moral principles, and also that he thinks is the most efficient way forward. That's
I'm not sure about that.
Depending on the world he's in, whatever's the whatever world he's in, whatever's the most efficient way to help people out while also not breaking his moral codes. Sounds more like a Jesus to me. Because he'd focus on the things that actually cause the problems, which could be something like greed or envy or one of these metaphysical type of things, or moral question type things.
What happens in a capitalist society when you're trying to do that? You would end up being an Olstein, and then you would have to not be an Olstein, and then you wouldn't have the reach of Olstein. So you either get fucking wealthy and deny people access during a fucking hurricane to your church or whatever, home and all that, or you give it up and never have that church to begin with, and instead you have a tiny little church that can't house anybody. So
would it break his principles?
To be rich, yes, because
then he wouldn't do it then, right? Because it would break his principles.
A rich man through the eye of a needle than a poor man into heaven, or some bullshit.
Yeah, I'm still thinking that's a metaphor for something.
A rich man in the eye of heaven. Yeah, I forget the quote too.
I would think that's a metaphor, but is what it is. Maybe he's talking economics the whole time. I didn't realize it.
I think that rich people he's trying to represent in the quote I was talking about, that they are, by definition, passing and squandering opportunities to earn their way into heaven by amassing the wealth and holding on to that when people are in need. So in order to really earn your way into heaven, you would have to refrain from gaining material abundance.
But socioeconomically, we keep blaming the economics for why people who are poor do bad things, like crime and murder and all that shit.
Well, it's because
they just had a bad upbringing.
They were young kids.
I don't know.
Biden told me. Records.
I'm pretty sure that when he talks about wealth and he says my mansion has many rooms in it and all that shit. He's not talking about a literal mansion or literal wealth. And he's talking more.
I have that quote again.
I agree.
If you want it, I have that quote up.
When he talks about wealth like that, he's not. When he is talking about wealth, he doesn't talk about wealth. It's weird how they work it. What's that quote?
Oh, again, I tell you, it's easier for a camel to go through the eye of a needle than for someone who is rich to enter the kingdom of God.
See, when he's talking about wealth, he says rich instead of wealth. Because wealth to him means something different than wealth as in rich. So
what does rich mean?
Yeah, I was going to bring that up too. Like
economics. Wealth to us, the way we think of wealth, because we're greedy American. But to him, wealth is wealth of spirit and soul.
Okay. And rich?
Rich is abundance of money and resources.
But I have to bring that up because YellBRo has brought this point up before. I don't remember you said if all I have is like a bunch of, for example, like games or something like that, I'm rich in my own mind because I'm rich in what I want. Like you said something like that before, YellBRo. I don't know if that's the exact quote, but it was something like that.
I've considered the notion of rich meaning kind of bumbling in with a shit ton of concepts that pull you in all these different directions, as opposed to following like, hey, these smaller amount but kind of purist type rules would allow more of a chance into quote unquote heaven than spinning around with 3 billion different fucking ideas. I considered that, but I don't know what they meant when they wrote it, or he wrote it, or whoever the fuck, or whoever quoted him.
Well, all we're doing is giving our opinions of what we as individuals think they might have meant. Do any of us actually know?
No. I know how I take it. Like if pause. I know how.
I know.
Put her behind.
No, I know how I read them and how I made them a part of my life in a way. Is more of like, oh, okay, this is like another moral idea to consider. And if I felt it was about something socioeconomic or sociological or whatever the fuck, I'd kind of like, okay, and keep it moving. That's where I was like interpreting these type of things. So by no means am I saying I am the sole owner and knower of what these fuckers meant in the year, whatever BC. I don't know, 38 BC.
I agree. Sounds about right. Yeah, they lived in a whole different world then.
All right. Let me go to number 5 because this one is very, very interesting to me. Oh, shit. Number 5, Jesus said, know what is in front of your face and what is hidden from you will be disclosed to you. For there is nothing hidden that will not be revealed, and there's nothing buried that will not be raised. That almost sounds like Jungian psychology. Damn near. Who is beating the fuck out of a keyboard right now?
Amy, is that you? Are you fucking going to town on your shit?
Oh, you killed that motherfucker.
I have to multitask, guys.
It's a clitoris, not a drum.
I'm trying to do a lot of things.
Okay, the heavy breathing did not help you at all with Opeth's joke, right?
yeah, I know. That was great.
Don't get your hopes up. It was a sigh.
So, did you hear what he read? Number 5?
Nope.
It's cool. I'm pounding meat right now. I'm making dinner.
Know what is in front of your face, and what is hidden from you will be disclosed to you.
Pause.
For there is nothing hidden that will, damn it, not be revealed, and there is nothing buried that will not be raised.
That is suspect.
What does that mean to you? You're such a dick, man, at saying that in the middle.
We're children here. Don't you know this already?
Yeah, look,
we are children.
Know what is in front of your face.
You always make wait. We're children. You always make fun of me for being young.
From you will be
What the fuck is
disclosed
it?
as some
What
jail
is it?
shit.
Hey, children at heart, okay? Not little bitch-ass Bronco fans.
Oh. Does anybody want to take a
Okay,
crack?
Matt
Better than
Hunter
being in
really
love. It's
wants-
better than being in love with a furry from Atlanta.
Matt Hunter really wants me to
division
ask
champion,
you
bitch?
if there's a, but we already said this, but is there a country, a nation state that had a communist or socialist system? And you already
already answered him.
That's what I said.
I've already poisoned
Ask them
you.
for me if there's never been one. How would they know that communism
Oh, we
is going
watched
to
you
work? Okay,
from
that's his
Daly
question.
last
His follow-on question.
Well, the abundance of wealth
Because
reached.
the
That
definition of communism tells you it will work. Because if you have what it takes to have communism, obviously it works because you have that abundance. The problem is no place has been able to manifest that abundance because of the corruptions in their system. So the best we've got is socialism or democratic socialism, where the people that actually perform the labor get to have a major say in how this income is spent. And where it goes the most harm is whenever it's in capitalism and you have these elected officials that are not accounted to you and instead can be bought off by corporations and think tanks and then co-opted by the deep state and the CIA and go on your news
Why
and
are party
propagate
climbers
the whole
better-
thing. So you
less
bomb
prone
little
to
fucking
corrupt-
kids across the fucking nation with an infinite amount of wealth.
But party bosses, great. Okay.
I mean,
I'm sorry.
So
Party bosses and people who rise up through the ranks of the party and sell out people for the party interests so that they can, climb and have more comforts and power. That's the corruption within.
Can I point
lives.
out something real quick? Can I point out that I want to point out that there's a parallel here. Like Amy said that the capitalism would be maybe fine if we just kind of reformed it and messed with it and revised it. And I liked what she said even about getting rid of this and this usury and there was 3 things she listed that was really good. There was some good things I picked up, concepts and things from Amy actually as well. Even though I disagree with you largely, Amy, and things, but it's just there's a parallel there because you guys are well, communism could be better if you just fix this and this and this. It's not pure communism because you need this abundance thing, and I just think there's you guys are both sort of saying, kind of YellBRo is saying that it's there's something underlying or.
I think Opeth got it quite right, but I'd like to add there's nothing that says it must be you must have a party. That's the idea of a vanguard party. Many people like syndicalists, they don't believe in the vanguard party at all.
Yeah, it's no class, no hierarchy. It is autonomous. To reach true communism, you don't need that because nobody has a reason to fight each other because everybody has what they need. But I would, damn it, I agreed with him and then forgot my last point.
Get off the weed.
Santa Claus.
I want to counter what you said, but I wasn't listening. I was playing.
Pause.
I also think like that the general trend is that like companies and stuff, they always like say, well, I got to make more money or they're going to put me out of business. And like, so I can't quite do ethical things yet, but one day I'm going to be good and I'm going to give it back. As soon as I get like enough, I have extra, and it's like always like, well, I got to get bigger. I got to get big. And always this, like there's other billionaires in other countries that are going to like start these bigger projects and mining projects. So we better do it so we can have all the, the resources, and it never ends. And then like you guys are almost doing that with a nation. Like, well, if this nation could get enough abundance, then they could be good. And it's like, well,
thinking of it this way. Try thinking of it this way.
You can never assure that those people aren't going to be horrible, especially if they have the whole thing.
No, we don't think we don't. But it's not. Okay. It's not that it'll be good. There will still be corruption in a sort of sense, but it will be so.
Think of it
like everything will have like stuff for their needs in such an efficient way that the corruption overall won't affect it as much as it does today.
Before open the response, the system incentivizes people to not be good.
Yes, I agree. Now think of it this way more.
That's why you need Jesus.
Communism is your ship, your Earth, whatever. So it's your ship. And what you have is socialism and capitalism to tweak this ship and build onto it. So you can use socialism, which keeps raising the people that are at the bottom end of the scale towards an equal level. And you can have capitalism, which pushes you to abundance quicker. The problem is all the money in capitalism and the abundance goes to a few people. So you do have this huge rush of capitalism, which does spur innovations and shit by like jack-offs trying to go to space instead of feeding people. However, at what cost? So when you have democratic socialism or socialism, generally they're taking care of the people and nobody falls through the cracks. They don't have the homeless or any of that at the cost of a couple Jeff Bezos. But the rest of it's still pretty much the fucking same, except you have a higher standard of living and better teeth. So, like, I don't fucking get it. Why people think that communism's not the goal and the actual ship and the other things are really just your hammer to add new repairs and your sales and shit, to help it move.
It's the propaganda. That's why they're so confused on this. Like I said, I used to kind of be like them in sort of sense too, but then I kind of like saw what it was.
I'm thinking, people will be your monkey wrench for all of that, right? To throw in the cogs.
Until you reach a communist society and people realize what they have and stop fucking thinking the way we do, you're bound to live in war.
And I think anything and everything can incentivize a person in many different directions. So to focus more on a system instead of the thing that gets incentivized would be like kind of going second degree to the actual, what's causing the problem, as opposed to directly to it.
Well,
but I'd say do everything. Everything. Try to be efficient and also try to figure out the core problem at the same time.
Well, what if the core problem is like a thing that's going on with the system where
how's that the core problem?
To a point of where like abundance is around and everybody kind of has something and people aren't extremely corrupt and taking a bunch from up at the top. Like that is like, what if you investigate the problem that turns out to be the problem is there's not enough and like it's because of bullshit and it's because of like ignorance.
That's not the core problem though then, right? Your core problem is people not sharing it with others.
The problem is the corruption. But you'll never get to address the corruption because people are not taught how the system actually works. And they're thinking commie's bad because American propagandized Russia and China as communist countries who don't even define themselves as communist countries. Just to have a term, just so we can have a boogeyman. And then we don't teach that. We don't teach Fred Hampton. We don't teach Marx. We don't teach any of these motherfuckers in school. And then people have no knowledge of unions, of the way things are supposed to work, how a workers' co-op functions, any of that. They don't have any indoctrination to any of that line of thinking. So therefore, they can never understand that there's other options where the corruption comes into play because they don't even understand capitalism correctly, the system that they live in. So while they're trying to make their way through fucking life and keep their head above water working, they're just coming home watching Big Bang Theory or some other stupid shit. They're not fucking tuning in to what the fuck is really going on. And at some point, whether you like it or not, politics and this way of thinking is going to slap you in the face. The question is, are you going to see it coming or not? There ain't going to be much you can do about it either way.
That's fair enough. I mean, I just get worried about it swinging the other direction, right? To where it's like, you do all this education and all this shit, and then, but some sort of huckster can walk in and then take, no matter what thing it is, it could be something that, in words, sound like it's in favor of the thing you already have, this new thing you created that people feel is working. They can take that and then just change the meaning of it over time. Right?
Okay,
That'd
I
be
would like to
something that could happen.
counterback with that works with things like religion, where you have to take things on faith, but whenever you stick to the realm of reality,
but people do this on faith.
Proven, time bears out the winning argument. So even now with the COVID shit and all that, the winning argument will eventually win out. It doesn't matter what people are saying right now. People are on different sides of the camp and everything else. Oh, your blood looks like this versus this, or, oh, you're spreading, nobody really knows because we're not in lab coats in the fucking lab doing it. We got to take these other motherfuckers' words.
You're in my lab.
Do is extrapolate, what we think by the information we get in. But in time, the correct information will bear out. So the same thing is true with just about everything. So whenever you are dealing with politics and the corruption in politics, without them understanding the system, they'll never bear that out. So
I think
we'll always stay in a realm of faith. And then these corrupt motherfuckers, just like in religion, can molest children.
I think
commend you for using the last passage of it.
Molest our children by putting vaccines in them, and we're all going to be headed to a global slavery system if we don't recognize that this claims of socialism to undermine the system of rights is really dangerous. Because the United States system, because that's where I am anyway,
okay. I'm not a liberal, so I believe in socialism and not vaccination.
You talked for a long time. Can I just finish my sentence?
You just treated me like I'm a vaxxer. Like I'm like.
No, I'm not.
Yeah,
I'm
that's not fair to say. I support socialism as well, and I'm not supporting vaccine mandates. That's not socialism.
I don't think she's saying
that's not what I'm saying either. What I'm saying is there's a clear danger to all of us that we could probably agree, at least us would agree, is a danger of taking away our rights. But the way they're doing it is tricking people and saying, look, we're going to get rid of this evil, racist, capitalist system that's so abusive. And, it absolutely has a lot of truth to that. But the good side of our system is the rights, the protections, that tradition of the rights. And so taking away that precedent by dangling, we're going to have communism, we're going to have socialism, but they're not really ever going to give it. It's just a trick to get everyone into the sheep into the little chute.
I want to argue back that you're already in that. You are already a sheep in the capitalist system. You are already filling that role that you think you're going to fill in socialism.
But there's worse.
Is your step out of it. Your true freedom is in socialism because you will have the means to go out and do the things that you perceive as the American dream
we're
that
leading
you don't
you to socialism.
So
you're being
tricked now.
Either. I've never got a promise that we're getting socialism. I've got a promise that we're getting liberalism.
I never did advocate for capitalism or against capitalism. I advocated for understanding the systems and using them properly. I did not ever say no more capitalism.
Well, it's not all about you. That's what's being raised, though. That's what's being dangled, and so that's
not in this conversation.
Well, in society, I think it. And that's why I think, like that whole video, I think it is important, that guy, to be raising those things, because this is
you're losing it now. You're losing it again.
Debate, because the Jesus, using Jesus to justify capitalism guy, the Prager guy.
Yeah. What if that dude's a huckster, right? What if that's George W. Bush?
He certainly is. In order to work for Prager, you have to be.
What if that's George W. Bush instead? Do you want him to be the one? Follow me. Do you want George Bush to be that guy?
All of that. But I agree. But the reason it's timely, and a lot of people are paying attention to this issue of socialism and normalizing socialism, And the critical race theory is part of is promoting a particular type of socialism that probably no one here agrees with. And
Yeah, socialism for the big mafia. That's something else.
Yeah, well, that's going to make it ultimately fail.
Critical race theory.
But
That's going to make it ultimately fail.
The critical race theory is a different.
You should be rooting it on because it's going to be against socialism. Like, it's going to actually hurt socialism, actually. So if you want socialism to fail, you should probably actually root this shit
I
on.
don't want socialism to fail. I want tyranny to fail. And that's what they're using it to trick us into. That's what I fear, anyway.
I just haven't seen promises of like.
They're not taking us closer to socialism.
That's true.
They're taking us closer.
It's all pop version shit.
Libertarianism, but not socialism.
Let waifu talk.
No. He's a waifu. First, I'll come back later.
I was gonna say something about how George Santayana raised. There's a lot of problems with democracy, but he raised the question of what if everybody just votes to empty the country's treasuries to themselves? Would that be really good for the benefit, the real benefit of the nation or whatever? It's you just have to think that communism is basically the economic and the political system in one, and we have capitalism and democracy, which are sort of both of them are old things, but they're both very particular. Anyway, you just got to remember that it's kind of an interesting facet, isn't it? How this is just this one system that. So when you talk about communism, all we've done tonight is say communism versus capitalism, but then there's all this issue you're voting, and then your democracy is not so great. Well then, you have all these other things, and I guess it totally uphinges or upheaves anything rational or good democracy. That's right, and capitalism.
America communism too, even though you don't see it. There is abundance, so that ship is there. It's just an abundance. So only Jeff Bezos, Elon Musk, Bill Gates, these motherfuckers get to ride on the ship. The rest of us are, on life fucking rafts out on the fucking thing. And hey, let me on.
Well, I do want to add one thing if it makes sense.
Describe what you guys are talking about. As far as because there's a lot of references to communism and there's a lot of points that are very different than what I generally hear, and so it's hard to I don't understand other than hearing that communism is abundance and by definition successful, which makes no sense to me if that's the whole of the definition, which I'm obviously missing something. So I'd like to understand what is meant in this case by the communism, because
I would frame it differently. That communism is an ideal aim for socialism, to create a society of abundance, an economy of abundance, production of abundance. So you don't need the state anymore.
I'm cool with that.
At least according to some
it's an aim of abundance. Okay, so if communism is the aim of abundance, and because you guys just described Jeff Bezos has abundance, and so if communism is just abundance, then you could do that by any means.
Yeah.
Right?
Yes. Yeah. No, because it's
even if it was a capitalist system, if you had enough, different, let's say, rules that supported, for instance, that enough people are not left behind, but you still have a lot of the same pieces in place. Could you not make it by that definition? Could you not have a system similar to what we have, but you have more kind of rules?
Yes.
I couldn't find a system so anti-communist than yours.
Let's say for instance,
this way,
we were to implement UBI, for instance, and you made sure.
Can I just point out that abundance is related to the environment and it changes every 50 years, at least changes every year?
It's also related to how the money is distributed as well too. So you couldn't have a system like this where it's just so uneven to the point that wouldn't be communism. That'd just be something else. I'd also like to add
capitalism that allows Jeff Bezos to exist. So then you take socialism and you ratchet on tools. Socialism is giving the means of production to the workforce in general. So they get to have more claim in the work environment and enter democracy into the workforce, have a vote on how those profits that the company sees is distributing, and a lot of times that's generally not massively into the pocket of the guy that owns the son of a bitch. It's spread evenly through the people that do the work and gives everybody a higher standard of living, therefore giving more people abundance. So you can use capitalism to reach abundance, such as Jeff Bezos. You can use socialism to reach abundance, such as a workers' co-op. And you can even use this taxes in socialism to pay for your roads and everything else and other public goods that raise the standard of living of everybody. So these are all steps towards a communistic society, but you should always be using these tools to help balance. The thing is, right now in America, you have it all one-sided, and communism is demonized instead of the goal. And then you have socialism treated as if it's communism, which has already been demonized, which is not the truth at all. And then, nobody knows anything about economics, and even the people that go to learn economics are taught ate up shit and don't even realize how MMT works and that we function under that society, or any of the whole overall of anything. They come out knowing what they were indoctrinated into.
Can I add about that second point? Can I add something real quick to Opus' point though, where you're saying I was saying this earlier in order to make people like Amy comfortable too. Like communism and capitalism is a stage. Like Marx says it all the time. Like it's a stage. Before capitalism was feudalism, and then afterward is socialism. Then afterward is communism. So all this stuff, instead of thinking of it like communism versus capitalism, like what is it? It's an evolution of what capitalism is. Where we have the abundance, we have the wealth in capitalism. Now we just need to use it correctly.
How do you do that besides taxing and workers' co-ops and getting that money from the ones that are way up?
That doesn't align with what was just said, because what was just said is in a very specific direction, which had a second point of workers' co-op or the means of production. And I have some questions to understand that because that is one, that sounded like a key thing. That was only the second point mentioned so far. So abundance, which everyone wants in every system, and what it means for workers to own the means of production is because there's a few things that are implied there, but it to me it sounds nice, but I don't understand it. Because
do you know who Richard Wolff is?
No, yes. I mean, I've listened to a lot of, but not everybody says the same things. Like you guys said, you're not against capitalism, so
I'm not.
So that's why this is so that's why this is a very specific group. That,
like I said, Marx has written before, communism, like the same way feudalism was an evolution, or capitalism was an evolution of feudalism, communism is an evolution of capitalism. That's a
framing. To me, that's a framing that just puts things on a one-dimensional spectrum, like a left and right type of spectrum. It's like one dimension that you just basically, you guys make yourself the ideal goal, and so by making it by definition, you kind of it's just a framing. It's not really an explanation of what it is. And workers, just to kind of go to the point on what you guys are talking about, workers owning the means of production. That to me is not a clear concept because. What is a worker? Because I've heard a lot of distinctions on what that is, that conflict each other. And second, when you own something, how much, where do you draw the lines? Is it you guys own it as a company, like a co-op, it's a company, or I feel like there's going to be
work differently. So this is something that you have to look into what works right for the system you're in and the area you're in and what your abilities are. So there are co-ops that rent, there are co-ops that get invested and they own and then have to pay back. That's something that the workers, the people that actually do the labor in the facility, decide on. And then in those group of workers, they decide who their boss is. So instead of their boss hiring and firing them, they actually hire and fire their boss, and they put this person in position, trusting them to fire the people that need fired and hire the people that need hired. Okay, so they put somebody in charge to fire them if they step out of line. But should that person fire you without cause, it wouldn't be beyond the means of the workers to say, hey, we're doing a new vote on this. Bob didn't do anything wrong. He needs to fucking go and vote somebody else in as management and get rid of that. So you have to walk the line, and it holds your higher ups accountable. So instead of you being afraid of losing your job, they're afraid of losing their job because they're graded by you. And the same thing goes with the owner and everything else. So whenever it comes time to figure out where you got these funds at the end of the year or the end of the quarter, hey, we got extra $200,000. What are we going to do with this? I got an idea. We're going to split it all up and we're going to pay our rent. Or I got a different idea. We're going to go and buy this land that's for sale, and we're going to construct a new building here. And then the next profit, we're going to fucking pay it off, and we're going to move in and start up our own place where we don't have to pay this guy 20% of profit. And then we increase our profit by 20. So it's all business decisions voted on by the people who do the production in the facility.
I gotta go to bed, but I wanted to tell Jordan that I think the
and they're going to figure out how to make sure that doesn't happen.
Hang on, Ben.
Hey, let Amy talk.
Hey, guys, hang on.
1 second, I gotta go to bed. I just want to tell Jordan that I think the danger of thinking that you are God is hubris, and that you need a way to check that. And I think realizing that you're not God, but that God is something bigger than all of us and including all of us and loving all of us is a great protection, that we talk ourselves up and we can, justify all kinds of things and rationalize. And so to protect us from hubris, I think it's really important to know that we're not God. And that's, at least if that's true,
but if you don't
then
believe
that's
in God, how is
I'd
that?
like to add.
How is that
I'd like to
dangerous?
add. I'd like to add that to that. I think that love is so great that you are insignificant next to that love, almost to the point of being.
I would like to add that after RSFO edited that, I threw up in my mouth a little bit.
What? Hey, his accent really brought some more drama to that quote. Thank you, Arthur.
I don't know if I didn't say I think any individual's God. I was saying that
I appreciate him saying that with that accent.
All aspects of the same God.
All right. So now that a workers' co-op was explained, that sounded pretty cool, actually.
Yeah, that's really important.
But
or union or something.
Now that I hear what that is, I heard the point, which was a different point, which was that you couldn't have that imbalance when you guys mentioned Jeff Bezos. You said, yeah, that's abundance, but that wealth inequality is or I forgot the word, but is a discrepancy. And so how does the system that you just described of a workers' co-op, unless there's one co-op for everybody, but I think there's going to be different ones, right? Like you're going to have, you said,
and you would have competition.
So there's different ones.
The co-op for everybody is the party that's functioning.
Yeah, well, let's just go against, like, what I want to know is, like, okay, some are going to do better than others. Some co-ops are going to do better than others, and they're going to compete, and they're going to have different. So that's what I want to understand. Like, what about if one does
capitalism? That's what you should have. That's good capitalism. You want them to compete. You want the innovation of a mass of workers versus another mass of workers studying and trying to figure out what they're doing to provide better innovation to beat out their competition, and that is a good thing. So
well, what about working? What about sharing notes? See, I think there's virtue in sharing notes that's been underexploited with our current system.
It's cool to have a co-op that's Kellogg's and turn fucking, whatever the other General Mills or whatever into also a co-op, and then have them start competing with each other to produce a lower fucking price cereal that has better fucking taste and better content that's better for you, and all kind. They'll have all kinds of different reasons and thoughts of why to do it, and I bet you it won't always be to make more money. Eventually, they will look at it like we're really trying to just provide fucking badass shit.
Chaos is a healthy aspect.
That's what's up.
It is.
Whatever
It is a
guy up
capitalist
the top who you never see his face.
Order, you're also
and you're just buying Nabisco.
That's philosophical.
It doesn't quite work that way.
So you are actually describing capitalist system, but with co-ops.
Learning is chaos until it's learned and it's ordered.
But I remember I said earlier that it was evolution the same way, like I said, feudalism. Capitalism evoluted from feudalism. Like it's still going up after socialism. Right after capitalism, you get socialism. After socialism, you get communism. It's an evolutionary state. It's still the same path.
I don't.
Capitalism existed with feudalism, and feudalism existed after this so-called capitalism emerged. And are you conflating that with like democracy and the United States,
See,
which is?
I kind of think that socialism existed before Marx. We just didn't quite understand it, and he did, and he defined that for you and put it in perspective because he could see aspects of it in societies prior. So that should be thought of because everybody
Yeah,
wants to
Kwame
think
Ture
it
says the
just
same thing too. He
happens when it
just said,
was
okay.
defined.
Like Jesus and
I
morality,
just think
right?
that there's
It
like
already exists, you
the
just put words
ideal.
on it.
We're all dealing with ideals here. I want to point that out. I have this long point. I'll wait.
Pause.
The words were actually used before Marx. They were in use before Marx. He just tried to make sense of them. He thought.
Well, there was a bunch of different aspects of it, and he tried to give a defining baseline, kind of, right? Like, because different people had different ideas of what socialism was.
Was he ever
When you guys
hyper
get to a
focused
good
on
point,
material?
let me know. I won't hold my breath.
I just want to add, like, I just want to ask a question. Was he ever hyper focused on material as opposed to like any type of philosophical or psychological or any type of existential aspect to a human, or was he just strictly material? I don't know. That's why I'm asking. Marx.
Material.
I think he was very much, but he was kind of an anthropologist as well. I mean,
he studied philosophy. He does have like a philosophy and
sense?
anthropology background as well. When he was making these concepts.
And were they material in nature, or was there anything else to them, or just straight up material?
He was exiled from his country and then like had to live in England. So he was German and had to live in England because of his beliefs and views. So he was no stranger to working on the outside, but I think he still wanted to have the means to be able to work outside of that. So he wasn't against making money or enriching himself.
No, material as in
like was he spiritual? Was he spiritual at all in
philosophically
in the text?
material?
Like,
that's what he's asking.
Yeah, was there any spirituality within the text that everyone references?
Or even psychological?
Was he studying people? That's what he's asking.
I think he was a master of like social intelligence.
Yeah, but you got to have a basis for what the human is before you even do that.
Spiritual.
Right?
I don't want to say that he made it religious.
Well, does he have a basis?
Enacting his principles would make you a better human being, and thus, in some regards, could be considered spiritual because it's working towards betterment of everybody and these ideologies. But
it's metaphysical as fuck.
I want to say that
you gotta have a basis of a person
just defining what is, what could be, what this means in the future, extrapolations. Like he predicted the blockage of the Suez Canal and stupid shit like that. But he was just trying to explain, what this kind of behavior could have caused and what could happen because of it. And he just so happened to hit one on the head. But there, as far as like religious, I don't remember anything like that.
No, you have to have a basis of what a person is to even make these notations about what will happen or what systems would work or whatnot, right? You got to have that.
Well, hence the proletariat and the bourgeois.
You can't say a better human being without saying what a better human being is. And you said those principles lead you there, but they made no mention on what those principles are because that's basically the moral framework.
The principles are that
so socialism, like a workers' co-op, for example,
tyrannizes the
earlier, that would say that it's more moral because it is more beneficial to the most people, and that doesn't always make it moral, but in general, it raises the abilities and the worth of those people who in turn can give more back to society, which in turn helps the whole of society more than that one person that is rich and caps out and only spends so much and then hoards the rest.
But that's just saying, you're just saying good is good and bad is bad. That's all I'm hearing. Like, I'm talking about like an actual notion.
He was saying good is good. Yeah, good is good, but it was all pivoted. It was all contingent on people having. Like it was all material that was just described because it was all whether we have or not. It had nothing to do with whether we should do something or not or what drives those organizations, what kind of compass they would actually have other than just producing and in some way distribute their distribution.
I think that
make it
to
more
some
of a
degree
gas than a
speaks for
science.
itself when you examine its history. The problem is there hasn't been enough examination done. So to me, these questions seem weird. And that's, I guess, why they're. I would think that raising the standard of living of a mass of people over a single person, when that single person is going into uber wealth, more than what they can even spend in their lifetime, I think that's an issue. And that is a moral issue. And if you need to define that further, then I think you need a lot more base understanding in what good and evil is. And then to say good is good and bad is bad, I don't think I'm leaving it that open. I think that I'm just taking for granted that everybody's caught up on with me on the way of thinking that if you have a kid starving and you have, you know, a couple $100,000 in your fucking bank account, then you're kind of an asshole. You know, if you had ample funds at Christmas time and you knew a family that had fucking 4 kids, even though their dad was a piece of shit bag and their mom wasn't fucking, you know, doing anything about it or whatever, however the fucking dynamic, but these kids are going to suffer through Christmas not to drop off a couple Christmas presents on their porch when you have all that ample, that makes you a shit bag. Okay, so like there's moral.
There's a big gap between what was described.
You're not faulted for the same action.
Thank you, Jesse.
Well, you guys describe a system, and as you said, you know, there's I think there's a lot of assumptions in between what was said, and you gave some really good examples, I think. But with those examples, what concerns me is that they're always, you know, someone, you know, with that discrepancy, someone who has a lot, which is always an other. Like we're basically not saying what would I do as a human, unless you're saying, hey, you know, somebody's starving, so I'm going to give all of my stuff to all the starving, but it's really somebody other who has way so much, right? And so we put all the responsibility to other people to fix these things, which instead of saying, okay, what would I do? Am I going to give everything that I have and not have enough myself? You know, like,
yeah, but how much of the rich lobbied themselves out of taxes in the last 30 years, 40 years? Like how much have they got out of paying taxes? Like it's like all you're asking is for them to pay what they already.
I want to take this back to the beginning of your question, and you were asking about giving away until you're impoverished, and I don't think that's the correct answer. I think that when you have people like a Jeff Bezos, they could give almost infinitely. They could end world hunger if they want. So by not doing so, you're a fuck. But whenever it comes to the average person, until you're making enough that you're putting away savings past what you could live for the rest of your life on, you know, and when you're really hoarding wealth and getting extravagant, that's a problem. But before then, when you're just trying to buy your truck and you don't own 7, when you're just trying to, you know, buy your house or whatever else, nobody's faulting you for not giving to charity greatly. That doesn't mean you can't be charitable every once in a while, but I think that if you raise the standard of living of most of those people by things like a workers' co-op enhancing their wages and benefits and things like that, they would be more inclined to be generous in these situations even before they're capped out on their wealth spending and what they could possibly spend. So like a Jeff Bezos, he's never going to spend what he makes in a day. That's impossible. So at some point, that wealth is just hoarding. He could give all that away, all of it, that is past that point, and it still wouldn't affect him. And the fact that he's not doing that is a problem. So that should be taxed since he's not willingly doing that. And that is limiting freedom to a right winger or whatever. But that's pretending
I'm not a right
winger. Be Jeff Bezos in order to be that corrupt. And I'm not talking about you. I'm talking about certain others. But that it's because they some reason got tricked by the system thinking they're going to be Jeff Bezos one day. And that's never going to happen. They're going to die.
Would we be in communism? Let's say we do. For instance, would this fix everything? To what you said, if we had a tax on let's say the maximum income that you could possibly have. And let's say we even redistribute the people's wealth, right? Like, let's say you basically cap off how much somebody can have. You tax everything above it.
Okay,
And,
I don't
and
think
so,
you should taxed on what you have. You should be taxed on what you earn. So if you've already earned it, then that's what you have. You should not be taxed on that again. Okay, so I think that's fucked up. So when you buy a house, you should not be taxed on that house every year. If you buy a car, you should not be taxed on that car every year. That is absolutely absurd to me. Then you're never owning your house. You're just renting it from your government.
I agree, but
that's kind of fucked up.
So we'll leave it at income. We'll leave it at income then. That's
so
fine.
you should only be taxed on what you earn, what you make in addition. So,
but Bezos is already rich, right? Like, so he stays rich. We move to communism. He stays rich.
That's easy to fix. It's easy to fix. Okay, you can fix it in 2 weeks. Everybody gets paid 1 or 2 weeks or a month. Okay, so just every, say 2 weeks, we're coming out with a new currency. You can trade in your own currency for 10% or 90% of what you earn. Anything, the old dollars are no longer good. Now we only use the purple dollar. And then the next fucking 6 weeks or whatever, when everybody catches back up and has that new standard, and rich has lost 10% of their wealth, you can do it again for another 10%, do it again for another 10% until everybody's balanced back out. And they'll just have to exchange all their money, even offshore money, in order to get the new dollar, or that other dollar is not worth anything.
So have we solved the problem if we had sufficient tax in place where nobody gets rich? Is that basically solves the problem, because the money goes back into the system, right? And
I don't think it's just taxing. I think taxes in general should be low, and that the government should provide you with work through the means of like union jobs and things like that, because I'm not exclusive to co-ops. I think co-ops are awesome, and we should be doing that, but you should also have unions. You should also have mom and pop places, right? Everybody should be able to participate. But once you reach a certain size of a mom and pop, you should be forced to unionize or co-op. So, maybe it's when you reach 75 employees, or when you reach 750,000 sales a year, or profit, or whatever. There should be some kind of indication. I am not 100% knowledge on all this shit. I am giving you what I understand of it. So I'm not Richard Wolff. I'm not economist.
Yeah, I can't.
I'm a little confused on what you're saying too, because I always believe, like, I'm cool with Jeff Bezos being rich in a communist society. It's just a matter of fact that other people can't. He can't drain so much wealth that other people live in a miserable lifestyle.
I thought we would abandon money.
Well, eventually you will, but it's not happening anytime soon.
Well, can I throw a question out there in regards to this? Because it sounds like you guys are saying, okay, capitalism is then something we can use to lead to socialism, which is something we can use to lead to communism, right? Something like that?
No.
And then
capitalism.
That's what I've been saying. That's what Lenin wrote as well. That socialism is
to bring you to communism.
Okay, so
good night.
Good leaving. All right, peace out.
Not mind fear.
Take care.
All right, so wouldn't that mean, like, in the capitalistic system, you would need a psychological shift to get to socialism, which would require another psychological shift to a communism, to where no one wants to own, 10 houses and 30 cars or whatever, right? So they all require like some sort of psychological shift to get there. What's the means to do that?
I'm trying to say that again, after I said no, you still said that there's stages. And I'm saying capitalism and socialism are existing in the same stage, and they are a means to get to the next stage of communism. Now, they want to pretend like...
Well, even that requires a psychological shift, right? To even...
Yeah.
Yes, that does require, but there's not two. You're saying a psychological shift into socialism, a psychological shift.
Well,
the only reason the psychological shift into socialism needs to happen is because we're not taught that we're actually functioning within socialism already. We're not taught that the fire department, the military, the fucking police force, the fucking public school system, all that shit is socialism. We're not talking unions as socialism.
Okay, so to balance the scale a little bit more towards socialism would still require a psychological shift, right?
It would
to add more socialism into the socialism we already have, right?
Making sure that you're teaching all sides of the arguments in school properly.
So it's innate. They're innately going to choose socialism. That's what you're saying. And then eventually, innately choose communism after that.
I don't think communism is a choice. I think it's a byproduct.
Okay.
Okay, so far, it sounds like
everybody has.
If we can get there through taxation, like I'm looking at how we use our taxation right now in terms of either pork or military or various things that we don't want our representatives to use. And so, what kind of how what's the difference that makes that not happen? Because it seems to me that people we bring up a lot of times here the corruption part. So how do we reconcile that?
Think of it this way: the ultimate goal is for communism, right? So every country would eventually be communist, right? Because every country would eventually have abundance, and then when they all have abundance, they have everything they need. When they have everything they need, the reason for war is almost negligible, because what are you going to war for? You have what you need. So once you get through that, you still have the boundaries of religion and things like that to conquer. But you take a large plate off that table of problems. Now, when you're addressing the other problems, a lot of times the religions and things are only needed because of the problems that you're having in your life, which also wouldn't exist if you lived in a state of abundance. So I feel that less people would be inclined to follow these religions. And if you want to see that demonstrated, just look at England, because their atheism rates are through the roof, and it's because of socialism. If you look at Scandinavia and all them,
I have to disagree with that a little bit.
They're atheists. No,
some
it's
of the
a
Latin
fact.
countries are heavily socialist, and they're Christian as well.
But they're a different standard of living and at a different level of socialism. As their abundance increases, they will reach the level of what England or Denmark or Sweden have reached. So I'm not saying there aren't Christians in Denmark and that there aren't Norse, because everybody's kind of Norse in Denmark, but only some of them actually believe it, but they all take pride in it. It's different than Christianity, where they take pride in it, but they also get huge fundamentally crazy. You don't see no Swedish Vikings practicing Norse fucking religion anymore, sacrificing to Freya and shit.
So I am kind of curious about how you said that there's no more war and how there's abundance, because they're abundance, basically by definition again. We solve everything by just saying that that's how it is. If we're to get there, how is it let's say a country, I would like to live right on the ocean, like directly on the ocean. That's usually prime real estate in current perspective. And there's actually natural reasons for that. Like we gravitate towards rivers and oceans, historically, they're valuable. Yeah. So there's other areas that don't have, say, minerals. They don't have the water. They don't have those resources, and so they're basically starved of that from the ground.
You have a great opportunity to start a workers' co-op to desalinate water and take it pipelined to those areas.
Well, you might
provide them with fresh water.
Yeah, like who would want to live there, right? So that what I'm saying is there's going to be kind of a tendency for people to want to go to certain places and not others, just because. If I'm in a co-op,
I do agree that some people want to live in the desert, some people want to live in the beach, and some people want to live on an island or the woods. Okay, but I also think that it's your job to condition the earth, to make sure that its temperature stays regulated, to make sure that the trees are planted, and if you don't like your area, condition it. There are people that grow Florida oranges in fucking Wisconsin and shit, because they
that's my point. What's your area?
Land in order to do so. I
live anywhere you want.
Real green.
No, I mean, how can you decide who lives where?
it's where you buy your fucking house, man. You decide where you live.
Okay,
Like
so
in
I'm trying
China,
to,
in China, you have to buy a citizenship to a certain city. You can't just move there
Oh, that's
for a Chinese person.
cool for them. That's if that's what they want to do with their, authoritarianism in their government. But I'm for no real state. I mean, you should have states for like police forces for, if shit goes down, you want emergency response and things like that. But in general, there's no need for police if you gave people what they need.
well, that's
The whole reason the ghetto
so
is
there's no
worse
need for
than the
police,
suburbs is because of
no
funding and
war.
schools and shit like that and investments. If you gave all that to the
Obviously
fucking ghetto
ideas.
areas and the project areas, they would be living in fucking like Pimpville, and they'd be like, "Fuck yeah, man! I don't need to go fucking shoot nobody. I'm gonna fucking chill, man. This is fucking great. I got fucking electric and shit. Like, what the fuck?
Because they have everything, but not everybody's gonna have everything. And now you have no police, you have no need for war. So basically, somebody could just go to your house and just say, "No, give me that. I'm gonna take it."
Give you what? Give you what?
Like,
You already have what you need.
stuff.
So what are you gonna come rob me for?
But that's
And to think that I'm just gonna give it to
solved
you.
it by definition. You just solved it only by definition, just by saying that everybody has what they need.
What
You
are
didn't
you
actually-
robbing me for? That's the question.
Because not everybody has. Like you said, you bought a house.
do.
Everyone
Or
would
you
have
have
in this
communism.
in the system.
You
What do
bought the
that's what I'm
house.
saying. Like, it's
You
confusing me
spent
too what you're
money.
asking because you're saying he's gonna go rob you. Why would he rob you? For what?
What Ox is saying is, how do you get to that
My
place?
house? Well, just buy a house. Go get a house. The people in Libya, they got houses. Like people in fucking anywhere, they have houses.
But what if I'm jealous? You have a much better house than me. Like I'm a person.
Build a better house.
Get a better house.
You can build
Is it
whatever
free?
the
Can I
hell
make my
you
larger
want.
point
Is it free?
real quick? Or well, it's not really quick.
Well, you have an
It's
abundance of
somewhat quick.
resources, so as long as you're not uberly ridiculous, you could probably do some really amazing
So-
things.
So basically, communism. You're saying like basically we all just have everything that we want, and so that's communism. And so, like, that's what sounds like your argument.
But what we're saying, like, if people believe socialism and communism is the same thing, no, there's not that abundance yet for it to be the same thing.
I'm not making that argument. I'm trying to understand the frameworks that you guys are putting into place so I can understand like what you're saying, and I want to reconcile it and make it like actually a real thing, right? Like I'd like to like, hey, this sounds good. A lot of the concepts you're saying sound good, but I'm trying to piece it together.
I want to make a point about some stuff that you guys aren't really addressing, I guess.
I would like to make
100%.
a point
Go ahead.
to address his concern. I'm from a small town. It's very community based. There's 3,500 people in it. And if you can't afford your medical bill, then you got free medicine. If you can't afford your fucking electric bill, then there's things set up to help you pay your electric bill. So the electric companies, co-op, there's a lot of things that are beneficial in this community. But it's just a step. And the reason that the crime is so low in there is because everybody's, for the most part, taken care of. If they're hungry, they go to the pantries and they get some food for the week for their family. You can go like twice a week or some crap. And the churches help provide that. So there are things that the churches are doing, but there's also those donations come from everybody and businesses, local businesses and shit. And they keep corporations like Walmart out of the town so that you are forced to shop through people that own businesses in the community. I think they should all be worker co-ops, but that's my opinion. Now,
what you described is very nice. I think
you go
I like what you described
because it's not the same way. Or taking care of
And
it.
I like what you described, and it's a real thing. Like it's a currently implemented place, right? So I really connect with that. And so, but I would like it didn't sound like communism at all to me in your description. Like even from what you described as a system. Yeah. So I would just say that what I heard there is more of a social consciousness than anything else.
What I'm trying to explain is that people behave better when their general needs are for the most part taken care of. It's the father that can't pay for Christmas that robs your store. It's not the one that has presents under the tree.
Yeah.
I would agree with that, but there's prerequisites to that. I think people there are already, like, the reason you have like that you're not taken away from each other is because within this community you have a social consciousness of, if somebody doesn't have, we're gonna make sure that they're not in too bad a shape, right? Like you're gonna help somebody else. That seems like the most important component of what you said.
We can do that on a mass scale simply by fixing employment, and then by doing so, even the people that don't work still get to leech off their families and things like that.
But it's not, that's not a system though. That's
a workers' co-op.
Society. That's yeah, but that doesn't solve what you said. What you said was solved actually by society. It was a societal agreement. It's a contract.
Happens automatically through these indoctrinations and practices. So because when you have more than your neighbor, you're generally more generous. Is that true for absolutely everybody? No. But the more so it becomes so, the more so it will happen. And I'm saying that there's evidence of it in communities like where I'm from. And when you compare them to communities that don't have those resources and those understandings. So
I just think the causation is kind of reversed. I believe what you're saying in your community, and so I find that attractive as as something to have. But I think like you're basically confounding what caused it with what you see, and you're working it backwards. I think it's actually the people and the social contracts people have amongst themselves, which is much more of a morality thing than just because if people just
there's an encroaching thing coming from the top, Jesse, where it's like they're corporations and stuff, and things change and shift over time, and like so the system thing is important. Yeah.
But what fosters that morality that you just spoke of?
Well, you said okay, people can't do the things when they can't do the things. Like if you can't give, if you don't have enough, then you shouldn't give, right? Like I believe that you shouldn't be magnanimous if you're fucking destitute and
you can't
in
help
poverty.
people if you're also destitute. You have to be able to hold your head above
So
water.
what fosters is when people are doing better.
Water.
The abundance itself fosters the code. But some people can take from the abundance and turn it into profit. Isn't that handy? They can convince us that they should like take taxes out of every single thing, and that like if you want to do humanity, why don't you do that with dollars? It's all dollars. Love is dollars. I mean, it's crazy. You are dollars.
Jordan, I just want to apologize. I did it in stream in your comments, but I totally hijacked this and took it off of religion and took it into fucking.
Yeah, I was trying to get back on it for a sec, but I noticed Jordan was zoned out.
I think it was really good conversation, actually. I've been like really listening to everything. Still waiting to make my longer point.
I got sick. I came home from work. I passed out. I woke up. I was like, hey, they're on the Discord. And then I got in, and then I turned on the stream, and I'm like, oh shit, did I just get in a private conversation? Oh, fuck it.
Wasn't you earlier Anunnaki, Opeth, lover of Jesus?
No, that was not me. That was no doubt prop.
Oh, yeah.
It's all good. The morality is the underlying thing. The morality and the social code that people have amongst each other, which often forms itself into a religion, but it doesn't have to be. Like it's an optional component there.
Yeah.
If like YellBRo doesn't have something to say, I really want to make my fucking point.
Yeah, go ahead.
Yeah. Like, so you have this ideal situation of get this abundance, but if it's not a worldwide system of communism where you still have the external threats and there's battles for resources and you got to trade and stuff, then you're gonna still have to be boiling it down to currency and stuff. If there is a worldwide thing, you have like the scariness of just like oh, here's this thing, and then like, how would you ever get rid of it once it starts turning dark and fucking shit? Like, Jesus, that's so scary. And like, it's obviously inherently knee-jerk. But anyway, so like over time things change, like the environment and the political sort of reality changes, and like in our inherent nature, innate nature was like, okay, we need these leaders to take care of us because they're going to guide us through and make smart decisions. There's always decisions to be made, but like more and more, like, and say you did have a single thing and it was all operating this lovely way that was almost super primitive. People didn't really worry about all the money and all the different crap because it's just like there's enough and just kind of. But if it, am I still here? My phone cuts off.
No, you're good. You're good.
I can still hear you.
If it got to that point where it was all sort of a single thing, you wouldn't need the leader things as much, which would almost make that thing realizable. But so that's where I wanted to draw it back to like Dubster and saying abortion. Well, I'm like, Dubster, I would be with you, man, on abortion. It's just like just the fact that like the world's so shitty as it is. Like, if it was good and there was enough and things were going swell, I'd be like, no, yeah, fuck yeah, no abortions. But like, unfortunately, you just can't, like, because it's like pragmatic, right?
Dubster
like,
makes
just
me want to go impregnate girls and then pay for their abortion.
So like it's just like honestly, it's not to that ideal state of like and then the means to for one state or like a whole guy. Like, there's so much problematicness in it, and then there's problematicness that's like that, like Jesse was pointing out. But I was trying to say that maybe that is something that's like overall like the destiny within the next maybe centuries is like to get to like that point of like to where you don't have to worry about. It's not like it's important to like have this leader people that like you like glorify and like put your like in a clan or a co-op or any kind of thing. It's like any kind of like organization or hierarchy that you have to like your support your like it was talking about that American Scholar or that Emerson thing the other day, but that you have to like go and support and be behind these leaders and these people that are doing these things. Is sort of like if there was no strife and like all these, I guess, actually battles and things. But anyway, and not to get into another long point onto that, but like it's sort of like there's always been might makes right, and you got to look at like might makes right was still in the military, and then the military is like organized the nations to sort of behave, but then they're still doing might makes right things, and then you see might makes right in like business, and you see might makes right in like media, even fucking YouTube, anything. It's like it's still there, that aspect, and I think that somehow we think that we're beyond like just that primitive dominance thing. I went on to another thing, so and I even left stuff out too. So
speak to what you're talking about, because you've hit 3 points, and then by the time they get to the third point, they forgot your first two.
Well, just the main point really I wanted to make is about how like you have a geopolitical situation going on that you can't ignore. You guys seem to be ignoring it. Like the other countries battling each other and all this stuff going on. It's like, well, you have communism. We're just going to do this thing. There's a cap on wealth, but like, okay, well, what's going on everywhere else? Then there's nobody that with $1 billion to invest in this like lithium mine that's like critical. And like, even though that's shitty that we're using 3/4 of that for war, like, yeah, it's
actually help them, but like, and not invest in ownership of their country and their land, so you can extract these resources, and let them make their decisions on what they do with that lithium, who they sell that to, and for how much, and how it's extracted.
In the end, though, you still got militaries going on.
Because that's what it is. No.
You still got like how much waste happening.
You need to keep your military
abundance. I thought it was abundance.
That all war stops, and if somebody invades somebody else, you need to be there to defend them if they request it. All countries should be agreed to that, so that there is no more invasions. If anybody invades somebody, you have every other country in the world invading you. Period. End of story. Do not attack somebody else.
I just think it's weapons.
If you do, you lose your ability to attack people, and that's
like if you got rid of weapons, just be like everybody. Then the numbers that you talk about, like, oh, we outnumber them so much. Yeah, that would actually matter. With all the weapons, it's kind of like
everybody. It doesn't matter. It doesn't matter. Nukes kill millions. They're billions. It don't fucking matter. The thing is, we need to stop thinking like war. And if anybody attacks anybody, they should lose their ability to attack people immediately by every other country in the world. It's in the world's best interest.
Hey, is Jordan still there? I'm looking at him on the.
Somebody's going to be dominant. It's not going to be like Maldives or like Costa Rica. Like somebody's going to dominate other countries. Like I was talking about, might makes right. It's in the military.
I know.
It's still in the whole.
military until all other militaries are passive and will also disassemble at the same time. So as long as
Well, they can't disassemble. They can't disassemble, otherwise then you'd have nothing to fight the one that gets out of line.
Oh, you can disassemble by dropping military might and arms and investments, and eventually come to a reasonable level that's baseline. And then everybody could have like 100,000 standby troops, so many reserves, and you're good. You pretty much have nukes and shit. What do you really need soldiers for? You have drones, you have all kinds of technologies. The thing is that half the world doesn't have those. So maybe we should stop warring, stop looking at things the way we do, and lead by example. And instead of turning to a leader in order to see who we should be, I think that we should be focused on raising the overall education of people, creating leaders, so that everybody's a leader, and when a leader steps out of line, there are other leaders to say, what the fuck are you talking about?
Jordan, any thoughts?
I'm
You just
still
look sad as fuck on the stream.
I'm not sad.
The cohorts of leaders who say they're not the worst fucking thing that ever was on the planet. Like, who knows?
Well, say something, oh dear leader. What do you think, Jordan?
Oh dear leader.
Well,
he says.
Oh great, the white boy's there too. Great. You say something too. Come on.
I say.
Come on, YellBRo. You're communist now, right?
No.
You're not convinced? Come on.
Well,
everybody.
Yeah.
Only has faith in gray sweatshirts.
Well, when people talk about abundance, they don't understand how much fucking the military and all these, just the waste itself is squandering and wastefulness and squandering and wastefulness and the greed as well as a part of it. And it's just you don't realize what's happening there. And all the people in the media are getting pop bullshit. It's definitely fake and lies and pandering and blowing smoke up your ass, and sanctimony is just garbage and bullshit, because there's no such thing as any path to abundance or without seriously addressing environmental shit and military issues.
It would take a global
right up there to be inextricable. What do you say that fucking shit? It's part and parcel of it, inextricably, absolutely fucking. Anyway.
We trick
what you gonna do about
by removing the gold standard, switching to the old petrodollar, and then transitioning to MMT, providing us with the ability to print dollars at will and just add money indefinitely. So we have an infinite supply of money. We do not address that. We are the wealthiest country that the world has absolutely ever seen and will probably ever see. Because our wealth is fictional.
But I've never seen China.
Their wealth is legit.
But wealth is always relational also. Wealth, if you just create more money, then that is, you're basically just reallocating the money. But that's all it is.
Well, no, you're just putting more dollars in existence. You're not reallocating, you're adding. So you're not taking out. Taxes take out.
Oh yeah, but adding money is a tax. That it actually is. It's the implicit tax.
It's inflationary because you still need the velocity for what you add. However, the problem with it is it's throughout the world. It's not audited, so you never really have a clear understanding of how.
I understand that.
And eventually, at some point, the world's going to be like, wait a minute, this dollar's not worth fucking jack shit. When they really audit and figure out how much dollars even exist in the world versus how much resources we own.
Yeah, I mean, what you described about just printing money, I've lived in a place experiencing hyperinflation before, and so yeah, just.
Do you think I'm making it up, or do you think that's what we've been doing for the last 2 decades?
No, I'm not saying you're making it up. I'm saying literally we basically.
Fed.
No, I understand that that's how the United States works, but again, that's because that doesn't work everywhere, and it works for us basically because of our military and our might. That is why we, people allow us to do a lot of things because
allow us or can't stop us.
That's what I mean. because of that, because of might, because of force. That's the only reason we could just print, like.
But originally,
it's called faith,
wasn't
but
looked
it's
at
not
that way.
faith.
It's only now that people are starting to wake up that the dollar's not worth anything, and that we're going to be transitioning off petrol pretty much altogether, really devaluing the value of the dollar.
Right, but you described a system that was global, right? As far as not global like one, but global like a model for every country. And if other countries print as much money as they want, they don't experience the same what you just described what we're doing. They don't
other countries
have that
try to
benefit.
participate outside of our system, they become Libya.
It is what it is, Vicious.
I mean, you got Russia and China that can stand against us, but that's about it. So
Libya or
if
the
you
Congo,
try
don't get that too
and
up
pull
there.
away from what we say your economy is going to be, then you are harboring terrorists.
What?
You have people pulling babies out of incubators and just leaving them lay on the floor.
Gaddafi's giving Viagra to his troops to rape women. That one too.
See, he follows me.
Weapons of mass destruction.
You're back?
Amy's back.
Go to bed.
Did the dishes anyway. I have to go.
Welcome back.
Find a reason to stop.
But are any of you guys fighting fascism? Are you guys doing anything about that?
Force ketchup on dishes.
I'm a college student and no one's really serious around here. I don't have much to do.
I
But
am
do you
the
have
fight
no
against
vaccine
fascism.
or anything?
No, nobody cares. Nobody even asks you. People go to class with masks or without. No one asks each other. No one really cares.
What about vaccines?
Nope.
Because here they're making, like they're firing the fire workers and the nurses, and like they already say we don't have enough hospital workers, but then they're firing them if they won't get the vaccine, and
I'm
then
in
they're
Texas.
turning down.
I'm fine.
We have no
Yeah.
mandates here.
Everybody here hates that stuff.
Maybe in the cities, I'm not sure.
Which state are you in?
Texas.
Okay. Yeah, we might have to move, but I still think they're gonna do it to more places. I don't know. It just doesn't make any sense. There's hardly any cases anymore, and they're making more and more tighter.
I know people who moved to Texas too, just because, yeah.
Is there
Yeah, but what
mandates?
state are you in? Like, what
St.
are they
Louis?
doing in your state?
I mean, it could be.
There are in some parts. It's like all checkerboarded, chopped up, but it's like people disregard it sort of in a lot of places. It's like
There's
particular
signs, but people
owners.
just do whatever, right?
There's particular owners that'll or places that'll like super enforce it and like be polite or whatever. I haven't had any issues, and I don't make an issue. Actually, I was really
Which
enjoying the
state,
conversation
Ben?
until Amy brought this up.
We're in Missouri.
Which state are you in, Ben?
Missouri. Actually, nobody calls it Missouri. From my perspective.
Okay. Cool.
What state are you in, YellBRo? I thought you were in New York.
He's in Alaska.
Okay.
The
Thought I was
Great
in
White
Washington.
Escape.
Like the
Polar bears
vaccine
and igloos.
virus is a downer, and it's like just like so pop culture and cliche. We were on some like really good.
We moved recently. You know?
It's all good.
We
We
could,
but like
Jordan actually had to kill a few people back when he was a teenager and had to flee to Alaska like the rest of the fugitives.
Yep.
Didn't Jesse Pinkman do that in that last Breaking Bad movie?
And I'm part
Now
Eskimo.
he's on a spiritual regrowth path.
Rio warned us.
Redemption. That's right.
Running in the streets at night.
You're not in Alaska, Yellow.
That's why he's always wearing jackets and
Of course
long
I am.
sleeves. He can't show off his scars so people will know who he is.
It's not a coincidence.
you were in-
He's always got a hoodie on.
Washington
He's not.
State.
YellBRo's not actually black. He dyed himself that way to get to when he ran away.
Reverse Sammy.
I thought he was furry with a
Yes.
big mane.
Oh, the lion?
Yeah.
Nope. I'm a squirrel.
Kind of a tan color. Reddish.
Nope. Squirrel.
Peacock.
And a peacock. And a dragon. And a simp. I win.
Just crawl out.
So Allie's a snail. Allie's a snail.
Man, bear, pig.
Red Sea's a duck. Are we all like animals or something like that? Opie, this seems like a sloth.
A flower.
I don't know about you. I'm a king.
Sunflower.
though.
Fuck? Why would you pick a sloth for me? That's
The sloth seems chill for
What
you.
the fuck?
It matches your head.
You're saying is resource-based economy and direct democracy. Okay, I get it.
All right, you guys go back
Yeah.
to
What
figuring out which economic system I'm gonna worry about fascism and dream on it. Okay.
I wish I could
I
help
don't
you,
think
Amy.
it's
Where I am, everyone's cool and nobody cares.
That's good. I just think it's gonna be like 5 oligarchs, and then we're all their slaves, and we have to get chips, and we have to get weird things put in our body, and transhumanism. I think that's where it's going, guys.
I'm just
Go
being selfish, Amy.
Like
I'm
me
sorry.
talking about
I'm
mask
being-
mandates and vaccine
Well
mandates
ahead of
over
ya.
here is like talking about like pedophilia. Like everyone already agrees with me.
I'm,
So what
I'm
you're
selfish,
talking
and I
about
just
is
want to find a job where I
the
can
vaccine
put a mask.
mandates, hitting the streets and protesting the lockdowns, and getting in the face of authority wherever possible. Well, sounds like a good idea.
Yeah.
Who the
I'm
fuck
with
is that
you on
guy?
that. I just have nowhere to protest. Like I said, like everyone's already cool with it.
Who is that?
Yeah, everybody's cool. Like, dude, we don't have that problem. There's nothing to protest.
Yeah,
What about-
that's what the Opeth gets it too. Like, who am I going to protest? Nobody gives a fuck. We're already with you.
Well,
But
that
are the
depends
federal
on where you
government
are.
policies
She doesn't
gonna-
seem to agree with you, though.
Well, it doesn't matter what the federal government does. What matters is what happens in my day-to-day life, and
Oh no, I mean, are
we're
they
from
getting rid
Missouri.
of work or
They
Canadians?
basically
I'm
say,
just not aware.
if you're not vaxxed, wear a mask. If you are, you don't have to, and we're not gonna fucking ask either way. Have a great day.
Yeah, it is.
Okay, so it's not your problem, so that makes it not a problem.
No,
No,
I'm saying
I'm not
it's a
leaving
problem,
my
like, where
fucking
do you
state
want
to
us
go to wherever the
protest
fuck
and where?
state you're on. That I,
Let him throw.
I'm
I work
talking
for a
about
living,
her.
man.
I'm not talking
Bad
about
jokes.
you. I was referencing
Bad
what she said.
Well, I don't know where she's from. Sounds like maybe California.
That
or
switch
something.
Jason Hayward.
Okay.
over.
Oh, yo, you got it bad over there.
So I'm not
very
driving
bad.
for 18 or 19 hours to help her
No,
protest,
but I
but
mean,
I do feel
the
for
federal
her.
policies, like the federal workers are going to be fired and things. Like
want
they're
him to
culling the
pick up ball
military,
and
all
throw it
kinds
to
of stuff.
right field and let him throw it.
They're forcing vaccination on military workers, and that's going to be in every state.
Well, they've
Yeah.
always forced vaccination on the military.
Cut off, man.
Yeah,
Look,
that's common.
Yeah, no.
Look,
Well,
Yeah, it is.
Looks nothing
This
like
is a genetic engineered one, and I think actually the anthrax vaccine might have been as well.
Yeah, and they still jab
Adenovirus
you with the
DNA.
anthrax in the
if
military
you
too. if
value
you
your
want more.
constitution, you will fight this. You will fight this with every bone in your body. This is not something you want happening in your country. Trust
I
me.
agree. I agree.
I'm with you. I just don't know where to protest. Like I said, everyone. You ask somebody here, everyone's cool.
Yeah, nobody's forcing
Yeah.
us here, and if you do, there's going to be big problems. I truly believe that. I think if you ask Ben, he would tell you the same fucking thing. Missouri's not going
Yeah.
to be forced to do shit like that. There'll be people throwing fucking fits, and they have guns.
Same thing. Hey, Texas too. We got guns and
Yeah,
people get this.
Texas is the same. Texas
Because I
and
heard
Missouri
in
are like brother
I have
sister
yet to
states,
see
man. It's
people
weird.
standing up in droves. That's what's
Yeah,
needed anyway.
in Washington, I heard they're already making these like camps in Walmarts or something, detention camps.
Wait,
And there's a
what?
CDC documents about that.
What state?
Well, Washington, I heard they're making these camps and like looking for workers, and there's these CDC guidelines about how they would, protect people by putting them in a different place, and like basically describing a camp kind of situation. I can put that in the chat if you care to see it.
And I will add one thing.
Yeah, I
I will
generally
add
live
one thing
there.
real quick to what to the whole like Texas and the vaccine thing. I was saying for a while, like they were talking about like the
Exactly,
whole
Mr.
abortion law they just made too. It was disgusting for a while, like living in Texas,
Hey.
seeing all these people care about my
Or
body, my
Alaska.
choice, like outside the state, as they still
Igloos.
want to support vaccine mandates.
All right.
Oh, Maddie.
Please don't tell me that was for me. Was that a question for me?
No,
Okay.
I'm just adding that.
I was pandering to
He's
the
just
YouTube.
adding about mandates and shit to what Amy was saying.
Okay.
Well, the whole abortion thing was blowing up and all over the news, and I live here, and I'm like, but aren't you guys all like for all the hyper like pro vaccine mandates? People like you guys live outside the state, you're pro vaccine mandates, so it's like,
Well,
on
they have
principle, your
doctors
principle to
still
what?
doing them. There's that one doctor that started it, but he said, I'll take the first case. If they want to sue me, I'm going to continue to do abortions. And that way
I support abortion. I'm
we
just
could
saying it's
push
just
it
like
to the federal, to the Supreme Court and shit. Whatever it's actually in practice. And he said he'd take the hit if he was wrong. but he thinks he's right. So there are people fighting it. It's good that there are. But,
I'm saying fight it. I'm saying fight it. I'm just saying like if you're like pro-abortion and then you're like you're pro-abortion and you're also pro-vaccine mandate, like just like I mean it's not helpful to lie like that. Are you my body, my choice or not?
Oh, I'm all for abortion, and I'm all against forcing anybody to take any vaccine. I think that you should. Well, I don't know, man. Whenever it comes to like polio, that's kind of like we figured that out. Smallpox, we figured that out. There's enough time. We should probably go ahead and keep that going. We should make sure we understand what's in it. There's no mercury and stupid shit, they used to put in it.
Chlorox. Yeah, but they're not constantly giving you boosters for polio.
Checks and regulations. They don't need to, because it works.
It's fun, right?
Because it's an actual vaccine. So I'm in favor of those. So I'm not an anti-vax, but I am against this vaccine. And I don't think we really knew what the fuck we were doing when we was. Well, I think that some people knew what they were doing, and the people that listened to them and helped push this didn't really know what they were doing. They were trusting the wrong people, namely starting with like Fauci, and not realizing that did all this before with AIDS and shit. It'd be fucking great if one day we find out he created it.
So I
feel the same way too. Like I support like the usual vaccines. It's just this one like that we're not sure about.
I put the article about CDC camps and internment strategies in the YouTube chat. And I would just encourage you to research more about the polio vaccine that introduced the SV40 virus, which is carcinogenic to millions of people. There's, contamination issues like other viral components. It's just very dirty. The whole process is very hard to control. And it, is a strategy that's meant to sort of like target certain things, but maybe having broader, stronger immunity is a better strategy even for those other vaccines. So, if you have to say, I support vaccines, but then it's kind of like a religion that you have to have your loyalty to vaccines and that technology before you're allowed to have an opinion. So, I mean, you can like it if you want, but I think it's quite a mixed picture. And, there's some evidence that the 1918 flu, I think it was 1918, huge epidemic was related to vaccine experiment that the Rockefellers are running in this fort in Kansas, which is where it started. So I think, the problem is we don't have good objective science looking at it and making sure it's always conflicted with either military agendas or profit motives. And if we want to have good science, it needs to be independent. So
I think we do have some good science. I just think that it's not pushed. I think that they're pushing the information from the counter side of things that don't want that to be out or true.
Right, they're suppressing good people and independent thinkers, and they're getting them fired and censored on like YouTube. That Google scrubbed one of these guys. He was really.
Pierre Corey?
No, it's a different guy, McCullough. They scrubbed his Google Scholar site, which is like, I guess it's like you can make your own page and show your publications, and he was one of the most widely published in his field, and they just scrubbed that for no reason. So it's and then Google is doing this thing where they're
no reason. There's a
well,
reason.
right, exactly. They're getting all the emails like at all the universities and even the community colleges are run by Gmail. So they're monitoring everybody. So they could be monitored, and they have an interest in the vaccine passport so that they can spy on everybody and data mine and sell the data and do all kinds of AI. So they have an interest in how this goes, and then they can see what everybody's thinking if they care to, because everyone's like every university practically that I know of, they force everyone on Gmail. So that's a super, talk about centralizing authority. It's like letting one company run everybody's like information and examine it. That seems like a huge vulnerability. That could be.
It forces on Microsoft over here. We don't use Gmail.
So what you're saying is that we need a voice. We need to actually give ourselves reach. But how?
Yeah, I don't know. I was on the street today with a sign, but it's pretty hard. I went to the pro-choice.
Can you send that document to my Discord? I won't be able to see it in the chat later, like the The
Not gonna
article
lie,
you
it's a lot flatter than I thought it would be.
I went to the pro-choice rally on Saturday with a flyer about end mandates and about medical freedom, and very few people agreed. It was very sad. I'm trying.
Yeah, we need media reach like real time, and we have to pay for it because that's the only way to get reach nowadays. Crowdfund.
My brother's wife is
Set it up.
Athabaskan and his mother and the
I'll just put it directly put it in my
wonderful
account.
native
my little,
author and
click
basket
on,
weaver.
Click on me.
Interesting.
Who are
Work
you,
in
Buff
multiple
YellBRo?
museums. Look up
I'm Buff YellBRo.
Bella Deacon.
You can't. You
Oh,
don't
you're
recognize
YellBRo?
Buff YellBRo?
What?
Stop your
Buff
lies.
YellBRo.
He's Emblem.
I'm gonna put it in
brother.
hot topics because I don't know.
I'm
Okay.
Emblem. I'm Emblem.
On. Looking something up.
Gonna go in hot topics.
It took you guys that long to notice that picture of Terry Crews?
I
They
reckon
told
it's
me
Terry.
like 20 minutes ago. I just didn't want to be rude and interrupt somebody.
But
Like Instagram?
I mean, Amy, you don't have to go that far for like what is it, like some of these issues with the vaccines. Bill Gates has been messing around in India and Africa for like forever.
Yeah, the polio in India, they have 500,000 cases of vaccine-induced paralysis, and then they cheer that, oh, we got rid of wild polio. Well, big deal. You put something new that's just as bad. So it's just, there's so many sleights of hand, the way the
I
FDA
don't
license.
agree. I don't agree that it's bad that we vaccinate for polio. It's
Well, look at the data. Look at
Five
the
doctors
outcomes.
did.
You have
Look
to
at the
compare
picture of polio.
the adverse events. And this Comirnaty vaccine that they licensed, you can't get it in the U.S. So they license something, it's a fiction. And the real thing you can get still has no liability. It's totally liability shielded. So the only thing you can get is the experimental authorization, the emergency use authorization, and the one they licensed isn't being made as far as I know. But we can't get it. So it's a total scam. There's so many scams.
You're bouncing back and forth from polio to this current vaccine, and I would like to separate those two.
Well, I think you should
And
research
polio.
more because I've been studying vaccine issues for 16 years since my kid was born. And there's quite a lot of hidden stuff and corruption. And I think there's quite a lot of evidence of problems with the polio vaccine. And there's quite a lot of evidence about putting everything in the polio basket, including.
What he means is that that polio vaccine and today's RNA vaccine are two different types of vaccine.
Yeah. And
That's true, but the point is that the Gates Foundation was doing the vaccine program not too long ago in India for polio, and they were harming people, but then they were championing that they got rid of wild polio, but then they're still making people get paralysis from the vaccine, so that's not very comforting. So the whole point is that these people are trying to kill us, they don't care, and they're trying to enslave us. And we need to
that
just
sounds
be
like a
clear about
specific implementation on, because polio is bad, right? Like that's a really.
Yeah, I don't think they're purposely, the point is they're willing to just do these risky things. And now with this vaccine, they're not even saying what some of the components. We don't even know what's in it.
I would like to appeal to you that perhaps the reason that people don't hear your argument is because you go further than what they're willing to understand at the time. So you would have to go in stages and explain to them differently and in order to help them see that. Not saying that you're wrong or right. I'm not saying that at all. I'm just saying that you said that you were in front of a bunch of people trying to make your case, and unfortunately a lot of them didn't see it. And it's probably because, similar to this conversation, to somebody that kind of knows, or a nurse, or someone that informed that.
It was specifically about the COVID vaccine and mandates only. It wasn't even about the vaccine whether you like it or not. It's just, should it be forced? That was the only thing I was talking about bodily sovereignty to a bunch of people supporting reproductive rights. So that seemed pretty close.
Well, isn't bodily autonomy kind of like in your constitution? Shouldn't that be a law, more or less?
We don't really follow that.
It's not.
We have We have privacy.
That was a good point, by the way. We don't really follow it.
We don't follow
No,
it.
we don't have
but
it.
It's
If
also
we
not
followed it,
written.
people would be in jail for war crimes all the time.
We do have, in California and in federal law, we do have an articulation of the Nuremberg Code that you can't be an experimental subject. So to the extent that this, vaccine isn't out of trials and it's not even like the licensed one, corruptly licensed, but that's not even available. So there's arguments to be made.
It also says very thoroughly in the Constitution that, no authority that you don't recognize type stuff. It's very much implied. So, I guess it depends on how you read it, but I would say it's pretty much.
You know how much the Americans love when you don't, acknowledge their authority, right?
Yeah, you just can't imply law, though. Law
they'll just have the police show up and show you who has authority.
Yeah, you have the legal rights you're willing to sue for and little else. And even the suit might fail if they're too cowardly right now. So it's kind of scary. You don't really have any rights.
I mean, yeah, you only have the rights you give yourself until they take them. So your rights actually go all the way out to whatever you can think of.
You're free.
But somebody might come and try and stop you along the way and oppress you of what you might think your rights are. So it's important to really factor where you believe your rights end. And I think some people
Well, there's
have
a lot being
problems
that I believe they
that
are.
they can see that they don't have the right to go out and just rape and kill as they please. So obviously they have some kind of bounds. But at some point, they fail to see that forcing someone to get an injection or anything like that is the somewhat equivalent to the same things.
Yeah.
Because you're invading someone else's rights not to choose to do that.
Right.
Well, like I said, it's enforcement. When I brought up, like, we don't really follow the Constitution. The best example of the thing that really got me like to kind of see like we don't really enforce the laws we have is the trust laws. I remember when AT&T rebought up Viacom, and they separated a long time ago. They broke them up, and not only did AT&T buy back all the stuff that got broken apart for them being too big, they bought even more. So they're even bigger than they were back when they said they were too big. So if they were too big back then, why are you saying they're not big enough now?
Exactly.
And those laws are still in place.
Because
yeah, I think so. And they could use it on the big tech, but the big tech probably has every single congressperson and senator by the short and curlies because they are spying on everybody, right?
Swear to God, if your comments fuck with Disney getting fucking Spider-Man back, I'm gonna be so pissed.
Oh, Pep, I'm not for that because I want to make animation myself. I don't want everything to be Disney.
I know, and I'm telling you, stop it. Spider-Man belongs with Disney.
Are you guys back on this argument again? Oh my god.
I had to. I'm sorry. I almost called you Opeth. That's fucking funny.
Hey, this is my career, man. I don't want to work with Disney. I want to do my own thing.
Hey, Jordan, no more Spider-Man, okay? Cut it out. No, I'm joking.
Okay, I really have to sleep, so good night. God bless each one of you.
I'm not falling for this again.
Oh, my fan.
I know you want Spider-Man with Disney. I don't. Or I do, but I don't want Sony to get bought out for it.
Well, they're just gonna buy him and then sell everything off again because they don't want anything but Spider-Man.
It's the person that Disney
pretty
owns
much
everything.
the rest of Sony entertainment is bullshit,
Hey, they make good movies.
No, not really.
Big
I didn't say recently. I said they've made good movies.
So if they have anything way back in the vault, Disney might try and keep that, creative creative thing too. But they're just gonna get rid of pretty much everything. I think they just want Spider-Man back.
Toby. They've made good movies. They have. Oh shit! I can only find my recency.
Oh, fuck you,
Where are the good? Why can I only find recency for
Venom
like all the good stuff?
Watch Venom compared to the Venom 2 compared to the Marvel movies that are coming out at the same time, like Shang-Chi or something, and tell me that you don't see the fucking difference.
that
No, I
what
was
they could have
disappointed by that.
actually done with Venom versus what they chose to do.
I was disappointed by that because Andy Serkis is my favorite actor, and I can't believe they messed up. Hey, Spider-Man Into the Spider-Verse was really good.
Andy Serkis.
Yeah. Yeah, the
And that was
animated
all
one.
Sony.
You know what? That was the first movie I saw in a long time that I thought, that was a fun fucking movie. Because I just don't describe movies that way, but for real, it was a fun movie.
And that wasn't Disney, that was all Sony.
Yes, but it's all Marvel, really.
Yeah, but usually like besides Disney, usually studios besides Disney fuck up Marvel movies. I was actually like quite surprised, like wow, this was Disney level good.
Yeah, it was. I'll give that. And the Spider-Mans with the Tom Holland in it but those are heavily influenced by Feige and his vision, and he created that through the Avengers and then licensed Tom Holland to them kind of in order to allow them to make movies and not have to go with a different Spider-Man, thus ruining what he had going, and then later came out with the multiverse to explain why other Spider-Men even exist, and then allows them the opportunity to come out with new Spider-Men that are not Tom Holland in the future, and allows them to use Tom Holland at the same time. It was a way for Disney to get use of Spider-Man.
Yeah, I agree with those things. I was just saying, like, I was surprised, like, because yeah, Tom Holland's Spider-Man works really well because it has influence from Disney. I was just saying I was really surprised with the Into the Spider-Verse one because it was like Sony saying, like, we don't fucking need you to make a Spider movie, and they do. But then they made this one. I'm kind of like, I guess you don't need Disney to make an animated Spider movie.
I almost want to say that had to have had Kevin Feige's influence as well. I would have to go and look it up, but it just seems strange that wouldn't have had his influence because of how close it is to Marvel quality.
What a giant waste of time and money. What a giant fucking waste of time and money.
On what?
What's that?
Like the Hollywood the brain fuck thing, and like I have to go into some Spider-Verse now. No, I'm gonna concentrate on what's wrong with this fucking world instead of getting distracted by Hollywood and their shit.
What's the point?
But I want to enjoy things on the side.
Well, I don't enjoy the crappy fucking movies, so I have to be honest.
Oh, well, I don't enjoy people not enjoying.
I can
those
make an
crappy
argument.
fucking movies, to be
Ready to
honest.
act
Well,
me too?
you should
You wanna
probably
make out
start
about
some cancel culture crew then and go for people who do that. Or
I don't
like
believe in
physically
cancel
just try to
culture.
kill them or something.
I
don't know.
try and stifle people's happiness and joy. That sounds like your department.
Hey, man, yeah, I don't have like games and movies, man.
Pointing
They
out
stress me all
the
the time.
way.
If there's
The
anything that
giant
can
fucking waste
bring
of
Marvel
money
and
and
DC
time.
fans together.
I'm in favor of canceling all people.
Art is not a waste of time. Art is great. You need art to live.
You're gonna
That's
find
how art
out.
is mindfuck with millions of dollars behind it. If you want real art, you have to find independent stuff like personal art from people, humans.
Yeah, see, that's the thing. It is personal art. It was created throughout my entire lifetime by people like Stan Lee and Rob Liefeld and people like that. And
Jack
then,
Kirby.
Yeah, Jack Kirby.
Bob
They
Kane.
Now we get to envision that on
design
the.
that
Oh,
thing
can I
to sell
finish
it.
the sentence
To
before you
sell
want to
people an ideal person, to sell people an idea, to sell people a concept. If you don't get that, you're way lost.
Also, your concept.
I think
I can do the Ben thing.
Nice.
I can do the Ben thing. Like,
Why
I'll
do
debate you
you
on
think they
politics with
present you
just the
with
Dark Knight.
Captain America and Superman and stuff like that? Don't you understand what it means?
I'm trying to win this match for you, Art.
I'm
You're
sorry,
laying
you
as a
have to
Nazi
start
right
that
right now.
sentence over.
I'm tired.
Thank you.
We're fighting the Americans. I think we can do it.
You're not
Yeah.
fighting the Truffle Army.
Yeah, but even the Americans here are fighting the Americans, so.
Yeah.
I'm Jordan.
I'm Truffle.
I don't know. People go
Isn't your
watch
name
what they
Uncle
want.
Thor? The freak, bro?
Fuck yeah. Enjoy what the fuck you enjoy no matter what it is in life. Just do it in moderation. Don't be a douchebag.
Yeah, just
Yeah,
love the Dark
and
Knight.
I
love
breaking
people's
down
joy.
big
Fucking joy
stuff,
things.
like I
like to be a
enjoy
douchebag all
undermining
the time.
imperialism. I enjoy destroying capitalism, and that's going to be my enjoyable work.
See,
Without
I'm
prob-
interested in a conversation about that
Without
prior.
prob-
That,
If you got rid of
that
capitalism,
you are
what do you
failing in your
enjoy then?
argument because you became one side of an argument instead of seeing that the argument's stupid in itself. That you don't want to destroy capitalism, you want to use capitalism as a fucking tool to reach communism, which is your goal.
I don't think you know
And
what
instead,
capitalism
you got to
is.
make an enemy.
I'm talking about capital as in capital letter. It means something pertaining to the top. It comes from capitalis, from Latin. It has nothing to do with money. It has to do with control and the hierarchy and the pyramid system.
Okay. You could argue that's an argument over.
Welcome to YellBRo. Welcome.
I just want to talk about comics right now. I didn't want to go back to socialism fight. Damn it.
I will pay him.
Do it,
Yeah,
man.
neither do I. I just
Drive.
like to troll. I just like to troll. That's my.
I want to talk about comics for a second. Damn it, now we're back to capitalism.
Just drive it. Do it.
I want to get rid of
Two
corruption.
sides of the same coin, if you ask me.
Here.
Corruption's for the imagination, not the.
I'm
action.
interested. I'm interested in whatever
Don't
comics
do it, young man.
Dubster and Matt Hunter are writing. I want to see the Grand Adventures of Talmud.
So you said that that's your work? Is that in comics or drawings or animation?
Well, I'm in class right now for like coding, game design, 3D animation, stuff like that. So I want to do
He
like my own
makes
stories myself.
hentai.
Nice. That's cool.
You've heard of hentai, right?
Yes, I have some really good friends who are great at drawing hentai.
See?
They'd be my artist buddies if I ever wanted to draw.
Damn,
You should
are you going to
totally
use your
Google-
art to fight
Google that,
corruption,
Uncle Phil.
Emblemed?
I am.
Are you going to use it to express yourself?
I would like. I've kind of had a belief that the best way to kind of like get people to care through things is kind of like not make them think politically in that sort of sense. Like, let them have fun and they'll think that way out. For instance, if I put some message in there, yeah, they'll think it out too. Like if I made it political, they'd care less. I'd still make it political, but I have to have fun first.
What's the difference between manga and hentai?
The question
Actually,
is, who dig the truffles?
if you show me a hentai and you show me an anime, like, believe it or not, I could actually tell the difference. Like, you don't have to show me the whole thing. Like, you can just show me a frame, and the way they draw it, you're able to tell the difference.
So there is a difference.
There is a difference. Like, believe me. I felt like you don't even know you do it until like it's just on you immediately. Like you can look at a frame of a hentai or an anime, and you're like, that's a hentai, and like I have no idea why I know. It's just so like cheaply drawn in such a way that it's like you can just tell. You don't even need to watch a lot of it. You can just see like a bunch of memes, and eventually you'll get it in your head.
I heard somebody criticizing the whole thing and calling it pedophilia in disguise.
I don't agree with that, but okay.
I heard that My Little Pony described a theocratic fascist dictatorship or something.
Weird thing is, it like make me.
Of course it does. Who would like live with ponies? It sounds crazy. Oh, I don't know what you're talking about.
But
they're all given a mark that they're destined to do only one thing.
That's an entire cult who read that stuff.
First of all, the whole manga thing originated in Japan, where that kind of thing is more accepted. And the dirty old men drawing beautiful young people, you know, like on the edge of adulthood. And if you don't see it, well, I guess you don't see it.
Well, do you support censoring it, or are you just pointing out as a kind of a more of a moral type of thing?
Yeah, moral.
I don't see it, but hey.
Okay. Just wondering.
I don't see it, but hey.
Well,
I mean, I know there's some messed up things. Yeah, like I said, like.
The big thing
when I watch a lot of manga and anime, like Japanese culture cannot portray black people or women correctly.
I do not enjoy your hentai, sir, but I approve your choice to view, illustrate, and enjoy it.
I don't watch it, Opeth. I just know people who are like...
You are lying. Don't lie to me. You can lie to these guys, but don't lie to me.
I don't watch it. I just know people, like... The people I'm with are kind of weird in a sense. Like, I just know people who are so, like, into it. Like, they're in my world, so my feed is full of their
So
shit.
you've never seen a tentacle girl female?
Is that what
They're
you're
my
trying to tell me?
friends. They're my friends, and they're on my social media shit like that. So
Just
I
yes
see
or
their
no
shit,
question.
and like when I click on this shit, all my recommendations now become the horniest, dumbest shit I never wanted in the
Have
first
you
place.
seen tentacle penetration or not? Just answer the question.
God, have I seen it been drawn? Like, I have friends who draw it. Yes.
Okay,
I've seen
so
like
you're into
they're very
hentai.
good.
You
Very
don't come
good
back
talent.
from that. You don't come back from that. You are now officially part of hentai.
Yeah, striking out. More
I don't want to abandon my friends. They're talented people. Like I was very surprised they could draw so good.
You don't have to keep clicking on all of them, though.
At this point, it's less about like it's not for me getting horny. It's more like this is impressive. Nice job, man.
You said just keeps
Because I'm like,
unfolding
it's
as you
like no
keep
matter what I
pressuring
do,
questions,
because I
the
don't want to
story
abandon that
just
account, and I
unfolds.
don't want to abandon them. So I might as well just keep it the way it is.
So yeah, hey guys, what about the stock market? You know, let's get off this hentai talk.
Yeah, because he definitely learning from it.
I'm fucking around.
I hope
Tinder's here.
I hope it will drop all the way to the center of the planet in one day. It will go.
Actually, yo, bro, I have a friend who's really good at drawing hentai. She can draw you too if you want, and Opeth. Just like if that is for you.
Bugs Bunny shit? No.
She's good at yaoi. She's also good at yuri too. Like I can help you with that. Would you want that, yo, bro?
Oh, God in heaven.
No.
You and James?
Nope.
You and James in a yaoi
I
thing?
don't think that there's a comic book page big enough to draw my nasty balls.
I don't even know those words.
If James up for it, she can draw you in a yaoi.
I might get in trouble, so no.
You know what yaoi is. You see South Park. They had that in South Park where there are these two Japanese chicks tweaking Craig.
Oh, look at the time. I'm getting tired.
Answer the question. Come on.
So yeah, it was cool hanging out, guys.
Something Prop would do.
We love you, Jordan.
I scared him away with hentai.
Hey, it's fucked up. Hentai is fucked up. What the fuck, man?
It is fucked up. You'll clear the room talking about some hentai. Hentai is fucked up.
I don't want to know
what if
about
she draws
octopus
Amy?
legs going into anything. I don't.
Enough of that socialism talk. Let's talk hentai.
What if she draws Amy, huh? You're like
Objective number one.
Amy.
No, because they'll draw Amy looking 12 years old. 12-year-old Amy? No thank you.
And then you'll.
I didn't say.
And then you'll add.
That's just anime. That's like the cop was right. The cop
And then
was
you'll
right.
add Karl Marx, old man.
We can draw Amy as a furry lady.
Dirty old men drawing young girls. He was right. That's what goes on.
Dude,
That's
we
what
already
goes
got
on.
like deep fakes. I don't need any hentai, bro.
I know. No
You can
one
draw
knows
furry
hentai.
pony Amy.
Come on, bro.
Whatever you want.
It
Whatever
doesn't sound like
your
anybody.
kink is.
It doesn't sound like anybody's interested in.
Hey, it's not my thing.
It's all Roger
Hard
Rabbit's
thing.
fault.
It is
I
your
just have
thing.
weird
We
friends.
infected people.
And he,
Yeah,
remember, he
back
said,
in
I don't watch it anymore.
Fuckers knew what they were
Put all
doing.
my
I'd say
money into
more-
Amazon.
He said, I don't click on the links anymore.
No, I
seen
didn't say
enough-
anymore.
and then he
I
said,
still like it because they're good at
then he
drawing.
said,
I'm
I
like,
don't
I'm
even get
serious.
horny no more. He said, I don't get horny from it no more. No more?
No, I didn't say no more.
What do you mean no more? He said, I don't even get horny from it.
Emblem
said no
is
more. I
scrubbing
said
his
I don't
hard
get
drive
What
as
do
we
you
speak.
Not my thing.
He was justifying
You
the search
didn't say
results.
that. Rewind the tape. We'll rewind the tape.
They were sending
I didn't
it.
say anymore.
You said no more. Yeah, you did.
Conversation got
You said I'm looking at this
Well,
to
I just find
appreciate
it
it.
more. I said it
You said
wasn't.
I'm looking at it to appreciate it at this point. I don't even get horny no more.
I never
That's
said
what you
no more. I
said.
never said.
That's what you said.
I said
You said
people
no
are my
more.
friends. They draw like a bunch
He
of
is
weird
no less.
And because I followed
leeching
them, my
his
feed
hard
is fucked
drive
up, so
as
at
we
this
speak.
point, like,
Nah, he's moving out.
You
whatever.
said I don't even get horny no more.
I never
No
said no more.
No more.
I said
Me.
I follow these people.
Previously, you was getting horny a
Hard
lot.
drive and the
I
carpet and
never
the
said no
combination
more.
fucking
I
dresser.
follow these
Sounding
people.
so much
They are
better right now.
Padlocks on it.
I would ask
You
them for strong advice on other
are.
shit, but I just realized, like, when I look at their stuff, I'm like, hey, they're still good.
You're
They're still
super
good at
sad.
drawing anyway. It may be weird, but I appreciate it. Like, it's really good. Still
It's
gross in a
also
way,
weird.
but it's really good.
I
But
can
was
just
a
edit
little
this
past
out
that.
of this.
Build
I
up.
mean,
What's his name as your avatar? That's also on top of the hentai. Now some things are coming together.
Buff YellBRo.
This dude's like a
just
lawyer and
don't.
shit.
Yeah, just don't. Don't say coming together in this
You
discussion.
can
ever.
call an emblem for short.
Thank him.
Or Fate.
All right.
I'm not gonna. So
Believe whatever you want, Tinder. I'm not gonna
Guys.
defend something I'm not doing.
Guys, I am going to sleep now.
Because you're defending it too hard.
I am going to sleep now. This is weird.
Good night, then.
Went from
I
like
like my friends.
Jesus
No pause,
to
buddy.
communism to hentai
Hey, tentacles. From Jesus to communism to
tentacles
Japanese
with suction cups on them.
Ugh.
Nobody said anything about suction cups. What the fuck?
Don't they have section? Don't they have them on there already?
Opeth, you brought. I wasn't even the one who.
We uncovered
Opeth brought it up.
Jordan's
Why'd you bring it
secret
up?
fetish. We uncovered his secret fetish. How did he know about the suction cups?
Because tentacles have fucking suction cups on them. Freak you.
Oh,
We are number 6.
YellBRo watches hentai.
I'm also not ashamed. Anyways, you guys, you guys have a great night. Thanks for hanging out. I will see you.
Good morning.
I'll be on the Discord tomorrow. Or whatever.
It's 10:30 in the morning.
Hey, don't forget Battlefield.
Might even
man.
play a music
The
or a movie.
Beta's open the day after.
Listen, I'm an alpha. I only do alpha shit, right? Fuck your betas.
I feel that.
Fuck your
Come
hentai.
on, bro.
Anyways, have a good night, guys.
Good night.
Opeth, why did you even?
Into the YouTube crowd, thanks for hanging out. Do not forget to... Good night, Miss Tree. Do not forget to share, support, hopefully donate to Devon's Journey to Recovery, to helping victims of Africom, to Cohen Daly, the Australian boy. Also help out some content creators, Stevie, a.k.a. Redneck Economics, Sleepy J, buy him a coffee, and of course, the snail from the South Side? I don't even know which part she lives in. Whatever. The Chicago snail. Optionally. Ali Alexandra. All links are in the description box. Do it. Donate. Or share. With all that said, give this video a thumbs down.
Say you wanna get in, and then you wanna get out. When you get the money to buy yourself a car.